JavaScript is the most popular programming language. There are almost 1.74 billion websites on the internet, out of which 95% of them use JavaScript. Websites like Twitter, Facebook, Gmail use JavaScript. Now, keeping this popularity in our mind, we at Great Learning came up with this full course on JavaScript. Throughout this course, we will first learn the concept, then implement it, and finally understand its why. Let's see the agenda of this course. We will first understand what is JavaScript, history of JavaScript, tools, ECMA, our first Hello World program, how to write comments, variables, hoisting, data types, type cohesion. Then we will understand its properties. Then we will understand some concepts like arrays, let, const keywords, operators, conditional statements, how to write loops, functions, what are immediately invoked function expressions, call, apply, and bind, this keyword, arrow functions. We will then understand OOPS, exception handling, DOM manipulation, then inheritance. Then we will understand DOM events. Then we will understand some advanced concepts like closure, promises. Then we will understand some advanced array functions like map, filter, all those things. Then we will understand advanced functions like we have currying and all those things, right? And finally, we will conclude this tutorial with some applications. Now, let's get started. What is JavaScript? It is a verb of a web page that defines all the actions to be performed on a web page. What do you mean by this thing? If noun is the HTML, if HTML is called noun of the web page, then all the actions performed on that web page is known as JavaScript. It is an object-oriented programming language that uses just-in-time compiler. In the next slide, we will see how just-in-time compiler, that JIT compiler, works. It is everywhere and all the web browsers are installed with it. What do you mean by this thing? If you want to run your JavaScript code while you are using any browser, there is a specific engine or what you call a compiler installed with it, right? For example, if you talk about Mozilla, right, there is a SpiderMonkey. For Google Chrome, there is V8 engine, right? This V8 engine is written in C++ language, right? So if you have observed that when we are trying to use that maps, right, those need to be very fast. So C++ is as compared to other programming language is very fast. So what Google developers did, they created their own engine, that is V8 engine. JavaScript applications ranges from web development, mobile development, and many more. Okay. JavaScript is easy, simple, and very compatible with HTML and CSS. We'll see how to incorporate HTML and CSS along with our JavaScript in the following slides, right? It's a must-to-have skill for any software development role, right? If you talk about any software development roles that are currently available, JavaScript is the must-to-have skill. What is just-in-time compiler? Basically, when we write our code, it is divided into tokens. That is the main objective of a parser, that it divides our code into tokens. What do you mean by tokens? It is, if you talk in a layman's term, so whatever is written, for example, there are keywords, there are relational operators, there are conditional operators. All these operators are divided into segments called tokens. Then it goes through the abstract syntax tree, right? The binary tree kind of a structure is formed. After that, what just-in-time compiler uses is the best of these two worlds. What? Interpreter and compiler. Basically, compiler is fast as compared to what? As compared to interpreter. Interpreter does the line-by-line checking. So whatever is best in these two, right? The compiler and the interpreter. The just-in-time compiler uses that, right? So there is interpreter also, there's the compiler also. What does the interpreter do? Basically, it reads line by line, and once it reads to some code, right, which is repeated, for example, if a loop condition, it meets a loop condition, that it sends that code to a profiler. What profiler does? It optimizes it with the help of compiler. Basically, compiler will help in whatever was the fault in interpreter, compiler will help in that, right? This with the help of this profiler. There is something called warm code and something called hot code. So warm code is a code that is repeated more than once, right? So that code is sent to this profiler and it deals with that and then sends it to compiler for optimization. So once we are done with this, all the process that is done here helps the JavaScript to be very fast, as we are doing everything in our browser, right? So this is the whole structure of a just-in-time compiler. Now let's talk about history. So JavaScript was founded by Brendan Eich, right? He developed this language when he was in Netscape, right? He developed this language in just 10 days. So if you can see, whatever he built in that 10 days was not perfect. There were many errors in JavaScript, right? So basically what he did first, he was trying to build an engine, that is V8, that is the Mozilla, for the Mozilla, right? For the Mozilla Firefox, he was trying to build an engine, that is the SpiderMonkey. For that SpiderMonkey, he built this language so that he can run it on that engine, right? So basically what this engine is nothing that whatever we wrote in JavaScript must be understood by a computer, right? So this whatever is written in JavaScript goes through this engine so that the computer might understand whatever we are trying to say. So he developed it in 1995. There were many errors, as he himself told that there are many errors in that JavaScript which he built in 10 days. Okay, many versions came, right? For example, there was some error in the previous version which was dealt in the next version. The next version dealt with that. So you get the point, right? Now earlier when the JavaScript was developed, it was called Mocha, right? Then it was named, then the name got changed to LiveScript. But due to some trademark reasons, and it has nothing to do with Java, the programming language that we have. It has nothing to do with that. But due to some trademark reasons, the name still remains as JavaScript. Okay. Now let's talk about tools. For working with JavaScript, we need two things. What are those? A text editor and a browser, right? We will run our codes on the browser, right? The web page where we have our web page, right? So for writing and editing of JavaScript code, we need simple editor, which can be Notepad. Okay, for example, if you have Notepad or you have Atom, you have Sublime, so these are all text editors, right? We can build or we can write our code in this. JavaScript code can be written in any of these editors. For example, Visual Studio, Sublime Text, right? Atom is there and Notepad is there, Notepad++ is there. All these are text editors. But there are powerful editors which provide additional functionalities, right? Like autocomplete, indentation and highlights, right? So if you talk about Sublime, right, it gives you an autocomplete, right? When you write just HTML, then you press a tab, it gives the skeleton of all the HTML file, right? So these are some powerful editors, right? The more powerful the editor, the more functionalities you have. Okay, now the text editor is done. Now what do you want? What do you need? The next thing that you need is the browser. All the browsers come with an inbuilt JavaScript engine, right? For example, if you talk about Google Chrome, we have V8 engine. If you talk about Mozilla Firefox, we have SpiderMonkey, right? These are all JavaScript engines, right? Which help us to basically we write something in a JavaScript code, then it goes through this engine so that browser will understand this, right? The machine will understand whatever we are trying to say. They are used for executing JavaScript code and also for debugging purpose. We will see how we can debug our code with the help of console, right? Developer console that we have inside the Google Chrome, right? We will see that. Now the ECMA. You might have heard this term, right? This stands for ECMA stands for European Computer Manufacturers Association, right? It maintains the standardization of the JavaScript. Okay, any modification or updation is drafted and then sent to a committee. They do a discussion and decide whether to include it or not, right? The changes that we did, right? If passed, then it is added to the new update in the latest released version. So whatever the new version is about to come, or whatever the updates that we did in the previous version will come in the next released version. For example, the latest version is ES 2020, released in June 2020. Okay, this is all about ECMA. You might have heard about this ECMA script, right? ECMA So this stands for European Computer Manufacturers Association. This is the this all the standardization or updates or anything that new comes goes through this, right? So any new changes will be sent to a committee, right? Then they go through a process, and if they found this is okay, then it goes into the next updation or next version of the JavaScript, right? Now, how do we write JavaScript code? Before jumping right into the code, let's try to understand the different ways to write our JavaScript code. Okay, for example, JavaScript basically gets into HTML, which is the skeleton of the web page, right? If you want to incorporate your JavaScript, right, you want to write your JavaScript code, basically HTML will help us, some CSS for styling will help us, right? So these are all the things that you need to know. For example, if you want to do something in the JavaScript, basically you do it on some of the elements on the HTML page. So we can write our JavaScript code in 3 ways. What are the 3 ways? Console, we can write it in developer console. We will see the Google Chrome when we do Control Shift I, or when we right click and inspect that, we will get that developer console, right? Then we have the script tag, and finally then we can also write our JavaScript code in an external JavaScript file, which we then link with our HTML file. Okay. Now let's talk about how we will open this console. Okay, either just press a Control Shift I, or to open a console you just need to right click and then go to inspect. Now since you are in the console, you can start writing your code, right? Console.log is one of the function with which we can print anything on the console, right? So console is used to print the output. Okay, then the arguments that we have in this console are strings. Okay, now let's see how the console will look like, right? I told you earlier, right? You either click on right click, then click on inspect, or you can just start by just typing Control Shift I, then the console will open. You see, these are the tabs that we have in that: elements, console, sources. You just go into the console and then start writing your code. Okay, console is used to print the content on the console. Okay, for example, if I have written here that console.log hello world, right? So after that I have written another again console.log, this is my first JavaScript code, right? So the output will be hello world, this is my first JavaScript code. Okay, this is how we do it in the console. Now let's go ahead and quickly check this thing out. Okay, how we do this thing. Okay, so we are in the browser, right? So just type Control Shift and I, you see the developer console got opened. Okay, now if I write clear, which is one of the functions that are inbuilt functions, which will just clear your screen. Now if you want to print anything, just write console.log. For example, I wrote hello, right, in the string, and then press enter, and this will be the hello, right? We got something that is written here undefined, right? So you don't have to worry about this for now, right? We will see why it came, how it came. Okay, so what I did, I just did Control Shift and I, and that's how I got this console. Okay, developer console, right? There's another way with which we can do this. For example, let me just cross this out, and if you try to just do right click and then do inspect, we will again get this thing. Then go into the console and then start writing your JavaScript code. Okay, so this is all about how we can start our JavaScript, how we can write our JavaScript code with the help of console. Now what are the other 2 ways, right? Now the other way is script tag, which we incorporate in our HTML file. Now we will see the text editor that I'm going to use is Sublime. Okay, similarly, if you have installed Atom or maybe Visual Studio, so you can do that thing on that as well. But the more you can do it in Notepad, but as I told you earlier, the more powerful the text editor, something comes with it, additional functionalities, right? For example, autocomplete, highlights, and indentation, all the things comes with that text editor. So it's better to use some good text editor. In my opinion, Sublime is, I feel comfortable in working in Sublime. And if you are comfortable in Visual Studio, you can work Visual Studio Code, you can work in that as well. So how we can incorporate this script tag? So basically, script is the tag that is used for writing JavaScript in HTML directly. So we are not creating any external file, we are just doing it in the same HTML file. Is this way correct? It is correct, I mean to say, but it is not very efficient way, as I told you there is something called separation of concerns, right? Whatever we want to do in a HTML file is specifically we write our HTML code in a single file, we write our CSS code in a different file, and we write our JavaScript code in a different file. So these are separation of concerns. We don't want to mingle these up, right? Or mix these up, right? So something written in JavaScript, some in our HTML file, there is CSS, there is JavaScript. It's not a very good way of programming things, okay? So every console.log will print the output on the console, right? In the browser, right? If you see, we will just try to implement this thing, then it will be clear, okay? Now as you see, I have opened my Sublime, okay? Now first I will save this file, right? I will say first dot html, right? Okay, now we have this file open. Okay, now our first HTML is done. Now if you see, I will just write HTML, then I press a tab, and you see highlights and all the autocomplete was done by this text editor. Okay, now if I write this here, I will write JS, write the title, and now I will incorporate the JavaScript. Okay, the script tag, I will write script and then press tab. You see, I got the script file, okay, the script tag, and in that script tag I will just write this. For now we just only know the console function, right? So I will just write console.log and then press hello. Okay, now we have saved this file, and now let's try to run this file. You see, I stored it on my desktop, right? So let me go on the desktop and let me just run this file. Here's our desktop and here's our first.html, and let's run this file. So you see, this tab has been opened here, right? And if I do again what, Control-Shift-I, you see hello is present already there, because that's what I wrote, right? So you don't want your I mean to say, as a user, you don't want something to be written in console, right? You want something that is that will be directly present on your screen, right, when you run that file, right? But it is used for debugging purposes, and all the developers across the world use this as a debugging tool. Okay, so our file is maybe, let's see, one more thing that I want to show you guys, just a minute. So I open this file and I will just write hello. Instead of hello, I will write connected. So by this file, by this message, you all will know that we are connected with this JavaScript file. Okay, now we have successfully incorporated our JavaScript in our code, right? So if I run this file again, you see I got connected. So this is the other way that we can use, right? Let me minimize this thing. So how we incorporated it? Just with the help of script tag. As you see, I have just written script without giving the reference of the file, right? That type that we are using a JavaScript file. You can use that thing as well. Just script and then close that tag, and inside that tag you can write hello world, and that's it. So how we got this the image shown on your screen, how we got this header, we have incorporated in it. What, in the body tag, we have incorporated that in the body tag, right? My first code. So this is all about script tag. Now let's see the other way, the third way with which we can write our JavaScript, right? That is the external file. This is the best way that all the developers use, as we are doing the separation of concerns, right? So there is a drawback related to the earlier thing that we did with the help of script tag. So if you want to include the same script on a different HTML file, or on a different element in the HTML file, you have to create it again. Rather, if something is already present, right, if you have created some external file, you can easily link that HTML page with that file, right? If there are two HTML files and you want to do the same scripting on them, maybe just on click do this thing on both these files, so you have to just again write that script tag on both these HTML files, right? So if you have written something that is external, so you can directly and easily link that file with that JavaScript. Okay, so if there are two HTML files, now let's see. JavaScript code is written in a separate file and is incorporated in the HTML using script tag. Again, we use script tag, but this time in that script tag, we'll just write the reference, or we just link our JavaScript file with that HTML file. Okay. This is the most efficient way, as I told you, and most of the developers use this thing as we are doing the separation of concerns, right? So HTML file is in different, HTML file is a separate, CSS file is separate, and JavaScript file is separate. Okay, it also enforces reusability and keeps our code short, simple, and easy to understand. Obviously, if something is written in a different file, you can easily say, okay, this is the JavaScript file, okay, this is our HTML file, okay, the error that we got is due to this file, right, this JavaScript file, okay. And easily you can reuse it as well. For example, if you have two HTML files and you want to incorporate the same JavaScript, I mean properties or anything that's related to JavaScript on both these HTML files, you can easily just link those HTML files with that JavaScript file. So reusability is also there. Now let's see how we do this. Now we have our Sublime opened, right? Let me remove this thing. So this script tag can be added on two positions. Can be added in the head section, or it can be added in the body section. Okay, so it depends completely upon your website, what you want. Okay, if you want something, if you want JavaScript file to be loaded earlier than your page, then you can just incorporate JavaScript in the head tag, right? We know that anything that we write in this head tag will not be rendered or will not make changes to the web page, anything that we write in this head section. But if you want to link this file in the head section, maybe, so sometimes you want your JavaScript file to be rendered earlier than your HTML file. At that time you just incorporate it in the head tag, and if you want it to be rendered after the after your page is loaded, you can just include that HTML or JavaScript file in the body part. Okay, now let's see how to make it. Now just create a new file, right? Let's save this file in the same location, that is desktop, and let's name it first.js. okay, done. We are done with this JavaScript file, and let's just write again this console.log what, and then we do what, let's say connected again with external file, external JS file, let's call it. Then we just print end of statement. That's it. Let's save this file, and now let's incorporate this in our HTML file. For example, in the head tag, let's write script, and then we link this file as source, right? Source equal to this first.js. That's it. Okay, and now we are connected with this file. Now let's go back to the browser and let's try to run this thing. Okay, let me cross this thing out and let's run this thing. Okay, now let's control inspect this thing. You see, yeah, we are you see the message that we just sent from that external file, right? Connected with our external JavaScript file. Okay, this is the third way with which we can incorporate JavaScript, right, with our HTML file, and this is the most optimal way and the most efficient way. Now, how do we write comments in JavaScript? Comments are extra information that helps in understanding the code and is not passed on to the compiler, right, at the compilation. Okay, so whatever we write in this, whatever the things we write in the comments will never be rendered on our browser. Basically, it adds information for the user, as not for the user, but if you're sometimes passing your code to a different developer, right, at that time he can see, okay, this is the thing that you want. Okay, for example, or it can add to your information as well. For example, sometime maybe you were stuck in something, right? You found some error on a particular line, and then you utilized or you exhausted 2 hours on that part, right? Maybe it was a big error or maybe a small error that skipped your eye, right? You were not able to detect it. So after 2 hours of time, you just rectified it, and then next time you were again stuck in the same problem. So these comments will come in handy, as in you will write a comment on that. Okay, this was the thing that I was doing. I've wasted 2 hours, not so long. You can keep it simple so that you can understand. I'm just giving you an example. Okay, this was the code, that this was the line that I got stuck here, then I did this thing, then I rectified it. So just put it in the comments. So if sometimes the other user, or for the different developer you are passing. When you're passing your code, you can just write, okay, this function does this thing, this adds two, or this adds two numbers, this multiplies two numbers. So you can add information to your code. Okay, this makes it more readable for others to, I mean to say, when they are using your code, and it adds information to you as well, right, to your code as well. For example, next time when you're stuck in the same problem, okay, you will see this file. Okay, this is the thing that I did, right? So this helps in the many ways, right? So how you will write comments, you can write single line comments and multi-line comments. Okay, so multi-line comments are nothing but this backslash and the asterisk sign, and then whatever we write in these dot, that is for example, if you can see the example, right, the single line comment, we wrote console.hello, right, in the second last line. That is a single line comment and will not be rendered on the browser. And the multi-line comments that we wrote after hello world, and I mean to say until the single line comment, right, the asterisk sign, the slash sign, and the asterisk sign, and the asterisk sign, and the slash sign, these are all comments, right? Both these comments are, right, it's a single line, and the multi-line comments will not be rendered on our browser. Okay, this is how we write our comments in our JavaScript file. So obviously we will be writing this in our external file, right? If you're trying to write something in a console, that won't make any sense, right? If you write something in an external file, maybe that you can use later and all those things. So we are using throughout this course or throughout this tutorial, we are going to use that same external file thing. Okay, we're not going to use something that is incorporated within the HTML file. We are not going to use the script tag. We are not going to use console. Maybe we will be using console for debugging purpose, but the script tag will not be used, and everything that we write in this tutorial will be using this external JavaScript file, in that external JavaScript file. Okay, now let's see the example of comments. So if you have seen or observed in the earlier slide, right, so we wrote console.log hello world, right, and then we wrote console.log exclamatory mark, again console.log exclamatory mark, console.log exclamatory mark, console.log exclamatory mark. Then all these things are in a multi-line comments, right? And then there is a single line comment that is hello, right? And after that it is console.log by. So obviously all the things that have been written in comments will not be rendered. So the output that we will get is hello world and bye. That's it. Okay. Now let's talk about JavaScript properties. So JavaScript is a dynamically typed language, right? What does it mean? You don't have to specify the type of the variable explicitly. There is no need to define the data type for a variable like number or int or float, right? Number, string. We will talk about data types. What are the data types that JavaScript has? The primitive data types, right? So only let, var, and const are used for variable declaration. We will see after this slide, we will talk about var, and later we will talk about let and const as well. So you don't have to explicitly specify that this is a number or this is a string, right? So what does this mean? So if you're sometimes you are declaring something, right, you just have to declare it with the help of var keyword, and then var name equal to Faizan, let's suppose. So name is a string. Let's suppose you declared another variable, like for example var name equal to 10. Now this name will be this time a number, right? So that's what you mean by dynamically typed. Okay, JavaScript is also a weakly typed language. Therein we have type coercion. We will cover what this type coercion means. It basically means you are allowing what to convert one type into another. Okay, when we are comparing two values of different types, the one type will be forced to change into another type, so that comparison is made possible. To stop this type coercion, we use instead of double equal to sign, we will use triple equal to sign. We will talk about this as well in the following slides. So these two are the properties. What are these properties? JavaScript is dynamically typed and JavaScript is weakly typed language. Okay. Now let's talk about variables. A variable is a name of a memory location where data is stored. What does this mean? So if you talk about real life example, right? So if you want to store some water, right, you use bottle, right? If you want to store some cereals, maybe rice or anything, like you will use a container. So similarly, if you want to store data in a memory location, you use variable. So what is the syntax of this variable? So basically you will write var, then var variable name, and then the value. For example, if you see, var is the keyword that is used here, right? And then name equal to Faizan. So this name is the variable name, and Fazan is the string that we are putting inside this name, okay, that we are initializing our name with Fazan, and where roll number equal to 27, so we are initializing this roll number with 27. One is string and another is number, okay. Now what is the naming convention that we use, right? So variable name should begin with a letter, or it should begin with a dollar sign or an underscore, okay. So these are the three things that a variable should start with. After that, there can be any possible number of combinations. It can be digits, it can be anything, right? So but the first three letters should be what? A letter, that is alphabets, or a dollar sign, or an underscore, right? Variable name cannot be same as the keyword, as keywords are reserved for special purposes, right? Variable name is case sensitive. For example, if you talk about apple, so everything is in lowercase, right? Now if you try to access this apple, you have to use everything that is in lowercase. If you try to use everything that is in uppercase, that won't work. It will declare, it will throw you an error, right, that this variable has not been declared, okay. And these are some valid variable names, right? Apple, then we have underscore name, then we have dollar address, right? What are the invalid variable names? For example, if you wrote 1 2 3 apple, so it's starting with a digit, so this is an invalid variable name. Something starting with an asterisk sign, that is asterisk roll number, is again a invalid invalid variable name, invalid variable, okay. So another example is @email. So again, this is an invalid variable. So this is all the naming convention that you have to follow, and all the developers across the world follow this, okay, so that it's easy for any other developer to to detect that this is a variable, okay. This, you rather use something that is more relevant. For example, if you are using something, for example, in a program, you're trying to count something, right? So instead of using x, y, try to use it. For example, you might be using, try to think of this way, that something which is relevant, right? So if you're trying to count something, rather than naming it in a variable x or y, you should name it what? Variable count, right? If you're storing something for temporary purposes, rather than using a, b, c, you should use temp, right? Temporary variable. Or if you're trying to flag something, you should use flag. Name of the variable should be flag, right? So this makes much more sense as compared to something that you're writing x, y, or z, right? So this is all about naming convention. Now let's see the conditional statements, that is if else, right? So else if, all these things will be covered in this slide, okay? So consists of two keywords, right? There are two keywords present, right? If and else, right? Used when there are two possible paths depending upon a condition. So depending upon something, right? Let's suppose A is greater than B, right? Then you will perform some action if it's true, and if it's false, you will perform some other action, right? So if this is true, then perform this. Else, if this is not true, then perform this thing, okay? So there can be multiple if else statements, right? So as you can see in the example, there is if condition, then whatever the condition is, then else if, perform this, check if this condition met, else if, check this if this condition met. Okay, if none of these conditions met, then we go into the else part. So basically, this is this might not be the right approach. What do you mean by this thing? So if let's suppose you have 10 conditions, right? You have 10 multiple paths of action, okay? So at that time, instead of using else if, you should rather go for switch case, okay? We'll cover that thing as well. So now let's talk about the example, how to define this thing, okay? This can be also nested, right? So there's a if condition, that if that condition is true, again there's a if condition, then we perform the else part of it. So this is called nested if, okay? Nested if else, okay? There can be if without else, right? But vice versa is not true. What do you mean by this thing? If 2 is equal to 2, console.log, they are equal. There cannot be such case that else is only, there is only else part, right? It will throw an error, that missing if statement, right? So something like that, it will throw you an error. So, but if can be used without else, okay? Now let's see the example. So if you see, we have defined here two variables, right? With the help of var keyword, a equal to 5 and b equal to 6. Now what I'm doing here, if a plus b is less than 11, right? It is not less than 11, it is exactly 11. So console.log less than 11. Else if it's greater than, then console.log more than 11, right? But both these conditions are not true, then it will automatically go to the else part, right? If there would have been any other condition, that then we would have checked that thing. For example, if there would have been another condition, let's suppose a plus b equal to 11, then that thing will have been executed. The else part would have been executed. Now let's in this example, we don't have the another else if statement, so else part will be executed. So that's why we get the output as equal. So this is how you define an if else statement. We talked about multiple else if statements, right? We talked about nested if, we talked about how if can be alone, right? There is not specifically you have to define the else part always. So if can be alone, but vice versa is not true. Else cannot be alone. Okay. Now I told you when you have multiple conditions or multiple actions that you need to be performed, right? At that time, it's better to use switch case. So it's an elegant way to replace multiple else if statements, right? So what is the syntax of this? You basically write switch, then you write the expression. Then on the basis of this expression, you will execute one of these cases. So after a case is executed, right, this val will represent some value. For example, if a is equal to 1, let's suppose the expression is a, the expression came as a, right? So if case 1, let's suppose case 1 is true, a is 1, right? So case first will be executed. Then after it's executed, you need to explicitly write the break statement. Okay, so if you don't write a break statement, then all the cases after that will be executed unless and until there is a break. Okay, and by default you have to explicitly define a default case, right? If none of these conditions match, then the default case will be executed. It's just like the else part of the if else statement, right? So here, depending upon the answer evaluated by the condition, case code gets executed. Simple, right? Every case must be followed by a break unless it is required, not as per logic. Okay, if your logic allows you to break, only then you will break, right? So if your logic doesn't allow to break, then it's not explicitly that you have to define it always. So you can, if you want multiple cases to be executed, then you should not use break statement. Okay, otherwise all the cases will start executing from the matched case till there is either a break encountered or all the cases are exhausted, right? If you have forgotten, sometimes maybe you have forgotten all the break statements, then all these cases will be executed. After that, when all the cases are executed, you will get out of the switch case. Okay, default is optional, right? Default is optional. You don't have to explicitly write always, right? You don't have to explicitly, if you sometime forgot to write the default statement, it allows it. Okay, there is no error thrown at that time. Okay, and holds the code which should be executed if none of the cases will match. Okay, if none of the cases matched, then at that time that default case will be executed. Now this value, or the what is the value, that case val we saw, right? It can be an integer, it can be a character, or it can be a string. Okay, right? So this is all about switch case. Now let's see the example. Okay, so right herein we have defined where day is equivalent to Sunday. So day is a string, right? So switch day. Now in day, what will be present? It will be Sunday, right? So once it will check case 1 is the first case and the second case, whatever the value of day is, does it match with the case 1? No. Does it match with twice? No. Wed? No. Thursday? No. Friday? No. Set? No. Then Sunday comes, right? Case Sun will be executed. Today is Sunday. After that, we will just write the break statement, and that's it. The output will be today is Sunday. Okay. Now, before we move ahead into loops, let's see. We'll define a variable, right? We saw how to define a variable, right? Can I put this as a variable? No, 9a cannot be a variable, right? Because it's starting from a digit. So let's suppose, let's define some variable. Let's name it name. Okay. So name equal to, or let's name it an integer. Let's put some number in it. So a equal to, let's suppose 1, and let's define another variable. You can define it in a same line, right? Or initialize it in the same line, but I'm using 2 different lines for it. So now let's say if a plus b is double equal to what? Let's do 3 ifs. Okay, is greater than 2. Is it greater than 2? Yes, it is. Let's suppose make it 4. Okay, if it's greater than 2, then write console dot log what? Print a plus b, right? This will be printed. Now if that is not the case, then let's suppose we will go into the else if part. Else if a plus b is less than 1, that's not also the case, right? It is greater than 1, then print console dot log what, a plus b again. Okay, else, then we go into the else part. So both these statements will not be executed, right? So we go into the right into the else part. Then what we will do, we will print a plus b. Okay, now I haven't wrote any curly braces on the last part, right, the else part, because if there is only one statement in the if else condition, right, if there is only one single statement associated with the if, then these braces or these curly braces are optional. Okay, now let's save this file, and when we go into a browser, okay, let's refresh it, and then press Ctrl Shift I. Okay, I pressed N. Just a minute, let me Ctrl Shift I. Then the console will be console will be opened, and you see what I printed, what I got the output as 3. Now let's make it a little bit, let's make a little bit change. Okay, let's open it again and let's try to print high here. Okay, so that we know this statement was executed. Okay, now let's refresh it. Okay, high is not defined. Okay, yeah, it thought that it is a variable, right? High is a variable, because we try to print we have to write the braces, right? I mean to say the quotes, right? The quotes were missing. Okay, just a minute. So we just have to write double quotes, and that's it. It will let's save this file and let's go back into the browser. Okay, you see high. So this is how an if else will work, and we talked about variable, right? Now if you want to implement, you can implement the switch case as well, wherein if you want, sometimes maybe if there are multiple point of actions, at that time you can just use a switch case. Okay, now let's go back and let's talk about loops. So what is a loop? Basically, loops are used to do a repeated work until a specified condition remains true. So unless and until something is true, you loop around that same set of you repeat that same set of instructions, right? Do this until that condition is false. Okay, there are multiple variations of loops, right? Different types of loops are for loop. In that for loop we have for each, for off, for in. These are all types of it. Okay, then we have while loop, right? Then we have do while loop. Okay, these are all loops. Okay, now let's talk about for loop. So basically, how a for loop will work, it is of best use when you know the specified number of times the code should be executed. For example, I told you to write give me print all the numbers from 1 to 5. So you know, right? You know how many times you want to print that number, right? For example, if I told you please print the numbers from 1 to 5, so you know this should be executed 5 times. So in the initialization phase, you will use a variable, right? So I told you 1 to 5, right? So you will initialize your var a equal to 1, right? Your var num equal to 1, and then the termination condition will be what? A is less than 5, right? Once it will execute the statement, then it will go to the updation part. Okay, and in the updation part, what will it do? It will just increment that num. Okay, num plus plus. We will see in the demo part, we will see it will be much clear. Initialization is used to initialize the variable which is being used for the iteration, right? What do you mean by this iteration? Basically, it's the number of times this loop will work. So when it will work 5 times. So this will be the 5th iteration. So when the first it will be executed, that will be the first iteration, then second iteration, then third, then fourth, and then fifth. At 5th iteration, it will stop its execution. So the second part is the termination part, right? It comprises of condition which determines till when the iteration will continue. What do you mean by this thing? This termination will be responsible for how many times you want to execute this the set of statements that is within this block, right? Within this for block. Okay, now the updation part, how our variables get updated. You can update it maybe a single time, right? When I talked about give me a number from 1 to 5, so I wanted all the numbers. Let's suppose I told you give me all the numbers from 1 to 5, give me all the numbers which are even or which are maybe be odd, at that time you will just change the updation statement, right? So it completely depends on the type of problem you are facing. Okay, now let's talk about the example. Let's suppose you have to print from 0 to 5, right? So what I did here, I declared the variable, right, I equal to 0. I initialized it within the for loop is the structure of it. This is the structure of it. For then a variable equal to 0, then I is less than 5 and I plus plus. So if you can see, the current value of I in the first iteration will be 0, right? Then it goes in the updation part, right? It increments that I, it will be 1. So similarly, you will get a current value of I equal to 1 and so on to current value of I equal to 4. Once 4 will be executed, then it goes to the updation part and it makes it 5. So is 5 less than 5? No. So this will be the termination condition. Okay. If you see, I haven't written any curly braces here, right? Because I told you when there is only one statement to be executed, these braces are optional. Okay. Now let's see the demo of it quickly. Now we are here. So let's try to loop around how we can use loops. Okay, so let's suppose you declared a variable num equal to 0, let's suppose. So I told you give me all the even numbers. Okay, so you wrote give me all the even numbers less than 10. Okay, less than 11 maybe, so we want so that we can print 10 as well. Okay, now okay, num is less than, so is 0 less than 11? Yes, it is. So in the num part, what you will write, you will, instead of incrementing it single time, what we will do, we will increment it twice. Okay, num equal to num plus 2. Okay, that's it. And then in the for loop, we'll just console.log what num, so 0 will be printed and so on to 10 will be printed, and after that it will go to 12, but 12 is not less than 11, so our loop will be terminated. So if you see, I haven't written any curly braces because those are optional. Okay, even if I have written it, it doesn't matter. So if there would have been two statements within this for loop, then curly braces are must. Okay, we have to explicitly write these curly braces. Okay, now let's see. Let's save this file and now let's try to run this thing. Okay, let's reload this thing. You see, 0 is an even number, 2, 4, 6, 8 and 10. This is how you use a for loop. Okay, now let's talk about for each. This is a classic modification of for loop, right? Or what we call an rare modification of for loop, used when each element has to be passed or traversed, or you want to access each element, right? What is the syntax for this? For example, if you have declared an array, right, an array of strings, right, apple, peach, orange, this is an array of strings, right? Herein what we did, fruits dot, then for each, right, then the item that is to be traversed, and then we printed that item. What do we observe here? Basically, this item will contain each element, right, in the array. That is, first time it will be apple, then we printed that. Second time it will be peach, third time it will be orange, right? So this is for each loop. As you can see, the output is apple, peach and orange, right? So this is for loop modification, right? Then the other modification is, or the next type of loop that we see in terms of for, is for off, used for iterables like arrays and strings. If you see here what we saw earlier, right? So if you try to access each element, herein what we write, for item of fruits, right? All the items of fruit, right? The item will contain, first time it will be apple, then it will be peach, and then it will be orange. The output is same, right? As we saw in the for each loop. Again, we are iterating through each element. Okay, now let's see for in. Here it is used at enumerables, that is objects, right? It can be also used for iterables in which index acts as a key. So the difference will be clear when we see the demo of all these loops, right? Herein, if you see what we did, we wrote for item in fruits, and when we try to print the item, it gave us the index of each of those elements, right? 0 is the index of apple, 1 is the index of peach, 2 is the index of orange, right? So these are all the modifications of for loop, right? For each we saw, then we saw for in, and then we saw for off, right? Now let's see the demo of for each loop. If I wrote some array, right now, if you don't understand anything, I mean to say how you declare an array, it's okay, we will cover it. Okay, for now we can just assume that you know array and now we want to traverse on it, okay, with the help of for each loop. So what I did here, I wrote array equal to 1 2 3 4, and then what we did, okay, that one second, okay, what we did a dot for each item, then console dot log. So what should be the output? It should be 1 2 3 4 and 5. Let's save this file, and when we open our browser, when we try to refresh it, you see we got 1 2 3 4. This output is for the earlier thing that we did, right? So if you can see, this is line number 25 and 25 and 25. All these lines are from this line number 25, right? So we saw how to traverse with the help of for each loop. As you can see, it is much more simpler. I mean to say, not simpler, but easy to write, right? If you can see, we wrote here initialization, then the updation, and then the termination conditions, all those were present here, right? Herein we just wrote for each, and that's it. Now, how to write, if you want to traverse the same array using for in, right? For, we wrote for, then what we did, we wrote var a, right, in what, this array, right, that is a. Now let's change this var to, let's suppose item, right? And then what we will get, now if we try to print this thing, console.log these items, okay, that's it. Now if you save this file, what should be the output here? It should be 0 1 2 3, right? If you see this thing, when we try to refresh this, you see 0 1 2 3. It is due to line number 23 in first.js, line number 28, right? So if you can see, this is the line number 28, and we got the indexes. Now if we just change this thing here, and you just wrote off here, right, for off, and when you save this file, right, what should be the output? It should be 1 2 3 4 5 again, right? If you refresh it, you see 1 2 3 4, right? You got it from the line number 28, which is this line, right? Line number 28. So the only difference between for in and for off is that if you want to access the elements, you will use for off loop, right? And if you want to access the elements, right, the indexes of the array, you will use what, for in. So similarly, this thing can be applied on objects as well. Since we haven't covered the objects, right, and you might be facing some problems, what I wrote, this arrow and all those things will be covered, right? How to declare an array, all those things will be covered in the coming slides, okay? So this is all about these variations of for loop, okay? Now let's go back. So for in is also covered. So now the second type of loop is for that is while loop, right? So in while loop, what we wrote, it's best used when we know the specified expression depending upon whose value the code should execute, right? It's similar to what for loop does, right? But in this, these termination conditions, these and the updation and the initialization, it happens on different locations, right? It's not, everything is not in a single place, right? As we saw, right, in the for loop, right? Expression is used to dictate the condition who is responsible for the loop continuation, right? For example, if you see the example, you see where I is defined above, while right, it is defined in the first line. Then in the while loop, we check the condition if this I is less than 5 or not. If it is, then what we did, we just console.log the current value of I, right? That is 0 1 2 3 and so on to 4, right? And in the same while loop, right, within that block, we just incremented I. So if you see, if you observe, or if you try to visualize it with the for loop, you see the for loop, everything was in a single line, right? Herein what we have, the initialization is above, the condition checking is inside the for loop, right? And the increment is also within the while loop, right? So this is all about while loop, right? Now let's see do while. It is best used when you know at least one code must execute once, irrespective of the condition. Whether your condition is true or false, right? It will always be executed once, okay? Expression is used to dictate, same as the while loop, right? Expression is used to dictate the condition who's responsible for loop continuation, right?
If you see, it says do. First it does the thing and then it will check the condition. So obviously whether the condition is true or false, still once it will be executed. Okay, if you see the example here, same thing, right? Where I is equal to 0, right? Console.log current value of I. Then we increment it, then we check the condition. So even if I is 0 and we are checking if I is greater than 0, still it will execute this thing, right? It will give us the output as current value of I is 0. Although we are checking that if I is greater than 0, but still once we will get the output, right? So this is the drawback, or this is something that is specific to what? Do while loop. Okay, this is how you write your do while loop. Now let's talk about operators. So operators are something that we used continuously, right? These are something if you want to check if something is greater than something, right? A is greater than B. So these are all relational operators, bitwise operators, right? If you can see here, there are so many operators in JavaScript, right? First is unary operator, then the arithmetic, then the shift, relational, bitwise, logical, assignment, and ternary. Now let's see those things, okay? Now the unary operator. It needs one operand. There are two major operators here, right? That is increment and decrement. Each one have two variations, right? So increment has two variations, that is postfix and prefix, or you can call postfix, I mean to say the increment is done in postfix. The first we assign the value and then increment it. In prefix, what we do, we first increment and then assign. I will show you the demo part, then it will be much clearer. Okay, so if you can see, right, where a equal to 2 and then we are incrementing our a, right, then we saw that the value of a is still 2, right? So why does it does such a behavior? Because it's postfix. First we assign the value, that is 2 is assigned to a, right, and then it is incremented. Then if you try to print that a in the next line, then it will give you what? 2. Okay, it will then first it will give you 2, then if you try to print it in a second line, then it will give you 3. That's not the case in prefix, right? It will be incremented first and then assigned. If a is equal to 2, it will be incremented and then assigned, that is 3, then assigned to a. You see the difference between a postfix and prefix, right? Now let's quickly see the demo of it. Okay, as we saw in the increment, right, increment part where we were increasing by 1, similarly decrement does what it does, it increments by 1. Similarly we have two variations of it, that is postfix and prefix, that will happen in the same order as we saw earlier. Okay, now before going to the arithmetic operators, now quickly just recap all those things and try to do some demo on it. Okay, now let's see demo of these things. Okay, we saw while loop, right? We saw something that was written like this: a, if a is equal to nil, now let's say not a, if num equal to 0, right? I will show you something. If num is equal to 0, while num is greater than 0, right? So if that is the case, then what we will do, we will do console.log, right, console.log, and we try to print a. And then what we did, we incremented, okay, sorry, we are using num, so num plus plus. Okay, and let's put num here. Okay, you see the expression that we used here was that unary expression, right? Unary operator that we used. It is similar to something like this. We saw how to write a comment, right? Num equal to num plus 1. It's a shorthand notation. Okay, increment operator. Now if you try to print this thing, right, so what we will get as an output, that is the last 4 lines will be, last 5 lines will be 0 1 2 3. If it's greater than 0, okay, if it's, let's see if it's less than 5. Okay, now 0 1 2 3 4 will be printed. Okay, now if you try to save this file, then we try to run this thing. Okay, you see 0 1 2 3 4, that is due to the line number 33. If you see the code, the line number 33, this is responsible for that thing, right? Now this was while loop, right? Now if I just change this thing, right, I said do something, right, console.log, right, on the same thing, right, on the num itself. Now num has a value of 5, right, so it will print 5, right? So after that I will write the expression while num is less than 5. Okay, now it shouldn't print, right? Num is not less than 5, num is equal to 5, right? So it shouldn't print it, right? And then we do the increment here. Now it will do this thing once, right? As I told you earlier, right? Once it will be executed. So since even if num is not less than 5, because here we have num equal to 5, so this shouldn't be executed, right? But it will still be executed. We will see. Let's save this file, and now let's try to run this thing. You see 5 is printed due to the line number 37 in the text. You see line number 37 is this line, so 5 is printed. This is the drawback or something that is associated with do while loop. So first do the thing and then try to check if that condition is true or not. Okay, this is all about while loop. Now let's see what we saw earlier, right? If you write something, let's suppose inc, that is increment, or let's see iterator, itr equal to 0, right? If you do something here, right, itr, now let's try to do this thing, console.log, let's put it 10. Okay, now let's try to put this thing, console.log, and now what we did here, we just write itr plus plus. So this is a postfix increment, right? Postfix, first assign the value and then increment, right? If you see, now if I write this thing, right, console.log here, and then I will try to print it here. Okay, so what will be the output of this line? Will it be 10 or 11? What will be the output of this line, right? It will be, obviously it will be 10. Why? Because we are using what? Postfix increment, right? So it first increments it, it first assigns the value and then increments. So the value will remain 10. And then when we try to run this thing here, it will give us the 11 as output. Now let's see, now if we do the same thing, right, for the postfix expression, right, or the prefix, right, we saw the, if you try to do this thing here, now it will be 11 plus, first it will increment, that is 12, and then it will print that value, right, or then it will assign to this thing, right? If you see here, then we try to print itr here. So what will be the output here? It will be, obviously 11 is gone, then it will be 12, and again it will remain 12 here. So what should be the output, or what should be the output of all these 4 statements? It will be 10, 11, 12, 12, right? Now let's save this file, and now let's see what will be the output. You see 10, 11, 12, 12, 42, 43, 45, 46. Now we'll check. That's the thing we saw, right? So these are all about unary operators, right? And similarly you can do for a decrement operator, right, in the same fashion, right? So this is all about unary operators. Now let's go back to our slides. Yeah, now let's see the other operator that we have is arithmetic operators. Okay, in that operator, in this operator section, we will have all those arithmetic operations like add, subtract, right, multiply, divide, modulus, exponent, right? These are all arithmetic operators, and these all, for executing these operations we need 2 operands, right? It's a binary arithmetic operator. These are binary arithmetic operators, right? So if you see modulus, what do you mean by modulus? Basically it returns a remainder, right, when a is divided by b. What will be the remainder? For example, if you wrote 6 divided by 3, so obviously 6 is divisible by 3, so the remainder is 0, so 0 will be returned. Okay, now exponent operator, if you see these double asterisk signs, right, a double asterisk sign, this means a to the power of b. For example, 2 double asterisk sign, these double asterisk twice, then 2 raised power 3, then the output will be 8, right? Now if you see the example here where a equal to 2 and b equal to 5, then we try to console a plus b, obviously we will get 15, right? Then a plus b, the output of these things, right? Now if you see, okay, if now then we have the decrement, I mean to say the subtraction, then multiplication, all these things are simple, right? And then we have division, right? 10 divided by 5, we have 2, right? A modulus b, right? 10 divided by 5, obviously we have 0 because 10 is divisible by 5. And now if you see, if what I have written here, 10, that multiplication sign, or if you call it asterisk sign twice, that is asterisk asterisk. So 5, that is 10 raised power 5, we will get what, 10 and 5 zeros. Okay, so these are all exponents. This was all about what, arithmetic operators. Now let's talk about shift operators. Shift operators basically shift the bits by specified number of times in either left or right direction. Two variations of shift are possible, that is left shift and right shift. In left shift, we shift the bits in left direction for the specified value or the number of times we want to shift them in the left direction. Similarly, we can do it in the right direction. If you see, we have two variables here, a and b, right? So a is 8 and b is 2. Now, if you try to shift the bits, what, a, you want to shift whatever is in the a by 2 bits, right? I will show you in the demo, it will be clear. Now, when we shift the 8 to 2 bits, the value will be incremented, right? So 8 is shifted 2 times in the left direction. So obviously its value will increase. Now, if you want to shift a to the right direction, its value will decrease. As you see, the output is 32, and when we shift it towards the left, and the output is 2 when we shift it towards the right hand side, right? So this is all about shift operators. Now let me show you first, moving to the relational operators. Now let me show you first the demo part of it, right? Now let's see the demo of these shift operators. So basically, if you have var, let's suppose num1 equal to 8, right? Num1 equal to 8, and then we have num, let's suppose we call it n, and n equal to 2. So obviously, when we try to shift, let's see the binary of 8. The binary of 8 will be this, right? Obviously, there will be some specified, maybe 32 zeros, or let's 4 have been used, that 28 zeros, right? This thing will be there, 28 zeros, and then the last 4 bits will be this. Now, if you try to shift this thing 1 towards this, I mean to say, if you want to shift this 1 2 times towards the left, so obviously now the value will be what, 0 0 0 0 0 0, and some zeros between, and then it will be 0 1 and 0 0 0 0. Obviously, earlier it was 8 and now it will be 32 when we try to shift it towards the left. So that's what a shift operator does. So it increments the value. It's similar to something, if we do what we do, we multiply 8, this number 8, it's similar to this thing. We multiply this by 2 raised power number of times we are shifting it. Here we have 2, that is 2 raised power 2, right? So we have 2 raised power 2 is 4. It's similar to 8 multiplied by 4, that is 32, right? So this is all about left shift, right? Now if you try to do this thing, console.log, right? And what we will do, we will just left shift b times, okay? And what should be the output? What will be the output? Output should be 32, right? Now if you do something maybe 3, then the output should be 64, right? Output should be 64. Now let's see, let's run this thing. Something is wrong. Okay, we are doing left shift b. We have to do num1, right? Left shift 3 times, n times, right? Let's save this file. Let's see the output. Let's see the output. You see 64, right? So we got our output as 64. Now if we want to, what we want to do now, right shift. So obviously there will be again this zeros, number of zeros, and then there will be 0 0, and then will be this thing. The 8 is this, right? Now if you try to right shift it, right? So the number of bits will be moved towards right. So this will be 0, this will be 0, and then this will be 1 and 0. So obviously the number has decreased, right? It is now, earlier it was 8, now it's 2. So it's similar to something when we in left shift we were trying to multiply. Similarly, in left shift, whenever we do this thing, right, it's similar to just dividing it by something. 8 divided by 2 raised power 3 in this case, or 2 raised power 2, If we wrote 2 here, right? So it will be something 2 raised power 2. That is, right now we have 2. So 2 raised power 2 is 4. It's similar to 8 divided by 4. That is 2. Right? So we will get our output when we just left shift this thing. That is console.log. Right? And then what we will do, we will just do num1 right shift n times. Right? And the output should be what? Now above output will also change. So above output will be 32 and this output will be 2. Okay, now let's save this file, and when we try to run this thing, it will be 32 and 2. So here you see 32 and 2. Okay, so this is all about what? Shift operators. Now let's talk about relational operators. It comprises of operators for comparison. For example, if you want to check if A is equal to B, then these relational operators will help us. Okay, so some of the relational operators are less than sign, greater than sign, less than or equal to sign, right? Or greater than or equal to sign. For equality check, we have two operators, right? The double equal to sign and the not equal to, right? The difference between double equal to and triple equal to is that one of them allows type coercion and another will stop that type coercion. For example, if you talk about double equal to sign, it allows type coercion. That means one type can change into another type at the time of comparison. Okay, in triple equal to sign, it does not allow type coercion. For example, if you see not a number is a property that is associated with number, so not a number is double equal to not a number, it gives false. You might be surprised that why it is giving false, right? Because the weird nature of JavaScript, this happens. So to rectify it, triple equal to sign didn't help, right? When we use this not a number, triple equal to not a number, it still gave false. So to rectify this thing, object dot is came into existence and it helped us to rectify this problem. So if you see plus 0 double equal to minus 0, it gives true, which is not the case, right? These are two different numbers, right? Though you can say that it doesn't matter, but to system it matters, right? If you see the 2's complement of 0 plus 0 is different as compared to 2's complement of minus 0. So to system or to machine it matters. So it shouldn't give us the true result. And similarly, if you talk about triple equal to sign, then what we compare plus 0 triple equal to minus 0, it again gives true, which is not the case. These are two different things, right? So to rectify it, again object dot is came into existence, which helped us to rectify this problem, because JavaScript is full of errors, right? As its founder told, he told himself, right? Brendan Naik told himself that there are a lot of errors because this language was created just in 10 days. Okay, now what do you mean by type coercion, right? Type coercion, when we are comparing two values of different types, that one type will force the other type to change, right? So that comparison is made possible. Triple equal to sign stops type coercion. For example, if we talk about 1, right? If 1, this is converted into true, so that we can this condition is always true, right? Object is, right? I told you about this object is, right? Param 1 and param 2 is similar to triple equal to sign, but it is different for some cases, as I told you, right? Plus 0 triple equal to minus 0 gives true, but when we compare it with the help of object is, it gives false, which is rightly so, right? Which is true. And not a number equal to not a number gives false, but when we do it with the help of object dot is, it gives true. So these weird natures of JavaScript, right? There was some weird nature to JavaScript. This was rectified by different types. For example, type coercion was stopped by triple equal to sign. Some errors that equal to sign and triple equal to sign couldn't rectify was rectified with the help of object dot is. Now let's see the examples, right? Console.log 2 equal to string 2, right? One is string and another is number. So type coercion happens, it gives out the result as true. Similarly, when we do a triple equal to, it gives false because it doesn't allow type coercion. Similarly, 2 not equal to 2, it gives false because the result of this is true, but it is converted into false. It's not equal to, right? It will only it will only give true result when the condition is false, right? But herein we have condition as true. Similarly, if not equal to double equal to, right, it allows type cohesion, it stops type cohesion, right? It gives false as result, so it's converted into true. Similarly, when 2 is greater than 2, it gives false, right? So these are all examples. Now let's see some more examples of greater than and similarly less than or equal to. So this is all simple stuff, right? Now let's talk about bitwise operators. It computes by going bit by bit, right? Bit by bit things are done, okay? When we talk about bit by bit, if you see 8 is converted, the binary of 8 is 1000, right? So similarly, the bitwise manipulation is done, right? Bits of both operands is checked irrespective of what the first operand bit is, right? Whatever the first operand is, it doesn't matter, the bits are checked, right? So if we talk about 8 and 2, the last bits are the last bit of 8 is 0 and the last bit of 2 is 0. The second last bit of 8 is 0 and the second last bit of 2 is 1. So similarly, we do some operations on it, okay? 4 major operations are AND, OR, XOR and NOT, right? When we do bitwise AND, both the bits should be 1. Only then the result will be 1, else it will be 0. If we talk about OR, which returns 1 if either of the bits is 1, right? 1 0 will give 1, 0 1 will give 1 and 1 1 will give 1. If we talk about XOR, it only returns true or it only returns 1 if both the bits are different, else it will return 0. For example, if 0 0 will return 0, 1 1 will return 0, but if either of 1 0 or 0 1, it will return as 1. So bitwise NOT, it is just a vice versa, right? If you have 1, it gives 0, or if you have 0, it gives 1. So now let's see the example of 8 and 2, right? When we do AND operation, it will result in 0 because none of the bits will match, and will give only result when both of the bits are true. If you talk about 8, it is 1 0 0, right? 1 and 3 zeros. If we talk about 2, it's 1 and 0. So none of the bit 0 0 1 0, right? When we talk about 4 bits that we are comparing, so it will give the result as 0. Now similarly, if we talk about OR, it will give us the result as 10 because 4th bit is 1 and second bit is 1, so it will give us a result as 10. Similarly, when we do XOR, it gives 10, and similarly when we do NOT operation, it gives -9. Now let's talk about logical operators. It is used for conditions comparison that basically checks for the validity of the condition and specifies the course of action to be taken. They are also used in loops as termination conditions. If first condition is enough to give the final verdict, it will not evaluate the second one, right? When we talk about AND. So how AND evaluates things, if first condition is true, only then it will check the second condition. If the first condition is false, it won't evaluate the second condition, okay? This is how AND works, right? The 3 major operators are AND, OR and NOT. So when we talk about logical AND, returns true when both the condition evaluates to true. Logical OR returns true when either of the condition evaluates true, and NOT returns true when the condition evaluates to be false, right? It works in a different fashion, right? When the condition is false, only then it will give true, okay? Now if you see the example, A is equal to 2 and B is equal to false. So when we do an AND operation on this thing, so one of the condition is true, right? One of the condition is false, right? B is false. So true and false. So it will return false. Similarly, when we do OR operation, it will return true. And when we do NOT, since A is true, it will give us a false result. Now assignment operator and ternary operator. What are the assignment operators? Earlier what we saw var A equal to 10. That equal to sign was the assignment operator used to assign right hand side the value to the left hand side variable, right? The left hand side variable was A, it was assigned 10, so A is equal to 10. This is the assignment operator. Now ternary operator works similar or is the alternative of if else, right? The condition placed before the question mark sign, whatever is placed before the question mark sign is the condition, and whatever is between the semicolons, the first condition is the if part and the second condition is the else part, right? And if evaluates to true, then LHS of the colon gets executed, else RHS of the colon gets executed. Now if you see the example, what we have written here, a is equal to 2. This is simple assignment operator, then we print that thing, right? And the console.log a is equal to 2. Is a equal to 2? This is the condition, right? And after the question mark, console.ok is the left hand side of the semicolon, right? Now the condition is true. So console.log ok will be executed. And console.log not ok will not be executed because the condition is true. If the condition would have been false, then not ok would have been printed. So as you see, the output is ok. This is all about operators. Now let's talk about hoisting. What does hoisting mean? JavaScript engine allocates memory to the function and the var during the creation phase. Not before execution, but during the creation phase. We'll see what hoisting means. This is also done in the global execution context. So there are two contexts, right? Execution context and global execution context, right? Functions are fully hoisted, but for var, only left part is hoisted. We will see. If you see the example, right, in where we have defined var 1 equal to 1, JavaScript engine will hoist var 1 equal to undefined. When we define it again, at that time it will see that left part was already hoisted, so it will not hoist this thing. Let const are not hoisted. We will talk about these as well. What are these? How, since until this point we have only defined our variables with the help of var keyword, but there are two more keywords with which we can define our variables, that is let and const, right? As hoisting does not take place when we use these keywords, right? The var and the const. Okay. And when you see a function, when a JavaScript engine sees a function, every time it does hoisting. So if you see, we have declared a function twice. So both the times hoisting will occur. Since we have not covered functions yet, but we will see how these var when we use var as a keyword to declare our variables, what hoisting means and how does it occur. Now let's see some of the examples. Okay, if you see var favorite food equal to grapes, and then we try to access it within a function, right? This function, the type of function that we have declared here is a function expression because we are using var keyword, right? So whenever we assign a function to a variable, it means that we are using function expression. Now if you see, we are accessing what? Favorite food inside this function, right? So which will be accessed? It will be accessed the global one, right? The grapes. So original choice grapes. Then we have reinitialize sushi, right? So favorite food is equal to sushi. So new choice equal to favorite food. So the new choice will be printed, and then the favorite food will be printed as sushi. So this is simple stuff. What happens, right? Now, how does hoisting help? What do you mean by hoisting? Now, in the same function, if we try to access favorite food, right? Now it hasn't been declared, right? We haven't declared a favorite food, right? It is declared after this line. So in other programming languages, this might throw an error, right? When we talk about other programming languages, let's suppose C, Java, or maybe C++, right? They will give an error showing that this variable is not declared, right? But in JavaScript, hoisting takes place, so it will just give you as original choice undefined, okay? And when we initialize it after this line, it will give original choice sushi. So this is all about hoisting. Now let's see the demo of it. Now let's try to see the demo of hoisting. So until this point, whatever we have wrote, let's try to remove this. So let me remove these things, whatever we have wrote until this point. So now let's see hoisting. So we will try to console.log what? We will try to console log a, but it hasn't been defined yet, okay? Now we define a equal to 10, and now when we try to console.log a, it should give us the result as 10. Let's save this file, and when we try to run this thing, just a minute, when we try to run this thing, okay, here, so when we try to refresh this page, so it gives undefined and then 10. It doesn't throw an error, right? So what happens internally is this thing. So what it will do, what hoisting does, it will just do this, where a equal to nothing, right? Where a, it just defines it. So it will give you as undefined, right? Since it has not been initialized with anything, so a is undefined, right? It is similar to this thing. This is what hoisting means. So variables are partially hoisted, right? As you see, if we define this thing again, so it once it is it has been hoisted, it won't be hoisted again. We will see when we talk about functions, we will see how functions are fully hoisted, right? Every time when we call a function, when we talk about functions, we will see every time when we call a function, every time it gets hoisted. Okay, this is all about hoisting. Now, how to stop this hoisting? Since this should throw an error, right? There is no such thing that you will see in other programming language. So to stop this thing, let and const came into existence. So let, if you use let instead of var and then you save this file, this will throw an error, right? When we refresh this page, you see cannot access a before initialization. Similarly, when we use const, okay, when we use const instead of let, again what happens? This hoisting will stop. Okay, when we save this file, then we try to run this thing, again the same error will be given. Okay, so const and let helps us to stop hoisting. Okay, now let's go back. Now we have talked about let and const. Now what are these keywords? So basically these are also used for declaring variables. You can stop hoisting by using let instead of var, right? We saw that. It will throw an error, right? Favorite foods has not been already declared, right? This was the error that we got, right? Or we got the error that we cannot access a before initializing it, right? Before declaring it or initializing it. This is what we saw earlier. Now, the other example, that other things that are associated with this let and const is that it enables block level scope. What do you mean by this thing? Basically, if you see the example here, let weather sunny. So weather is the variable that has a scope, that is global scope within this program, right? So if you try to reinitialize it inside a function, it will get reinitialized to rainy. So when we print that console change weather, it will give us the weather as rainy. And when we try to access it outside this function, it will give us original weather sunny. So this is what do you mean by block level scope. So this let keyword has a block level scope. Okay. Now, when we talk about const, const is used to declare variables whose value is not going to change once it is defined. So const weather sunny, when we try to reinitialize it inside the function, it will throw us an error that assignment to constant variable is not possible, right? We are reassigning it. We want to change weather to rainy, but we can't do that with the help of const keyword. This thing stops it, right? Constant means that we are not going to change this as once we have initialized it. Now, let keyword. So we talked about block scope, right? If you see the example, now we are comparing this with var keyword. Okay, now the comparison of var with let. Okay, so if you see here the example, I have written console.log global scope, right? And then what I'm doing inside the for loop, I'm using var gscope, wherein I'm doing some operations. I'm printing from 1 to 5, 1 to 4, right? 1 to 4 I'm printing, and after that I'm trying to access this gscope, that is global scope, that variable I have defined inside the for loop, right? So in other programming language, right, this shouldn't work, right? Because the scope of gscope is inside that for loop, right? But var doesn't know this scope. Okay, var is not does not know this scope, so we can use this var gscope outside the for block. So that's why what we got global scope 1 2 3 4 that the loop did, and 5 for after the loop got terminated, the 5 was printed. Similarly, when we use let keyword, so when we try to access this b scope, that is block scope variable that I defined here, so at that time we got b scope is not defined because it doesn't know, right? We have defined it inside the for loop, right? Now let's see the demo of it. Okay, quickly let's see the demo of it. So what do I mean? Let's see. Now let's suppose we have for and we defined variable, right? We defined variable n equal to 0, right? And n is less than 5, let's suppose, and n plus plus. Then we try to console.log, right? We try to print these values of n. We did it, and now we have defined it inside the block, right, with the help of var keyword. So can we access it outside, right? Can we do this thing? Console.log, can we do this thing? Console.log, can we do this thing? What should be the value here? We can when we are using this var keyword, right? Then we try to run this thing, right? Okay, we have the error that we didn't rectify. Just a minute. So yeah, here we are using const. Okay, so now let's remove this line, and now let's try to run this thing again. Okay, now you see we got 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5, right? Because we are using it outside the scope. Now this is not the thing that in other programming language we do not see this thing, right? So to stop this thing, if we just used, instead of var, we use this, so this n becomes a block scope variable, and now when we try to access it outside this block, it will throw an error. Let's try to save this thing, and now when we try to run this thing, you see we got an error. N is not defined because its scope was within that for loop, right? So this is with the help of what? Let keyword. Now let's see the other example. Now if we talk about declaration, right? Let declaration with the var declaration. So if you see, I have inside the for loop, I have again defined declare again, right? So let keyword, with the help of let keyword, I have defined a variable name declare again. Now when I try to declare it, redeclare it, right? Declare again with the help of var keyword, it shows no error. It gives no error, right? Because the scope of these two variables is different, right? Which is rightly so. Let's go declare again the scope of the variable that is defined with the help of let keyword is inside that block. And when we talk about outside the block, that declare again, it doesn't know about this declare again, right? Now when I try to define both the variables with the help of let and var, right? If you see the last 4 lines of the code, you see var declare is equal to 5. I declared a variable with the help of var keyword, and then I try to declare it with the help of let keyword. Since they are in the same block, it will show an error. Okay, the same block, you cannot do this thing. Okay, but in a different block, since it doesn't know about that declare again, that's why we were able to do it that time. The block was different. Now since here they are in the same block, that's why it showed an error. Okay, so this is about the declaration part. Can we declare same variables inside? With the help of var, you can define same variable multiple times, because the scope of that is not, that doesn't have any scope. But when we use let keyword, the scope is within that block. Okay, so this is all about the let keyword. Now let's talk about const keyword. Const reference and the value through property can be changed. So if we talk about constant variables, right? When I define something with the help of const, okay, let's suppose we defined const do not change 10. Okay, so now this variable cannot be reinitialized, as we saw earlier, right? We cannot reinitialize this, right? It will throw an error. But when I define the object which is constant, its property can be changed. If you see const object, we don't know about constant, we don't know about objects yet, but little bit of idea later we will cover this thing. Okay, so object is equal to name Jimmy. So there is a property name that is equal to Jimmy. And now what we did, we just manipulated this object. We added one more property, that is age equal to 23. Now we again change the name to Jim. So when I try to print this object, okay, it will give us name equal to Jim, right? There's a name property which has a value Jim and age as a 23. Now since these properties can be changed, but when I try to change the reference of this, that object equal to Jimmy, I try to make this object as string, right, equal to Jimmy, it threw an error, right? Assignment to constant variable is not possible. We are reinitializing it, right? So when in the second image that is on the right hand side of your screen, that const do not change equal to 10, then I try to change that, do not change to 100, it showed an error. Assignment to constant variable is not possible. Okay, this is all about constant data type. Now before jumping into data types, let's see the demo of this constant very quickly. Okay, now let's see the constant. Now what do you mean by this thing? If const a equal to 10, now let's suppose I try to reinitialize it to 100, now it will throw an error. Okay, because I have defined it, I cannot reinitialize it. Okay, it's once it is initialized, it cannot be reinitialized. Now let's see the error. Identify a has already been declared, right? So a was declared, it has been declared again. Okay, maybe this is some other error that we are getting. Yeah, because we have initialized it here. Okay, we saw this thing, right? Let's save this thing. And because we were redeclaring, the error was different, right? N is not defined, right? We saw n is not defined. 1 minute again. Yeah, this is the error. N is not defined. Now let's save this thing again. You see, reading errors is very important, right? Now you see, assignment to a constant variable is not possible, right? So this is all about constant. Now let's talk about data types. So data types, JavaScript is dynamically typed, right? We saw there is no specifically specific data type that you have to explicitly tell the JS engine, right? If you use var name equal to Fazan, it will automatically think that this is a string. If you use var name equal to 10, it will automatically think that this is a number, right? So now what are these data types? It does not need to specify data type explicitly of the variable at the time of declaration. Okay, data types are divided into two broad categories, that is primitive and non-primitive. Now let's see what are the primitive data types. First one is a number. So if you define something var a equal to 23, so this is a number. If you define var b equal to what, 444.66, right? So this is again a floating point number, but it falls under the number category. So integers and floating point numbers fall in the number data type category. Okay, now if you see var c equal to 34, it is again what, a negative number, but again it falls in the negative what, a number category. So this is the first data type, right? The number. Now let's see the second data type. We will see how many primitive data types are there and how many non-primitive data types are there. Okay, now let's talk about string. So string is a sequence of characters, as we all know, right? So if you see var s1 equal to hello world is a string, right? Now if you see this var s1 equal to hello world, this is a string. When you try to when you try to print it, it will show us the hello world. Now var s2 is again what, a string, wherein we have again defined hello world. Now var age is equal to 20, and then we try to print this thing, right? Alex is this is something that with which we can print this thing. Okay, so Alex is $, and then these curly braces. This will just give us the this will just treat this thing as a string, right? There are three ways with which we can just print out the string. We can also use Alex is, then plus sign, then $, then the age. Okay, that can be done, or we can use it in with the help of this thing. Okay, console.log s3, it gives Alex is equal to 20. Alex is 20, the age of Alex, right? So before moving to Boolean, let me just quickly show you the demo part of it. Now let's go to the console and try to figure out the things there. So if you see var a equal to 10, right? Now if we try to, okay, var has been, okay, let's clear this thing first. And since we have errors from the file, let's try to remove those as well, since we were trying to do this thing. Okay, now let's save this file and let's go back to this thing. Just a minute. Yeah, so now if we do var a equal to 10, right, we saw this thing. Now if we try to a has been already declared. Okay, it's of the file. Okay, good. So var, let's say abc equal to 10. Okay, now variable has been declared. If we write type of a, so it will give us a type. So a is a number, right? We saw that. If we do var a equal to -10, right, abc equal to -10, then we try type of abc, what it is, it's number again. So when we do type of 10.999, Then type of ABC, it's again a number. Now we saw string, how we declare a string, var name, let's suppose name equal to, right, let's suppose gbgr, then the string. Now if we do type of this name, it should give us the string, right? Type of name is string. Okay, now let's try to print this thing. I told you there are 2-3 ways with which we can print this string. Okay, now let's try to do that thing in the file, okay, the external file that we have created. Okay, now let's define var a equal to, let's name it Faizan. Okay, now let's try to print some things with it. Okay, the first way with which you can print this on the screen is console.log, and then what I will write as let's suppose name plus equal to, in the string Faizan is 24 years old, is 24 years old. Okay, so this is the first thing. Then the second thing with which we can do this thing is this thing, console.log, and this is something that will be present on the tab button, right, in the it will be present somewhere on the keyboard where you have not sign. Okay, so you will write this thing when you shift it, and when you just press it, you will get this thing. Okay, now you will just write this $sign, and then you will just print your name, okay, without using concatenation operator, and is 24 years old. So you see the different ways with which you can print the string. You see, earlier what we did, we used concatenation operation, but with the help of this $sign and these curly braces, we'll get the same result. Okay, so now let's remove this thing because it will say that var has been already defined. Okay, now let's try to run this thing. You see, gbgr is 24 years old and gagr is 24 years old. Okay, let's go back to this thing. Okay, now we got the point. Okay, this is all about strings. Now let's go back to Boolean. So the third primitive data type we have is Boolean. Okay, so what is a Boolean? It is used when we need to assign a variable either a true or a false. For example, var is valid, true. So when we try to access is valid, it gives us the result true. There are other values which may be treated either true or false. For example, if you talk about 1, it will be treated as true, right? If you talk about -1, again it will be treated as true. So if we talk about this curly braces, again it will be treated as true. If you talk about string 0, it will be treated as true. When we talk about empty string, it will be again treated as true, right? You see different things that values are treated as true, are truthy. So what do you mean by this thing? Some of these values are treated as true, so we can use them. Since it is not a best way or best approach to do, but sometimes you use one, right, to say if while 1, that means this condition is always true unless and until we break out from it, right? So this is all about Boolean. So values are there are some values which are treated as falsy, right? Those are called falsy, right? 0 is treated as false, null is treated as false, undefined is treated as false, not a number is treated as false, string is treated as without anything, right? Therein earlier we have some space in it. Right now we don't have any space, it will be treated as false. Okay, empty string. Now the null and undefined. So these primitive data types will, maybe you think that these are similar, but these have a very small kind of a difference, but they are two different primitive data types. When we talk about undefined, it's used to specify a variable whose value is not defined yet. Okay, value is not defined, but it is declared. A var may be undefined because its value is not known yet. Okay, you see the difference? So var a, it has been declared, but it hasn't been initialized yet. Okay, when we try to access this a, it gives undefined. Now, what happens when we talk what is null? It's used to explicitly specify that the value of this variable is null. Specifies that value is null, right? When we talk about var b equal to null, this is specific. We are specifying explicitly that this value is null. It has been initialized. There's a difference. You got the point, right? So that thing has been declared and not initialized, so that's why that is undefined. Wherein if we talk about b equal to null, that thing has been defined and it is explicitly equal to null. That means this value contains nothing. Earlier this b contains nothing. When we talk about b, that has not been initialized. We don't know what it is, but it has been declared. Okay. Now let's talk about the other data type, that is symbol. This is generally used for creating unique properties of objects. For example, if we talk about let sim1 equal to symbol, that is equal to 4. So this 4 will be FOO will be uniquely, if you want to uniquely identify unique properties, if you want to assign something uniquely, you use symbol. It's not used much, right? If you see, we have declared two sim1 and sim2. So these are two different properties. Okay, these are two different variables. Okay, and one, though they contain same value, but they are uniquely defined. Okay, we don't use this much, but you should know that there is such kind of a data type. Okay, now let's talk about non-primitive data types. So there are we will talk about in this session, or in this tutorial, we will talk about three non-primitive data types. Okay, so the first one is object. It is basically a collection of key value pairs. Okay, it is defined within the curly braces. Okay, these curly braces that you see, var fruits, and then the curly brace, and then then it ends, and then the end of statement, right? So this is a object and it has a value, that is it has a key value pair. What do you mean by this thing? This apple is a key and red is a value, watermelon is a key and green is a value. Okay, it has a key value pair where value can be some property or a function. Okay, it can be some properties or it can be functions. Okay, so var fruits, apple, watermelon and mango, these are all keys. Red, green and yellow are its values. So when we try to access this thing, we can use a dot operator, or you can use these square brackets, and within these quotes you can write that property name and it will give you its value. So also you can use fruits dot apple, it will also give you the same value, that is red. Okay, now let's talk about how we create these objects. Okay, we can create it in two ways, right? With the help of object literal, right? We will see what do you mean by this literal. Okay, and also with the help of this new keyword. Now when we talk about the object literal, it uses these curly braces to create an object. What do you mean by literal, and what do you mean by keyword? Keyword is something that is reserved for something, right? When you talk about var, it's a keyword, right? We can't use that as a variable name. We saw that earlier, right? Const, let, these are all keywords. But the string that is defined, right? The string and the double quotes, are these double quotes keywords? No, these are literals. Similarly, when we define object, everything that is within these curly braces is the property, right? And the single quotes with which we define our properties, right? The value is again a literal. Let me show you this thing, right? So these single quotes are literals. These curly braces are literals. These semicolon and end of statements are literals. These square brackets are literals, right? True is a literal, false is a literal. Okay, these are all literals. Okay, in the latest version, you can directly specify the function without explicitly writing the key and the colon. Okay, you can just I mean to say, I will show you this. There's an example I have shown. So this you can see the function that is written directly. We haven't written that. Okay, eat, then semicolon, then function, then these parentheses, these brackets. Okay, we don't use that thing in the new ES version. We can just simply write eat and then these bracket signs and then what the function does. Okay, now properties can be accessed with the help of dot operator, we saw, right? And with the help of these double quotes. Okay, now if you see this example, let animal is the object that we created, and the properties that it has is name, color and eat. Eat is a function, obviously, and name and color are its properties, and name is equal to cat and color is the value associated with color is black. then the function with the help of this, that means this is referring to this particular object, so this dot name will refer to cat, and cat is eating. So when we try to call this function with the help of dot operator, that is animal dot eat, we will get cat is eating. Similarly, when we try to access some other properties, not with the help of dot operator, we can also use these square brackets, and inside that we will write double quotes color. We can get the black, write the value of that color, okay, that property. Now let's see the demo of objects. So how you create an object is with the help of var keyword, right? Let's name it obj. Now here we will define our objects with the help of object literal, okay? So object equal to, then these curly braces, right? Then the name, and then semicolon. Let's name this thing as Faizan, right? And then we have the roll number, right? Roll number. Let's suppose 10, right? So, and now let's define a function. Let's define a function. Let's say sing. Sing is a function, and then function. Okay, we don't need a function argument. It's a function. Let's suppose we try to console.log, and then what we try to do with the help of these operators, we wrote something like this, okay, what this dot name, that is Faizan, refers to Faizan, right? Okay, sings, right? That's it. And then what we do, we'll just write obj dot name, okay, with the help of dot operator. We try to print this thing. It won't print anything. We have to just use console.log here, console.log, so that it will print this obj.name, right? Print this thing. Then again what we will do, we'll just write obj dot what sing. Let's call this function, okay, and then we will try to access it with the help of that other operator that we saw, right? Console.log what obj, these square brackets, and then double quotes, right? And the double quotes we will write roll number. That's it. Okay, now let's try to save this file, and then let's try to run this thing. Okay, we got an error, undefined token. Just a minute. In line number 22, right? Line number 22 is here. Okay, this thing. Okay, we haven't missed this thing, and this should work fine. Yeah, let's see. Let's save this file. Let's try to run this thing. Okay, it gives still an error. Let's go back in our slides. Are we missing anything? Is there error of some other thing? Obj equal to name. Okay, this is a string. Okay, name equal to 10, number equal to 10, sings. Okay. This thing. Let's save this file, and now let's try to run this again. Yeah, so we got this thing, right? So Faizan, the name, Faizan sings, then the function call, and then we are trying to print the integer, the roll number of that, right? That is associated with the object. So with the help of this object we can create these things. Now if you just, what I told you earlier, the new thing, right? Without writing this thing we can skip all this thing, and when we try to save this thing, and now let's try to run this thing. Okay, so it gives still the same output. Okay, this is all about how we declare a function with the help of object literal. Okay, let's go back to the slide. So this is how we did it, right? We saw both the approaches, right? With the help of colon we call the function, and with the help of that new ES6 property that we can skip colon sign, right? And the function, so that can be skipped. Okay, so now with the help of this new keyword we can use, right? Now with the help of this new keyword is used to create object via constructor. That is, through constructor we can create our objects. The second approach, dot or quotes, can be used to assign properties of the objects, right? We will see how we will when we cover object oriented programming in this session or in this tutorial, right? We will see how we can access these things and how to create these things. For now let's understand how we can, what is the other way. Okay, let animal equal to new objects. This object is a constructor. With the help of new keyword we will allocate memory to this, and animal is the name of the object. Now with the help of dot operator we can manipulate this animal object, right? We can add properties to it. That animal name is cat, animal color is black, and animal has a function that is eat, which just says this dot name is eating, that is cat is eating, right? So this is the other way with which we can create our objects. So we saw the two ways. Now you won't be able to understand that much this time. Maybe after when we cover some OOPS, right? That is object oriented programming. At that time we will declare this, we will define, or we will talk about this thing again. Okay, now the object comparison. So we saw these double equal to sign and triple equal to sign, and object is, right, checks the referential equality, right? When we declare two objects, right, with the help of right, one is with the help of new keyword, right, animal, and then we assign this animal to cat and to dog. Now when we compared cat and dog, they are referring to the same object, so they will give true. But when we define another variable, another object, that is horse, new address will be allocated, right? So this cat and horse is not true, right? Because they have different references, right? They will give an output when we try to compare their references, they will be different, so they will give false. Similarly, when we do triple equal to sign cat and horse, again it will be false because they don't have the same reference, right? And when we do object dot is cat and horse, again it will give false. So there is another way with which we can compare our objects is with the help of JSON.stringify. So this thing is nothing but it converts our whatever the data is present inside the object, it converts it to the string, so that the type of them becomes equal. So now if you try to use, right, now both these cats, the object cat and object horse, whatever the value was there, that was same, but the type was different. Now both of these are converted into strings. Now the type is also same and the content is also same. So that's why when we use triple equal to sign with these objects, right, cat and horse, they will give true. The result will be true. Now let's see the demo of these comparisons that we talked, right? We'll try to do it in here. Okay, so I told you earlier that I told you that plus 0, double equal to minus 0, this shouldn't give the result as true, because something, when we talk about this thing, these are two different things. So what we will do here, we will just write object dot is, and then we try to compare these things, right? So this comes in handy when we have to compare these things. So this will give us false result. Now not a number, at nan, right? nan that we have, nan equal to nan. Again, the weird nature of JavaScript, it will give us the false result. But when we use object.is, that is nan equal to nan, it will give us the result as true, right? So this is all how we compare objects. Okay, now if you see nan triple equal to NA, and again this would have given us the wrong result, right? That is false. But these not a number and not a number are same, right? So this is how we compare our objects with the help of equal to sign, triple equal to, and object dot is. Similarly, JSONs dot stringify is also there, which converts every property of the object which is present into string, so that the comparison is made easy, and we can so basically whatever if we want to compare anything from the browser or from the web page to the browser, basically JSON.stringify can be used. Okay, basically everything within these JSON.stringify, whenever we use this thing, everything is in the form of string, so we can use that thing. Now let's talk about arrays. So it is used to store ordered data together. Okay, what do you mean by this thing? So if you want to store some data together, let's suppose you want to store 5 numbers, right, and maybe 2 strings together. So you need an array for that. It is defined within a square brackets, that is the square brackets that you can see, and can have elements of different types. What are those data types? That it can be string, a boolean, a number, right? It can be null, it can be undefined, right? So all these data types can be present in an array. So what do you mean by this thing? That this array will contain not homogeneous but heterogeneous elements. So if you see the example here shown on your screen, where a equal to 1, true, and hello, these are all elements of this array. Now if you try to access this, we use a within the square brackets, you write the index of that element, right? If you write 2, that means we will be trying to access the third element in the array that is having index 2. So hello will be printed. You can also leave some positions, right? If you see 2, 3, and then there is a space, and then there is 4. Now if you try to access that, it will give us an output as undefined. So let's see the demo of it. We go into our JS file, and then what we will write as var a, that is the array, let's name it ARR, and then these square brackets, and then you can enter anything. Let's suppose I have entered all the numbers here, and then the end of statement, and then we try to console.log. Now we try to access this element or one of these elements. What do we write? This array and the index, that is 2, let's suppose. So we are trying to access the third element. That means we should get an output as 3, right? We should get an output as 3. So we can also leave some spaces. Let's declare another array, that is ARR2. Let's suppose ARR1, and then we define it and we initialize the elements, that is these elements are present in this array. Now let's leave some space so that we will get the undefined message for that element. Okay, we have left one space, and now when we try to console.log this element, what will be the output? So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5th element. That means it will be present at index 4, right? So now what should be the output? It should be undefined. Right, now let's save this file, and now let's try to run this thing. So this is the file. So now write Ctrl+Shift+I, and you will get the console. You see 3 and undefined as the output. Okay, now let's go back to our slides. Now this is how you define an array, and this is how you access the elements, right? Now we can also create this array using new keyword, right? We will see what this new keyword is when we talk about oops, right? This new keywords basically allocates memory, right? Array are special type of objects, and new keyword can be used to create an array, right? Then we have this array constructor, right? We have defined this let ARR equal to new array, and this array is the constructor, and in that constructor we are passing 3 arguments. That is one of number, that is the type of this is number, then we have string, then we have object as an argument. Okay, now when we try to access all the elements, you just write ARR, and it should give you the output as 23, cat, and the object. Okay, now if you try to see the type of this array, right, what is the type of this, right? If you see number, when you wrote, for example, let's suppose var a equal to 10, when you write type of a, you will get as a number. But when you try to find out the type of array, you will get an output as object. So everything in Java is an object, right? So when we talk about arrays and functions, both of these, the type of will be object. Okay. Now, what are some methods in array? So there are many methods in array. Some of the most common methods that we use regularly will be covered in this tutorial. Okay. Now, these push and pop are used to add and delete elements from the last respectively, right? If you use push, that we are pushing the element at the end. Okay. Now, if you see, we had defined an array, right? 1, 2. Now we wrote arr.push 3. So this 3 will be added at the end. Okay. Now, when we try to pop something, we don't have to specify any arguments, right? Here in push, we need one argument. That is the element that we are trying to push in the array at the last index. Now, when you wrote arr, that is the array name dot pop, it will just pop out that element. Now, let's see the demo of it. We will use the same array, that is arr dot push. We are pushing the element. Let's suppose it doesn't have to be a number, right? We can push string as well. Let's name it Fazan, that we are trying to push. So it will be push at the end. Now let's try to push again. Okay. So that when we pop out the element, we will find something. So now let's say Taz is the element that we are trying to push, is again of type string. Now, when we try to pop the element, right, let's suppose pop, now it will return Taz, right? Now what we will do, we will just write console.log and we'll try to print that element which this function return, which this method return. Now let's save this file, and when we go into our console, just refresh the page, you see you got Taz as the output. And now if you try to access this arr, right, just write arr here, you see the elements present in this array are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and Fazan. We also inserted what? At the last index we also inserted Taz, but it was removed later. Okay. Now this is about push and pop method. Now you might be thinking that can we do something with which we can enter elements at the first index, right? Yes, we have two methods for that. So for inserting and for removing. They are used to add and delete elements from the front respectively, right? We have the same array, right? arr1 and 2. When you use unshift, it will insert the element at the index, at the first index, right? When we talk about arrays, indexing starts from 0. So at 0th index, this 3 will be present. And now when we try to remove this thing, we will use arr.shift, that is the method, shift method, to remove that element from the first index. Now let's see the demo of this. Now similarly what we do, we will do same thing on this array. Okay, now let's try to do unshift, so that we can enter some elements at the first index. We wrote unshift, and then let's suppose you entered 1000, right? So it will be present at the first index. Then again we will try to do unshift. Let me just copy this thing, right? We just copied this thing, and now let's name it 10. Okay, then let's suppose you want to access something, and then try to console.log, and then what we wrote, arr of 0th, that is the first index. We will see 10, and when we write this console.log, and then what we will do, we'll do arr.shift, so that it will remove this element, and then we are trying to print that element. Okay, so what should be the output? It should be 10, right? Now let's save this file and go into our console, and now let's do one thing. Let's refresh this. You see we got 10 as the output, and now if you try to access the arr, you see we got 1000 as our first index element, right? Element present at the first index is 1000. Earlier it was 10, then we removed that, right? So that's why we get the output in the 19th line of the script file that we have made. The 19th line, we will be trying to print that element, right? Which we just returned from the shift method. Okay, so this is all about shift method, the shift and the unshift. So with this methods you can just enter elements at the first index. Now let's talk about another important method, that is splice. So it's used to enter or add new elements in the array from specified location, right? From to, we have two arguments in this, to and from these indexes, between these indexes. Okay, now if you see, let me just quickly show the demo and then the things will be much clearer. Okay, you just have to, on the same method, if you write arr.splice, okay, right, and then we specify the indexes. Let's suppose we wrote 1 and 3, and then we wrote the argument, the third argument is for the thing that you want to replace these indexes with. Let's suppose you want to replace it with some number, let's suppose 999. Okay, now when you try to save this thing and when we go into the console, when we refresh this, nothing will change, the output will remain same. But when we try to access this ARR, you see earlier what was the array, have we printed it? No. So earlier what was the array? It was, let me just go back into this thing and let me just print here the array. Okay, the first index, console.log, the first index, right? We haven't seen how to loop around, so that's why I'm not using any loop. Okay, we haven't studied that thing yet, so that's why I'm not using it. So we will just check these three elements that we just replaced. Okay, I can use loop to iterate through it, but I'm not using that because there is a reason, we haven't covered it yet, so it will be covered. So I just printed these three elements, and now when we go back in a console and then we try to access, so you see 1, 2 and 3, these are the three elements, right, from index first, the first index that is present, right? 1 is present at is the second element, 2 is the third element, and 3 is the fourth element, right? And now when we try to access the array, you see these 1, 2 and 3 are replaced with 999. Okay, now splice, what it does, so earlier what we did, we were trying to we were not trying to replace it, we were just entering elements and removing elements from the first index and from the last index with the help of push and pop and shift and unshift, right? So can we remove something from this array.splice, right? Can we use it to remove a certain set of elements? Yes, we can. So you just have to specify. For example, now you see what is the array, it's 1000, 99, 999, 4 and 5. Now let's try to remove all these things. Can we remove it? Yes, we can with the help of splice method. So you just have to specify, instead of this thing, let me just copy this thing. Okay, we copied this thing and now we printed it. So from 0th index to what? We were trying to remove how many elements? 1, 2, 3, 4 elements. So we will specify it in the from 0th index up to including both of these are included. Okay, 0 is also included, 0th index is also included, and third index is also included. So all of these will be removed and we won't replace it with anything. Now when we save this file, just a minute, now when we save this file and now when we go back in our console, so now let's refresh this thing. You see what we got as 5 and Fazan as the string. So both of these elements are all the elements which were present in the array earlier are removed. Okay, now let's go back. Now elements from index 1 and 3 are replaced by hello, as you can see. So if you see elements from 1 index, so 2, 3 and 4 are replaced with hello, as we saw. Now splice can be also used to delete the elements from the array. Okay, now let's suppose we have an array 1 2 3 4 5, and then we try to remove elements from first index to third index. That means element second, third and fourth will be removed, right? So as we just saw, right, 2 3 and 4 will be removed because we just used splice method. Okay, this is all about splice. Now there is another method which is very important, that is slice. Earlier what we studied was splice, now we are studying slice. So it can help to create a new array from the existing array. Okay, now what do you mean by this thing? If you see, let's suppose we have 1 2 3 4 as an array, right? Now when we use slice method and one we gave argument as 1, so up to, that means this we are trying to remove elements what, 0th and the first, up to first. So 0th element will be present in this new array, that is array 1. If you can see the second example, we have defined an array 1 2 3 4 5, and then we use slice method. So 1 to 3, that means 2 3 and 4 elements are the indexes, right? We are trying to access here right now, right? So 2 will be included in the new array, 3 will be included, but 4 will not be included. So because in this the last index that we are trying to access is exclusive, right? And it will be assigned, it will return an array, and that array will be assigned to this new array, that is array 1. Now let's see the demo of it as well. So earlier splice method that we use, both of the indexes were inclusive. Herein we don't have this thing. Now let's declare a new array. Then let me name it, let's say new. Let's name it BAR. Now let's declare a new array and put elements in it, that is 1 2 3 4 and 5, and let's name it 6 as well. Okay, so now when we use slice method, let's suppose we are declaring new, right, new BAR. So now what we'll be using, we will be using B array dot slice, right, not splice, slice. Okay, now whatever will be the arguments, first argument will be inclusive and the second argument will be exclusive. Okay, so let's suppose you want new array, right? You want an array from element, what you want in that array is the first 4 elements. So what you specify here, 0 to 4, right? So 4 will not be included, but 0 1 2 3 will be included. So of 1 2 3 4 elements will be present in this new array. Okay, sorry. And what happens if you just let me name another array, C ARR equal to 1 2 3 4 5 and 6, and now let's name another array, that is new CAR equal to CAR dot slice, and then what we will specify here, just this 3. Okay, now let's see what will be the output in both these arrays. So we are expecting as 1 2 3 4 to be present in the new array, that is new BARR, right, the new BARR array, and in the new CARR what will be the output. Let's see. Now let's go back into the console and let's refresh this thing. Okay, now let's access the array that was BARR. Okay, it's unchanged, right? Because we're not removing, we are just allocating new, I mean to say we are allocating these set of elements to a new array, right? What was that new? BARR. You see what are the elements present? 1 2 3 4. That's what we expected, right? And now if you see CARR, right, it's again unchanged. And now when we access new CARR, you see all the elements up to that index, right? So we wrote 3, so 0 1 2 will be included, right? So if you see what are the elements present in this array, is that it allocated memory to those elements, that is 4 5 and 6, right, from the last index. Okay, if you see the index present, we tried to do this thing, right? So what it will do, it will just remove the third element, that is the fourth element in the array, right? That is 4, 5 and 6 up to the length of the array. Okay, so this is something similar to this thing. You might be confused. Let me show you what this thing does. This thing is similar to something when we do, let's say, var new CARR2 equal to C ARR dot slice. This thing is similar to doing this thing. So 3 will be included, that is third element, fourth element, right? This is, we are talking about indexes up to the length of the array. What is the length of the array? It's 6. So it will be 7. And now when we try to access the elements here, now we checked all those. Now let's check new CARR2, right? You see what are the elements present? 4, 5 and 6. Earlier what were the elements present in new CARR? If you can see what were the elements present here. So new CARR is same. It was CARR, right? What was the name of the array? It is C-ARR. Yeah. So what are the elements present in this new CARR2? 4, 5 and 6. Okay, this is what it does if you don't specify the second argument. Okay, cool. So this is all about slice method. Okay, so the last element is exclusive. That's why we wrote the elements were present, only the indexes, the length of the array was 6, but we wrote 7 because 7 was not inclusive. So that's why it was exclusive. So all the elements before 7, that was 6 up to 6th index, all the elements will be accessed and they will be assigned to this new array. Okay, this is all about slice. Now I told you I'm not using the how to print the elements, right? I was not using loops. So now let's see how we can access the elements in the array. So in array we will use a for loop, right? We have talked about this in the earlier slides, right? Array can be printed using for loop, for each loop, for in or for off. These are all the versions of for loop. Okay, using for loop is simple, right? You specify, and there is one more method associated with the array, that is length, right? ARR.length. This method will give you the length of the array. Okay, whatever was in the array, let's suppose there are 3 elements in the array, so length of the array will be 3. Now indexing starts from 0, so 0, 1 and 2 are the elements that we are going to access, right, with the help of for loop. Now if you use for each loop, we have studied it, how we will access this. Now for each will iterate for every item in the array. So this item will have the element, right, that is 23, then get, then the object. Okay, so then we try to print it. Okay, this is with the help of for each. Now for off, we have also seen it. What for off does, it will access the elements, right? We just have to specify for, then the item, that is it return that it iterates on the elements of the array. So it will go on the first index, then the second index, then the third index, right? It will access the elements, not the indexes, when we talk about for off. Now when we use for in, it will access the indexes. So if you try to implement this thing, right, for item in array, so it will give you the indexes. That's why what we got the output as 0, 1, 2 that you can see on your screen, right? It access the elements. So we got the indexes, then you just have to specify ARR dot this item within the square brackets. Okay, that's all about how you can just print the elements in the array. So you can use for loop, you can use for each, you can use for off, and you can use for in to iterate through the array. Okay, now let's talk about functions. So it is referred to a code snippet, right? A code or a snippet that generally performs some operations, right? If you want to specify or you want to do a certain kind of statements, right? Some kind of statements, you want to execute them. After executing something, then you want to execute them, then you want to execute them. So it's rather than specifying all these statements again and again, it's better to write something write those statements which you are performing consistently, right? Like regularly you are trying to access those set of statements, you can just put those statements in a function. So it helps in modularization of the code, right? What do you mean by this thing? Basically, it will just create modules in your code, right? If you, let's suppose in your program, you just want a function that adds two numbers, that multiply two number, that divides two numbers. So rather than doing it individually or writing everything in a single right, in a single block, you can just modularize your code by just writing a function to add elements, to function to delete, to multiply elements, to divide elements, right? You just just write functions. Enables reusability of it as and when required. What do you mean by this thing? What do you mean by this reusability? How reusability happens? So basically, now you just passed two arguments. Let's suppose you are trying to add two elements and you passed 2 and 3, then you call the function, right? Now this time you don't want 2 and 3 to be added, you want 10 and 15. So you just have to change the arguments, and same thing will happen with those two elements as well, right? Those two arguments, that is 2 plus 5, that is 7. You will get the output as 7, right? You just have to change the arguments. So you are using your code, right? Make implementation and debugging efficient. It makes your debugging implementation very efficient and easy. Functions can be created using two ways, right? You can use the function keyword, that is function declaration, also known as function declaration, or you can use a function expression. These function declarations, when you use this function keyword, makes hoisting, right? There happens a hoisting. We will see earlier when I talked about variables, right? When you used var keyword, I talked about hoisting, and I told you that functions are also hoisted, right? Functions are fully hoisted, right? As we saw, variables were, when you use var keyword, those were partially hoisted, right? It only checks the left hand side. Now when we talk about these functions, these are hoisted completely. Okay, every time, when even if the function is same, right, you are declaring your function, you are defining your function, same function you define again it will be hoisted. So it's fully hoisted. Okay, and the other way is function expression, which where hoisting doesn't take place. If you are using var keyword, then hoisting will take place. We will see what a function expression is. Now let's talk about function declaration, that is using function keyword. It starts with a function keyword. If you can see in the example, function happy, the name of the function is happy, then the parenthesis sign, then the curly braces, that is the block of this function, right? And then you try to print console.log, I am grateful. That's the message in this function. Now for calling a function, you need happy, that is the name of function, and then this parenthesis to call that function. As you can see, when we call that function, we just got the output as I am grateful. It gets its definition at compile time. So everything that we do happens during compilation. Okay. Now, before jumping into function expressions, let's quickly check some of the features of these functions, right? With the help of function keyword. Okay. Now let's go into Sublime. Okay. Now let's see. So let's first talk about hoisting. So we haven't defined a function yet, right? Let's name that, let's suppose name of that function was print. So we haven't defined it yet, right? We haven't defined it, but we're calling it. And after some steps, maybe I did something here, right? I did something here, and after that I am just defining it with the help of function keyword, right? Function, then name of the function, that is print. And then what we do, we just console.log, that is happy, that's name, that's the message that it will print. Okay, now if you can observe this code, you might be thinking that it might throw an error, but that's not the case. It won't throw an error. Why? Because hoisting happens. Now let's see, first let us run this thing and check if it gives any error or not. So let me refresh this thing, and you see happy is present without giving any errors, right? So you might be thinking that this is a weird nature of JavaScript, right? So what happens here, basically this thing happens, it will be hoisted. So this kind of thing happens. So for the first statement will be this thing, So this thing happens. Now this happens automatically, right? So even if you are declaring or calling it here, but it was hoisted, so you can call it easily, right? This is what hoisting does. Okay, so let's remove this thing. Obviously when you try to when you have defined it in the that is the first line, that in the first line you have defined the function, then you can call it anywhere, right? That is what happens in all the programming languages, right? So here hoisting happens, right? So this is one of the features of this thing, right? Now you can also use something to return, right? If you write return, so this will return something. So let's suppose you returned a number, let's suppose you returned 5. Now this return keyword is to return something. Let's suppose you wanted to have, after the function is executed, you want some number, right? Let's suppose you got 2 let's change this function completely. So in the print function you receive 2 arguments, right? Let's suppose a comma b, right? And in the print function what you did, you just passed 5,7, and then what you did in the return, right, you return what, a plus b, let's suppose. Now you're returning something, right? And now it comes in this print, right? The value that is returned will be 7 plus 5, that is 12. So when you do here console dot log, right, and then you just want to print whatever was returned, so 12 should be the output, right? So when you go into the console and when you try to refresh it, you see 12 is the output. So this is with the help of return. So there is another few properties that is associated with this function. Let's suppose you have a var variable here, right? A equal to 0, and in this let's remove these arguments. Now we don't need them, and let's remove the return statement as well. So the block the scope of this a variable, maybe we haven't defined anywhere. Yes, we haven't defined. So the block of this a is global, right? And the scope of this a is global, and something that we define in this b, let's suppose we define something here where b equal to 0. So the scope of this b should be within this block, right? And if you try to, let's suppose you you change the value of a to 10, okay, and let's suppose you console.log here, okay, a, and after this function is called, right, let's call this function print. We haven't called it, right? Let's call this function as well. So print is called, okay, we haven't called it, right? Yeah, we haven't called it, so we call this print, and after that we try to access this a to check what will be the value. Since we have changed it, should the value will be changed or not, and can we access this b? Okay, let's see. And now let's save this file. Let's go into our console and let's run this thing. You see b is not defined. Obviously the scope of b was in the what, in that function, right? The scope, even if we have declared it with the help of var, so the scope is whatever we define in the function, the scope is limited within that function, okay? And if you see the global variable that we defined, a, scope of which was global, earlier we got 0, but in the function we changed that to 10. So when we try to access that, the value has been changed, okay? You see the scope of the this function, right? So this is all about this function. That is function declaration, right? So we saw how we compiled, how we called the function, how we saw return statements, right? All of this thing is covered. Now let's talk about function expression. It starts with a var keyword and then the assignment operator. So if you see var faith equal to function, that is the function part that we are declaring a function, and this faith is the name of the variable which is a function, right? And then we console.log hope, right? So when we call this variable, right, for calling it we need parenthesis, so that's why faith parenthesis, we call this function expression, and then we got the output as hope. Gets its definition, what we saw, The function declaration gets its definition at compile time. These function gets its definition, the function expression will get its definition at runtime. Okay, now let's quickly see a demo of it as well. Okay, we are in this thing. Let's go here. Yeah, so how you define it with the help of var keyword, then the name of the function. Let's suppose let's name it again print with a different spelling. Okay, then the function, right, and we don't need arguments, and then the function body. In the function body, let's say we write console.log awesome, and then we try to call this function with the help of print, right, name print, and within the parentheses you can also do this thing, right, this function. And how we define a function, that a function keyword, and along with we have some name, right. Let's suppose the name of this function, let's name it aka. Okay, can we access this aka here? Can we call this? Can we call this thing? No, this will throw an error. So we'll see, and this will be the output of here will be awesome, right. Let's remove this thing because it will throw an error. It throwed earlier, it throwed an error, so here it will be error again. We'll see what is there. Let's save this file and let's go and run this thing. You see, we got the awesome, and then aka is not defined, right. So you see the difference between a function declaration and a function expression. Whatever you wrote, it's one and the same thing. It doesn't matter if you write the name of the function there or not, you cannot access it. Okay, it throwed an error, right, on the line number 60. It throwed that aka is not defined, and rightly so, because this aka we defined it here, right, and since this is not how we access a function expression, so that's why this throwed an error. Okay, done. So this is how we deal with function expressions. Now let's talk about immediately invoked function expressions. So what are these functions? These functions are invoked once we declare them, we give their body, and at that same particular time, at that time, these functions are called. Okay, so these are function expressions, not function declarations. Okay, JavaScript consider above as a function expression as it's not starting with a function keyword. Obviously, so something which is starting from function, that is we write function, so that is considered as function declarations, and something which is not starting from these function keyword, that is called as function expressions. So this is treated as a function expression. So it is not hoisted by JavaScript engine, right? So what do you mean by this thing? As I told you earlier, only two things are hoisted. What are those? When we use var keyword and when we use function keyword. Okay, there is no explicit calling for immediately invoke function expressions, right? We don't require the calling thing, right? As we saw, we used to call things, right? We used to call expressions, right? Even if we are using function expression, or if you're using function declarations, we used to call them, but that's not the case here. Function expressions can be invoked immediately, but function definitions cannot. So if you try to do something here, right, if you want to be smart, right, and now you want to do this thing, right, you want to apply this thing on function declarations, but it will throw you an error. Function is not executed as soon as it is created. So when we're using function keyword, it won't be executed as soon as we are creating it. Okay, if you can see the example here of this immediately invoke function, right, function expression rather, to be specific. So you see what you wrote is it starts from a bracket sign and ends at the bracket sign, right? So within these brackets and the last two brackets we specify the arguments. So how we write it? Function, the two arguments that we passed, right, and then we are trying to add those numbers. Okay, and as soon as we have finished this writing, it will be called at that particular time. Okay, now let's see the example of it. So now let's see the example of it. So how we declare this thing? It starts with this bracket sign, and then the arguments will be present here, right? 4 and 5, let's suppose 4 and 4, and then this function calling happens, and within this we write function, right? And then we specify the arguments, right? A and B, right? These are the arguments, and then this thing, right? And in this thing we write console.log, and then what we try to do, A plus B, and then the end of statement. Okay, this is how we do it. And if you want to be if you want to give some styling to it, so you can. By styling I mean writing everything in different line. So that's it. So this is how a function, immediately invoke function looks like. So if you see, again, the name is not present here, right? The name of the function is not present. Then the argument, same as a function expression, how we declare a function expression. But there's only one difference, that so we put a bracket sign and then the function, how we declare function expressions. And after that, we will pass the arguments, right? Now let's go back in this thing. So now let's save this thing. It will be called at the same time. So what will be the output? It should be 8. 4 plus 4, that is 8. Okay. Now let's go into the console and let's try to run this thing. You got the 8. Awesome was earlier what we did, right? So this is all about function expressions, right? Immediately invoked function expressions. Now let's talk about some methods of functions. These are few methods of functions that can be used for various additional functionalities, like we have call, bind, and apply, for example. Now let's talk about what are these methods, okay? Now let's see call and apply. Where can we use them? Basically, these methods are used to borrow methods from another function. Okay, let me give you an example first, then we can relate to these things. Okay, let's quickly check these things. Okay, so this is our JavaScript file and this is the HTML5 file. Therein we have the basic structure of HTML, and we just uses the script tag to connect this first.js. Okay, now if I save these files and let's see if these things are connected. Now let me refresh this. Yeah, you see connected to external JavaScript file. Okay, now let's go back. Now let's go back to this thing wherein we will code. Now let's talk about call. Let's see, let's make a function first. Okay, let me create a function named print. Okay, let's say we just used this function to print we just use this function to print something. Okay, let's say hello. Okay, that's it. Now let's call this function. This is how we call the function, right? That's it. Let's save this file and let's see what is the output. Okay, you see hello, we got the output. Okay, now what happens under the hood is that this function is called in a similar way, like if I wrote something like dot as its a properties, or that is just something associated with functions, right? These call, apply, and bind. So if I wrote something this, there will be nothing. It will still result in the same output. And if I wrote something like this, call dot apply. So let's save this file. Now what is the output that we are expecting? That hello and hello, right? 2 times hello, because first this, when we use call property, it will give hello. Then when we used apply property, it will again give hello. So let's see the output now. Let's refresh this page. Now you see what happens under the hood. So it is just a shorthand notation that we used until now. What? Just calling the just calling that function, that is with the name and with the bracket sign. What happens under the hood is that these 2 functions are called. Now the question is, if both of these are doing the same thing, then what is the difference between them, right? If you can see, both of them we used to call what? When we use call, we got the same output, and when we used apply, we get the same output. Now what is the difference? Basically these methods are used to borrow methods. Okay, these methods, that is these properties of function, are used to borrow methods from another object. If you can see, therein we have two objects, right? Human is one object and animal is another object. Okay, now in animal we have two properties, right? First is the name and another is the function, right? So these are two functions, two properties. One is name, another is eat. And the another object that we have is human object, right? Wherein we have only one property, that is name, right? In the example. Now if you see, when I call this method, that is eat method of with the help of animal object, right? So we get the output as apple, animal eating 5 apples. Don't get into the grammar. So it's just that I am calling this eat function with the help of animal, right? If you can see, now what I did, I called the eat method, right? And then I used call, passing him the object, the human object, and the other two arguments. Now what happened? You see, it's showing that this human is eating 2 oranges, right? You see how we borrowed the method of animal object, right? Let me show you an example. It will be clearer. Okay, now let's go into this. Now you see, let's create 2 objects quickly. Okay, now let's remove these things. Now let's see the differences. Okay, let's create these objects first. Okay, so let's suppose this is my first object, animal, okay, equal to, how you create an object? With the help of literals, this thing, right? And then we press the end of statement, and now let's declare or initialize its properties. So the first property is, just a minute, so the first property is name, right? And we have this, let's suppose, let's name some animal. Okay, dog. This is the first thing. Then, and let's see, eat. That's it. Okay, it's a function, so we will use the new syntax. We can use eat, then semicolon, and then the function, then under the function we can use that as well. And this eat will have 2 arguments, a comma b. Let's name them a comma b. And then we have the function body, wherein we just used console.log, right? Now what we will do, we will just use this dog. So what will I do? I will just write this dot name. Now, so this is something that will be associated with this dog, right? Dog is eating, let's suppose, let's name it something. Let's name what? Dog is eating bone, 5 bones. Okay, this dot name plus dog, that means we get the dog here, right? This dot name, and then is eating, then the number that we get from the function, that is the argument, is eating 5, and then what he is eating plus that thing, right? And let's separate them as well with the help of space, and he is eating 5 bones. Okay, we will pass these things. Okay, now we have this animal object, right? And now let's create something, let's create another object. Let's name it human. Okay, now human will also eat, but does he eat the same thing? No. So let's name this human. Let's name any human. Let's call it Ravi. So that's it, right? Okay, yeah. So now we have another property for human, wherein we just wrote what? Name equal to Ravi. That's it, right, guys? So you see, now one thing to notice, that animal is having what? Animal is having 2 properties, right? And human is having only single property. Now let's see how, with the help of this call method, how we can borrow the method that is present in animal. Okay, now let's call this function. How we will call this? With the help of object, right? Animal, right? Dot, let's call it simple first. Let's call it eat. That's it, right? Now when we called eat, now we will pass him. In this name will be dog, right? Is eating 5 bones. Let's pass these arguments 5 comma and then the string, that is bones. Okay, now let's save this file. Let's see if it works and right now if everything is in place or not. So dog is eating 5 bones. There is a spacing issue. Let's rectify it. So let's put another space and that's it. So now we saved our file. So this is working, right? Now let's see how we can borrow this eat method for this human as well. Okay, now if we use animal because it is present in that object, right? Eat. Now when we use call, this will help us to borrow that method. So first we will write the name, right, of the object that wants to borrow that method. Okay, so herein we will write what? Human is the object, right? Human is the object. Then the 2 arguments, right? Now let's suppose what do you want to write? For example, let's say Ravi is eating 5 biscuits or chips. Okay, let's pass those arguments. Let's say 10, he's hungry, so 10 chips. Now you see this method, that is eat method, is not present in the human. You are getting these things, right? So this method is not present here, right? So now what happens with the help of call, we are able to borrow the method that is present in animal. Let's save this file. Okay, and now let's try to run this. You see, dog is eating 5 bones, Ravi is eating 10 chips. So what happened here? So what we did here was that we borrowed that method. Now can we do the same thing with the help of what? Apply as well. So let's check that as well. Okay, where is our code? So if I just wrote apply here, will that work? Let's see. I saved this file and I try to run this. So you see what happened. Is this the error that we get? Okay, apply, yes. Now we got this error, right? Create list array like called on a non-object add. So at line number 30. So if you see this apply, you got the difference, right? If we just replace this call, which we did in the earlier case, wherein we just called what was the function in print dot apply and print dot call, they were working in a similar fashion. But here we saw that this is giving an error. So how we can rectify it? We just, the 2 arguments that we passed for that eat method will be passed in the form of array. That's it. So these bracket sign, square brackets, when I put on these arguments. Now let's save this thing and let's see if it works or not. Now let's run this thing. You see, now you got the difference, right? There we passed the arguments in the form of whatever they were in the form of, right? There were 3 arguments. Now in here, when we applied apply, we had to pass an array of properties, right? Array of arguments, right? So you get the difference between how to pass an argument within what eat, within what apply and call. So this is one of the first differences. Okay, now let's go back to the slide. Now you see this. Now we use call method, therein we will pass the arguments, and when we use apply, we pass the array of arguments, right? Array in the form of array. Okay, now let's see how bind is. Now what does bind do? We saw call, we saw apply. Now what is bind? So bind returns the function definition that can be called later. What does this mean? So if we can see in the example wherein we have animal, same, this is doing the same thing, this is same just we did, and therein we have another object. So when we use this call, you see human eat is the example, and now what we are doing, we are using animal.eat.bind. Let me show you in the form of example first, so that we can just, visualize it later. Okay, you might get confused here. Okay, so now let's remove these things. We don't need these things anymore. Let's remove these things. Okay, now if I just replace this thing with bind, will this work? What is the error that we get? Let's save this thing. Okay, I told you these are properties, but what was the fun in that if we are going to do the same thing with all the three methods, right? Now you see, we didn't get anything, right? Because whatever bind will just return the function. Okay, now this thing, whatever we did here, we want to, this will let me remove this thing. Okay, when we pass this thing, okay, human, and let's run this, still nothing, right? So how bind will work, we are binding the human object. Now whenever we pass this object, this will return a function. Okay, now once it will return the function, now that, let me just initialize something so that we will see, is that what we get, is the let's suppose, let's create another thing, that is human eat. Now this will act as a function which will return this whatever is present in the animal method. Okay, because we are calling on the animal object, right? So now this will be the this object will be similar, right? Similar to what? Animal. Okay, now once it return the function, now we can call this human function, human dot eat. Okay, sorry, human hyphen eat, and now it will act as same as what? Calling an object, calling a function with the help of two arguments. Okay, so what are the two arguments? Let's name them. Let's say the first is 5 and the another is the thing that he's eating. Let's suppose he's eating what? Apples. So let's save this thing. And now when we try to run this thing, you see Ravi is eating 5 apples. So what happened under the hood, that these call, apply and bind, what are they? So basically apply calls the function and sets it's this, right? That we set. So basically the difference is that arguments can be passed as an array object, right? We passed the arguments in the form of array. Now what bind does, it creates a new function when called. Okay, it creates a function and gives the sequence of arrangements or arguments will be prepended to the arguments provided to the newly bound function, right? We saw that it just created another function wherein we just pass the arguments, right? In the when we talked about what? Bind. And what does the call do? Call just we just provided the list of arguments, right? There were we used n number of herein we use 2 arguments. We can use n number of arguments. Okay, while passing what? When we used call. So these are some of the methods, right? Now if you see, we saw call and its differences, right? We saw bind, how to bind a function. Okay, now where does this come into picture, right? This bind. Now let's see this thing. Okay, first we saw this, right? We extensively use this. So this is an object whose property is the function. Okay, now you see when we called obj.function, right? This is the object and this is having a property function, and we pass this. So this represents what? Whatever is the object, it is property of. So basically it represents the object, right? Of which that property is. Okay, function A, function, for example, let's see this function A, right? Which is just consoling this thing, right? So let's see if A is the property of what? The object it is called upon. So if you see when we called A, right? We just called A. So this, what does this represent? This represents the object who is calling this function. But right now we don't have any object, right, associated with function A. So it will refer to the window object when we run it on a console. Okay, now let's see it. Let's see first if we run this function here. Let's create these functions. Let me just cover this thing first, and then we will see how bind helps us. What is the, what are the properties or what are the advantages of using a bind? So let's create quickly one function. Let's create a function and let's name it again, let's name it print. Okay, print. It doesn't have any arguments. Okay, now let's see, let's call this console.log. Let's say hello again, and now we call this method, that is print, and that's it. Now let's save this file. You see, okay, we will have to use this, right? We didn't use this. Now we want to check what is the object that is calling this function. Right now we don't have any object, so it should give us error, right? Let's see. So now I want to show you something, that is window object. Basically, whenever we call something, right, this is called on some what we called as a window object. We will later in this in this tutorial we will see what is this window object, right? We will see these things, but right now what is the object calling this function? Which object is calling this function? That is our window object. Now if I do something like this, okay, let me go back and let's see, let's create one object quickly, or let me just no, we need this thing for bind. So let me create a one object here. Okay, let ob. Now we have one object. Okay, that's it. Now we have one object, and let's create it in a traditional way, right? Let's say let's name this thing as print. Okay, now if I call this print, I need ob, that is the object, and now let's see what it refers to. Okay, earlier what we saw the window object, right? Now you see what we got here, that this is something that is associated with ob, right? The object that we used. Okay, so now you see, this is the thing, right? This object is what this function is the property of object, that is ob, right? So that's why we got this this statement that is written here. Okay, now if I quickly write there on one object, that is let same object a, and herein we have what, let's name some function, or let's name anything, like let's name a property here that is having name, and name is fai, right? And then when we pressed this, and then it's done, right? Now when we call a dot name, okay, sorry, this is not a, when we got a dot name, now if I change this this property a little bit, and now what I will do, I will just a minute, I will just use some function that is object function obj, and it will just got console dot log, and it will just print this, right? And now when I press enter, and when I call this obj, now you see we got something that is what, the object, right? When we call this function, we got the whatever are the things that are present in that object, right? So it refers not to the window object, but to the object it is property of. So it is something that you might get confused. So this refers to something like what, so for example, if we talk about other programming language, what does this refer to? The property that is current, let me give you it in a naive example. So this refers to the current object. So again, same thing happens here. This refers to what? This refers to an object whose property is the function, okay? Right? So you might get confused, but this will make sense. Just give it some time, okay? As we move forward, I mean to say, as we move forward in this tutorial, it will make sense. Everything will fall in its position, okay? So now you see, this refers to the current object that is calling it, okay? Now this thing is clear, right? Now if you let me give you an example here. So if you see this given access of object to this, to its method, right? So now if you see, we have used it earlier, right? When we used an object wherein we have two properties, name and sing. When we use this dot sing, it refers to the property of that object, right? So this contains what? Obj. It is similar to something what? Now it is calling its own methods. This refers to obj, right? So obj.name, it's similar to what we did, right? Obj.name. So it will give us Sam. So when we call this obj.sing, right, it referred to the object wherein we have name as property. So that's why we get the output as Sam singing, right? So this is all about this keyword. It will make sense, and we will cover this thing as we move along this course, okay? So now let's see what are arrow functions, right? So if you see, this is lexically scoped. What does that mean? It doesn't matter if something is inside something, right? What do you mean by this thing? For example, if we have a function, and in that we have an object, right? And in that object we have some function, and in that function we are calling some other function, okay? Now if you see, you might be thinking that this second function will be scoped to what? This object, but that is not the case. So if you see, that will refer to what? The window object, not the object that it is property of, okay? So if you see, just see the example first, maybe it will make sense, okay? Now we have an object, right? And in that object we have a name and a function, right? The name is Sam and sing is the function, and in that function we are doing same thing, right? We are just the console log, we are just printing what? A. What is A here is just the name, right? So for example, we pass something from the arguments and that we are printing, okay? And then the this. So we are just printing whatever is this function, right? This function, let's we can name anything there. It's just the string that gives us something, okay? So this, right? And then we have another function in that, and in that function we are printing B. It's basically just to mark those functions, right? A and B. So this is one function that represents A, and then we have another function which represents B, and in that same function we are calling this another function, okay? Now if you see, you might be thinking that both these functions when called upon will give the same output, right? B and then the object to which would say this will print what? This will print the object to of which these properties are, right? As we saw earlier. But when we use this thing, right, if you see clearly, carefully, that B refers to window object. We can see clearly that this function is something that is property of what? Obj, but this refers to the window object. So we need to bind this thing, okay? We need to bind this function to this object. But binding this function was, I mean to say, it is possible and we can do it, but that is something, an overhead, right? So to remove that overhead, we can use what? An arrow function. Now this will get bound to what? When we use arrow function, this function will get bound, the another function, that is name of the function, will get bound to the current object. Right now it is bound to the window object, okay? And doesn't use the function keyword, right? And we don't have to use the function keyword when we talk about arrow functions. Okay, now let's see the example. Now let me show you first this thing and then how arrow function will help us, okay? Now let's see quickly now how arrow function will come into picture, okay? Let me go and let me just remove all these things. We don't need these things. Okay, so let's say animal. No, let's not name it animal. Let's remove all these things. Maybe we can keep this thing. Okay, now herein we have function. Okay, let's put the string sign here. Okay, just to make sure that this is the first function, and let's name this another property here, that is name, and we are printing it. Yes, that's it. So name, let's say for is the name, and then we have this thing, and then in this function let's call another function, let's declare another function, that is var with that is function expression, right? That's what we used earlier, right? We saw. So this another function, let's name in another print. Okay, print, and wherein we will use this function. Okay, now this function will do whatever it will do. Let's see, let's do the same thing which we did in the earlier above function. Okay, now console.log, and this is b, and then this. Okay, now in the same function we will call this method, this function, right? That is an print, and that's it. Now herein we have two properties, right? Actually we have three, but that property, the another method is called in the same function. Okay, so these are, both of these functions are associated with what? These are bound to this object ob, but when we call this print method and when we see the output, we will see a different case here. Okay, now let's see, let's save this thing, and now let's run this thing. Okay, you see the first one is acting, I mean to say, the way we wanted it, right? It is a is being printed and it refers to that object, the object a, which is the object that we have, and these are the properties of that same object. But b refers to the window object. This is a weird behavior, right? Even though we are using this in the same function, but it actually, what happens, it refers to something that is of window object. Okay, now if I use this thing, it is similar to that. This thing is happening, that therein we have window dot this thing. Okay, because this is the object, window object, and this is, but as we can see that this should actually, what we are expecting this to be, that is ob dot this thing, right? But this is not happening, right? If you can see, it is referring to the window object. Okay, now how we can, one way is to bind these functions. Okay, so the one way is we can bind this function to that object, but that is an overhead, right? We want something that automatically does this thing for us. So herein we have arrow functions, and it removes this weird behavior of these, of this keyword. Okay, so, and we don't have to use any I mean to say, we don't have to use the bind function. Okay, now let's see how to do it. Okay, you get the point, how, what is the problem that we are having and how we are rectifying it, right? So now let's see how, with the help of arrow function, how does it help. Now same object, we have obj, and in that we have sam, and we are using the same thing as there, but the only difference in that is that in that function, right, herein we are using the syntax for this is that we have to use this bracket sign, right, and then the arrow, and then if you use this thing, it will refer to the, it will bound this function to the object, that is obj. Okay, this is the syntax. Only this thing we have to remove, and that's it. If you can see here, now we just have to remove this function keyword. It doesn't use this function keyword, and if you want to pass your arguments, you can write them here, and then you just have to press this thing, arrow, that's it. This will make this function, and we are using an arrow function here. Okay, this is something associated with function expressions. Okay, now let's save this thing, and now let's see the output. Earlier this was the output, it was referring to the object, right, window object. Now you see, without using bind was used, we can use bind also here to bind the function, right, so that this function will bind to that object, right? So if we use bind, we will get the same output, but that's an overhead. We need extra steps and we don't want to do that. Okay, so with the help of arrow function, we just made things possible without using bind. So this is all about what arrow functions, right? Now you see, now if you can, that bind also helps in the same thing, so bind comes also into picture here. Okay, now this is arrow function. Now let's talk about higher order functions. So we talked about what apply, call and bind, right? Now let's talk about these higher order functions. So higher order functions are something, these are functions that either take functions as an argument or return functions as an argument. What do you mean by this thing? This is something related to what, if you want to use what, if you want to, if your function is taking a function as an argument or it is returning some another function, then we call that function as higher order function. Okay, for example, the common example, that is the inbuilt function that we have, the set interval function, which takes what, the function as an argument, and and another argument is the interval, that means number of times this function will execute. Okay, so now let's see the quickly this example, then we build, then we will build something of our own. Okay, now let's see how to call this function. Okay, let me go into the console and show it here. Okay, now let's quickly, we have this function, right? This thing a, right? We have this function. Okay, now let's use set interval. Okay, and this is the function that we have, what we will call a, okay, no, okay, okay, just let me just create one function. Okay, we created earlier, right, one function, this name function. No, name was not a function. Let's create one function, guys. Let or we'll use simple function. Okay, function, and then the name of the function, that is print double t, and this function will won't have any arguments. And what we are doing, we will just console.log, then hi, and that's it. Okay, this is a function. Now let's see how to use the set interval. Okay, now we will call this set interval function, which is an higher order function, because it will accept function as an argument. One of the arguments is in function, so we will call this print. Okay, now we can't use this sign because then we are calling this function. So now this is the callback function which set interval will use, plus we'll just use the second argument, which is the number of seconds after how many seconds this function will be called again and again. So after 1 second, this is a millisecond, so that means 1000 milliseconds is equivalent to 1 second. So after 1 second it will call this function again and again. So once I will press enter, it will return some value which we then later use to stop that, I mean to stop this function from calling again and again. Now when I press enter, we got 1. So now if you see, the function was just printing hi. So you see now this value is changing, right? 8, 9. So number of times it called it, 10th time, 12th time, right? 13, 14 times it has been called. Now the number that this set interval returned was 1. So to stop this thing from happening, right, we use something called clear interval, and in that argument we will pass this 1 which was returned earlier by the set interval function to stop this from calling again and again. Now you see that's 36 is static. Now it's not changing because we stopped that set interval function. So this set interval is an higher order function which accepts function as an argument, right? One of the argument is a function. So this is a higher order function. Now we can also return something. Okay, so if your function is returning a function, then also that function can be called as higher order function. Okay, so this is all about higher order functions. Now that we have seen the set interval function, which is a higher order function, right? We are passing function as an argument, right? We will see how can we pass function as an, or how can we return a function as an argument, which is again a higher order function. Now let's see a demo of it and try to visualize certain objectives, that how it will reduce our code, how it makes our function look, look less redundant, right? Let's see the demo of it and try to visualize those things. Now I'll just open my Sublime again, and let's remove these things. Okay, let me start it from the scratch. Okay, so we are trying to implement what higher order function, wherein we will return function as an argument. Let's suppose we have function. Okay, let's name it what, let's name it can vote. Let's check if a person is above certain age, can he vote or not. Let's say can vote. Okay, and there will be one argument associated with it, that is age, and upon that age we will check if this age is greater than what is the legal age in India. When we talk about India, it's 18, right? Let's suppose it is 18, even if it is not 18. Okay, so the legal vote when a person can vote in India is 18. So if it is greater than, if the age is greater than 18, we will say return true. That's it. Okay, else return false. Right? Now that we have created this function, let's create some other functions as well. Okay, let me just create another function, that is what, if he can drive or not. Can drive, right? And he will again accept one argument, that is age. Can we make this code a little bit, this function that has been written, can we minimize it, or can we write less number of code? Yes, we can. If we remove all those things, and let's cut this thing, and let's paste this thing here. Now what happens? Let's remove all these things. So again, now this function will be evaluated based on this expression, and it will return either true or false, right? If the age is greater than or equal to 18, it will return true. If it's not, it will return false. So less number of lines, right? So we reduced those if conditions. Similarly, let's do the same thing for this as well. We'll just return if the age is greater than or equal to what is the minimum age? Let's suppose it's 16. Okay, then he can drive, that person can drive. Let's create another function. Let's say can marry. Okay, I don't know, can marry. Let's see if this person can marry or not. Now there's a certain age, let's write it 21. Return if age is greater than or equal to 21. If it is greater than, then he can marry, it will return true. Else he cannot marry. Now if I want to call these functions on some, let's suppose there is one person, let's name it John, and John, we want to check upon John if that person can marry, can he drive, or can he vote, right? Let's call it upon John. Let's say what, let's name that John, right? Okay, now we created one variable named John, and now we want to check if we can also create an object, and wherein we will have name equal to John, and upon that name, right, we will call these functions, and we can put these functions in that that object, right? So let's keep it simple, and now let's check if John can marry or not. So now this John is an object, right? So let's call these functions upon, rather than creating any object, let's skip this thing, and let's do simply what, simple console.log Now there is one person and his age is what? Can he marry? Can he drive? Right? We can call all these functions. So can he drive? And his age is, let's suppose, he's 11 years old, right? Can he drive? And console.log, right? Console.log, and let's say, can he vote? And his age is 21, right? And console.log, if that person can marry or not. Similarly, we can do these things on a single person, right? Wherein we will create some object, and in that object we will insert all these functions in that object, and upon that object we can call these functions one by one on the same person, right? We can do that as well, but let's keep it this way for now. Now if this person can marry or not and his age is 16, so can drive, that should result in false, and can vote, that should be true, and can marry, that should be false. So false, true, false should be our output. And now let's go back in this thing and let's refresh this. So false, true, false. Now you see, we are, every time if we want to do this thing on a single person and then we want to do all those things, let's suppose there is one person John, and now there's another person, let's say Sarah, right? So for Sarah, again we will pass her age, right? Let's suppose she is 27, and all of the age, all the numbers that we just pass are 27. Now you see, the logic is same, right? We are just changing the ages, right? If there is another way with which we can just reduce this, these many lines of code, yes, there is. Now let's see how to reduce these. Now let's suppose, what will be the output in these, in the case of Sarah, again it will be true, true for all the three functions, okay? True, 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 right? Now let's go back, and now let's try to reduce the number of lines, okay? Let's create a function. Let's name it age required, and it will accept as an argument that is required age, for which we will check, right? Required age, that is our age. This our age will contain what? These values, 18, 16 and 21, right? Now this will return another function, right? We saw in set interval we were passing as an argument. Now here we are returning as an argument what? Another function. Let's say that function is accept another age, and upon which it will return what? That value. So we will check if age is greater than or equal to what? Required age, right? And this will result in this thing. So if we can observe what we did here, right? What we did here, one second. Now if you can observe, this function is doing same thing as all of these functions are. Now let me show you how. So what we did, we created a higher order function, and now let's see, let's see, can vote. We created variables. We will create variables for this, and now we will call this function age required, and now what we will pass? We will pass that 26, right? What is the, for example, what is the age required to vote is 18. Now this 18 is called. Now the output that is present, or the value that is present in can vote, is a function. Now upon that function, that is can vote, we can easily call what? That Sarah's age, right? 27, which was. And now it will do the same thing that we did here for Sarah. Let's suppose let's delete this thing, not for Sarah. Let's try to do this thing for any other person, wherein we will get some true and some false result. So let's put a age 20. No, let's put it 18. Okay, so there will be two true results and one false result. She cannot drive because she is, let's put it 16, 15. Then none of the function will be called. So let's, okay, it doesn't matter. Okay, even if we are getting all the values true. Okay, now let's remove all these functions. Okay, we don't need them, and let's remove this as well. Now you see earlier what we were doing and now what we are doing is very much attractive and redundancy is removed, right? Now let's create another variable, that is can drive. She let's suppose that age required is what? If the age required is greater than what was for the driving, it should be greater than or equal to 16, right? So here we call that function, and then we will do can drive, right? Okay, can drive, right? And we will pass the Sarah's age, right? Similarly, we will do the same thing for what? If that person can marry or not. We'll just replace it this marry, can marry, and we will just call this function. We have this function, and now let's try to see the output of this thing. Okay, now let's try to console this thing, okay, whenever this got printed, so that we can check if we are doing everything right or not. We will just do console.log for this, which will return either true or false. Similarly, the same thing for all these variables. Okay, and for this as well. And now let's try to run this thing. So when we run this, okay, missing statement, just a minute. Okay, yeah, here it is. So okay, console.log can drive. Then okay, we have to remove this thing, can drive, and then let's call the function, and that's it. Save this file, and now when we try to run this thing, you see Sarah can drive, Sarah can vote, Sarah can marry. So if you see how our code got reduced from the earlier thing to this thing, we can even reduce this further. How? Let's say we will call this age function, and in this age function what we will do, we will just pass this Sarah's age as well, and then what we will do, we will just put this console log and cut this thing and print it here, and okay, there is one parenthesis missing, and then that's it. So we will do the same for all the things, right? We'll do the same, paste it. So required age for this doesn't I mean to say, this is not much informative, but we can reduce it further. So 18 is for what? She can drive, right? She can vote, and for driving it should be greater than or equal to 16, and for marrying it should be greater than or equal to 21, right? So we got what age required is called upon 18. So when that thing is called, it will return a function. That is the function that we are returning, and upon that we will check if that 18 if that thing that we called, right, upon 27, if that 27 is greater than or equal to 80. So when we save this thing and when we try to run this thing, we will still get the output as same. Okay, true for all the things. So if you can observe, there is a thing associated with these functions, that is, these functions are called first class functions. Why? Because a programming, let me give you an example first, or definition when a function is called a first class function. A programming language is said to be a first class function when functions in that language are treated like any other variable. What do you mean by this thing? That functions can be passed as an argument, which we saw in the set interval function, right? Those functions can be returned by another function, right? We saw in here, right? We are returning something, we are returning a function, right? And we can assign these functions to a variable. We saw that as well when we talked about function expressions, right? So when a programming language is doing all those things, then these functions can be called as first class functions. Okay, so this is all about higher order functions. We talked about how to return a function, we talked about how to accept as an argument when we passed function as an argument as well. So these are all higher order functions. We also checked or implemented how we can reduce our code with the help of higher order functions, wherein we created 3 functions, and then with the help of these higher order functions we did all the things with the help of this single function, right? Okay, now let's continue. Now let's talk about OOPS. It stands for Object Oriented Programming Language. Everything revolves around objects. As I told you earlier when I talked about objects, when we created with the help of literals, right? Therein I told you we can also create objects with the help of some keyword new, right? So when I told you that everything in JavaScript is object, I literally mean it, right? So if I talk about primitive data types that are numbers, strings, all those data types, which seems to be that we are not using any objects, but what happens under the hood that we are using objects. We'll see how we will create or how the compiler works internally, right, to create those objects. Okay, it basically is the imitation of the real world and makes development easy, right? We have 4 programming pillars, right? There are 4 programming pillars, right? Object oriented programming pillars. That therein we have encapsulation, abstraction, inheritance, and polymorphism. Encapsulation means that we are encapsulating, I mean to say, we are wrapping up our objects, or we are wrapping our functions and methods, we are wrapping up our properties inside some kind of a container so that it makes things easy. We will see what an encapsulation is. Abstraction means hiding unnecessary information that is not required for the user, right? The end users who are using our application, or who are using websites, anything that the end user doesn't need to know, we need to hide those things, right? So then we have inheritance, wherein we will see how we can use or reuse code that is already available for us, right? We will talk about reusability. We will see how we can use something of the other class which is already present in the new class that is inheriting properties from it, right? And finally, we'll talk about polymorphism, right? To act differently on different inputs. What is object, I mean to say method overloading, and what is method overriding. We'll see all those things in this section, okay? So now let's start with encapsulation. So as I told you earlier, it means wrapping data and functions. When I talk about data, it means properties, right? And what are the functions? These are methods that are present inside that wrapper, or that physical entity, okay? So here the properties and functions are objects, right? So herein we will place all these functions and properties inside some container, okay? If you see the example, then the things will be much clearer, okay? So herein we have how in JavaScript, how would you implement this encapsulation? With the help of this keyword, that is class, okay? So class student, right? We wrote this class name as student, and herein we will have a constructor. We'll talk about it later. For example, let's forget about it for now. Let's talk about the properties that are present inside this, inside this class. So there is roll number, there is name, and there is another function that is attendance. So if we can see and observe this thing clearly, we can see that we have some properties and some functions inside this class. So we are wrapping up these things inside this class that is named student. And now when we want to access this, we are creating one variable wherein we will store, or which will have these properties, right? When we talk about these properties, I'm referring to both properties as well as functions. So Adam will have both these properties and functions. So with the help of new keyword, I am allocating memory, and this student, right, student 23 comma Adam is a constructor. So this constructor will be called. Okay, when we call this constructor, that means the constructor that is written above will be called and will be assigned these values, right, which are passed with the help of argument, okay, which is 23 and Adam. When we call attendance as in a function, right, or the method which is present in this class, this will help us to call this function attendance, and we will print our the name of the person, right, which we have set with the help of constructor. So that's why what we got as an output was Adam is present. We will see about these things, how to build this class. First, we will talk about these other things that are present here. Okay. So the next thing that is present here is what? Objects, right? It is basically a physical entity with the help of which basically this class that we created, it's not a physical entity, it's something as a blueprint, right, which acts as which, for example, if I talk about some naive example, let's suppose you are creating a house, right? Now the architecture will show you, the architect of the house, that there will be your bathroom, there will be your bedroom, there will be your kitchen, and he will just represent this everything on a piece of paper, right? Similarly, that is not physical entity, right? That is something kind of a blueprint, right? Similarly, we have this class constructed for us. This acts as a blueprint. We don't have anything physical, right? For that we need objects. Okay, it's basically a physical entity of the class, or also called as instance of a class, or it's called class's instance, right? New keyword is used to create objects and allocate memory in heap. So when we talk about there are two kinds of memory allocations, right, wherein we will store our things, right? When I talk about variables, those are stored on a stack, right? Similarly, when new keyword is not used, when new keyword is used, these memory the memory that is allocated for this variable or this data is in the heap. Okay, when we create an object, it calls the constructor of the class, as we saw when we created the object, right? In case of this, right, when we called this student, right, with the help of new keyword, when I wrote this student and in that we wrote 23 and Adam, it called the constructor, as we saw. That's how we allocated memory, and we initialized our variables or properties with 23 and Adam. Why? Because this constructor was called, right? You can directly create an object. For example, if you see, I created with the help of literals, and earlier when we studied, we also created with the help of these literals. We know what a literal is, what these square, these curly braces, these quotes, and these question marks, equal to sign, these are all literals. We haven't used the new keyword. Now we are talking about how we will use this new keyword, wherein we saw where Adam new student. Herein I am not declaring any I'm not passing any constructors, as you see, right? So now we see that this where Adam is something that is associated with this class, which is called an object, right? So this object is allocated memory with the help of new keyword, and this student is the constructor that is called at immediately when this statement is executed. Now let's talk about this constructor, then we will implement this whole thing. Okay, so constructor is a special function, right? This is also a function that is used to allocate memory and initialize objects, right? We saw when we created that Adam, we passed the arguments, right? The 23 and Adam, that is the name. We pass those things to the constructor, right? We initialized our object, right? So it starts with the keyword constructor, then parameters. Those are optional. As you can see here, when I created this new student, therein I am not passing any arguments, right? So that's why what this line means, that these parameters are optional. Okay, the syntax for this is constructor, the keyword, and then the these brackets, and then the curly braces. Okay, JavaScript implicitly provides a default constructor to allocate memory if no constructor is explicitly defined. For example, when we talk about this example, right? For example, if we forgot to write this constructor, if I'm not passing any arguments, right? This 23 and Adam is not passed. It is I created object something like this, where Adam equal to new student. Then the default constructor will be created by the compiler. Okay, and it will be called automatically, and automatically it will be created as well. Okay, when new is encountered, it calls the constructor. So we saw the two methods to create objects, right? With the help of literal. Does that During that time, does the constructor get called? No, because we are not using the new keyword. So whenever new keyword is encountered, it calls the constructor function. And if you can see in here, we didn't anywhere did we write this, I mean to say, Adam dot constructor. No, it is called implicitly. Okay, automatically these things are called. Okay, wherein the attendance is another function. If you might be thinking that both of these are functions, why not we call the constructor with the help of dot operator and then the constructor name, that is the constructor, and with the arguments, because whenever the new keyword is encountered, this constructor gets called automatically. Okay, so we don't need to call it explicitly. So now let's see the example. So herein we have a class that is named box, and in that box we have constructor, which is having one argument, that is length, and we have a display function, or called method. Whenever there is a function inside a class, we refer this thing as method, not a function. Okay, so this display method, in that display method we are just referring to the object, right? This on which this function is called, right? This function is called with the help of this object, so it refers to that object. Okay, now then we created the object with the help of new keyword. We passed on the argument as 20. The constructor will be called, it will be assigned to length, then the object.display is called, and we get this box length 20. Okay, which is the object. Now let's see the demonstration of this. Let's go into our code and let's remove all these things, whatever are present here. So now we have only one statement. Let's create a class. So we created a class named box, right? So in that box, what we have a constructor, right? Constructor, right? And in that constructor we will have length as an argument, and we will just initialize this dot length. This also helps us in avoiding name collision. Okay, so there might be a case if you might have skipped, you might unintentionally or intentionally removed this thing, then this will give error, right? It will be confused which is the property of the class and which is the argument. So this also helps in here to avoid name collision. Okay, then we have the display function, right? This is the display method, and this is the display method, and herein we will just console.log, we will just print whatever as this object. Okay, this. Okay, now then we have our properties and everything is in place. Now let's create an object with the help of let keyword. Let's say obj, this is the object name, and equal to new box, that is the name of the class, and herein we will pass the arguments as 20, and then we will call this object, the display method, right? obj dot display, right? And we call this method. Let's see what happens, what will be the output when I save this file and I go into my console. I just refresh this page. You see we got box is a object which is having one property, length, which is equal to 20. So the constructor was called. Let's see what else can we do in this constructor. Okay, so let's suppose we can also print something, right? Herein we can write console.log, right, and print constructor called. Now what if we created something like this? Okay, let's see if this works first. It will work, right? It is quite obvious from the fact that we are just printing something that is already present in the constructor. So constructor called was the first statement, right? If you can see. So at the time when I used new and then that thing, that name of the class, this constructor got called. What if I remove the length and I'm not calling this thing, I'm just removing this thing? So what will be the value of this length? Okay, or what should be assigned to length? Okay, let's see. When I save this file and when I run this, so by default the number is having a default value of 0. So again this constructor got called. Now what if we didn't initialize this constructor? Will this give an error, or will there be any error message or anything? No, because the default constructor will be called. And when we save this file and when we run this thing, so you see the box is created, that object is there without having any properties in it, right? The display function, and we are having this only display function is present there, which with the help of which we got the access to this object, right? And in that object there are no properties, right? We removed the length, right? So we got an empty object. Done. So this is all about encapsulation. So now if you can observe this thing that we encapsulated certain right, we talked about what there are some properties, there are some methods, and we talked about constructor. So all of them, this box is not a real world entity or not a physical entity, but object is a physical entity, right? So when we create this thing, right, the box is there. With the help of object we can access all the properties, methods inside this object, right? So this is all about encapsulation. We are encapsulating these things or wrapping up these things, right? So now let's move ahead and talk about the other pillar, that is another important pillar of object oriented programming language, that is abstraction. Now when I told you earlier, right, I told you guys that when we talk about abstraction, we mean hiding of unnecessary information that is not relevant, or that is something that the user shouldn't know. That is something that the programmers or the one who is building that thing should know, but not the user, right? The end user. In Java, we had interfaces and abstract classes, right? We had the keywords, interfaces, or if you might not be knowing Java, so in Java we have these interfaces and abstract as keywords, but in JavaScript we don't have this thing. We cannot directly implement abstraction. Okay, we cannot but we don't have these interfaces and classes, but we can implement this thing, abstraction, using prototype. So we will talk about prototype. First I will show you some things. Okay, now when I go back into this console and let's see, let's suppose I created one array. Okay, we talked about arrays, right? Let's create this array. Okay, and herein we have what, 1 2 3, right? We created this array. So when I wrote this array, and you see all these methods that are present in this array, did we create these things? No, we didn't, right? You have int, 16 array, main type, there are many methods, right? There will be push, there will be pop. Okay, now one second. Yeah, so did we created these things, right? Length, concatenation, constructor, copy within, fill, filter, find, all these methods that are present, did we create these things? No, we didn't. These are something that are hidden, right? And these are something maybe inherited or whatever the reason is, but these are present here, right? These methods are present here. So this is abstraction, a naive example of abstraction, that we don't know these things, where it came from, we didn't know anything about them, but we can implement these things, right? Not about the arrays. If we create some functions, right? Let's suppose we create some function, and when I wrote dot, when I wrote this function, or let's suppose when I created some object where obj, I will create an empty object. Okay, that's it. Okay, obj has been already declared. Okay, let's name this thing differently. Okay, now when I use obj dot, you see again we have these methods, right? These constructor display has own properties, type of, enumerable, toString, value of, and all those things, right? We have properties, we have, right? So this is one naive example of what? Abstraction. Okay, so to implement what? Interfaces and abstract classes, we can use prototype. Now let's talk about what this prototype is. So this will also, whenever we talk about abstraction and interfaces in other programming language, that basically is associated with inheritance. So let's talk about this prototypical inheritance, right? It is an easy inheritance, right? And allows one object to access the properties of some other objects, right? What we did here, array dot, we were accessing some properties of what? Arrays maybe, right? The array object. So all these properties of the older function are available to the new function, but it can have its own properties too, right? We will see how we inherit something from the parent class and how we can create something in the child class, right? His own properties as well. Each object in JavaScript has a hurdle property of prototype. So when we use this underscore underscore proto underscore underscore, it is a property that is used to get and set prototype. What does this thing mean when we talk about these things, right? So when I talk about proto, right, this is the reference, right? The proto is a reference that works on every object, right? And it refers to its prototype property. Okay, so now let's try to visualize this thing. So every object has this proto, right? Hyphen hyphen. Whenever I will talk about proto, it means underscore underscore proto underscore underscore, right? So whenever we talk about this proto, it refers to the object's prototype property. So there are two things: proto, that is this thing, right? I told you earlier, when in throughout this session or throughout this tutorial, when I talk about proto, I mean underscore underscore proto underscore underscore. So there is one thing that is proto, and there is another thing that is prototype. So if you can see, if I have two objects, right, two classes, right? So if I want to inherit something from a father, so now you can visualize it, right? So there is father, right? And there is a son. So son has some properties that he inherited from his father, right? So if you can see, when I wrote son dot proto, right, underscore underscore proto equal to father, so son can access father's properties and methods, right? Now there is another thing that is prototype of, right, is a method that is provided by the object, which is available to everything, as everything in Java a script is an object, right? I told you. Now we will see how that thing is justified. Okay, if you see, now then how we will check with the help of this prototype of. So when I check, is this son the prototype of father, it gave me the result as true. So father dot prototype of son, is this son, does this son inherited some properties from his father, then the result came out to be true. Okay, we'll see how to do these things and how to implement these things, right? So let me quickly go ahead and show you some interesting facts. Okay, so when I go into the console, right, so when I do this thing, obj dot underscore underscore, right, and then I wrote proto, right? So what does it refer to? What does what is the output that we will get? So if you see, I got this constructor, right? Similarly, I got this object basically, and all those things are present in here. So if I wrote something this object, right, dot proto underscore underscore prototype. Herein also we have the same thing. Now let me just quickly go ahead and first we will talk about what arrays and how it's different from this thing. Okay, when I talk about objects, so if we just wrote prototype, right, prototype. Now you see these two functions, these two that the output that I got here, the constructor f, define, getter and setter. Herein also I have the same thing for the object. You might be confused. Let me show you. Let me just first clear this screen. Okay. So let's clear this thing. Let's talk about this fresh. Okay. Now, when I talk about, and I told you about there is an array when I wrote this proto. Okay. And herein we have this object, right, and it has having some methods in it, right? So all the methods that we can access, right, and all those things are present here. Now when I talk about this array, array dot prototype, okay, and I press enter, so again all these methods are present in here as well. If you can see both these, when I minimize this thing, and let me minimize this thing. So if you can see both the array.proto and the arrays, that is the array object, right, and that is the array that we defined right earlier. So both these are referring to the same object, right? So what happens under the hood, that this proto is a property, or it is used to refer to the prototype. And what is the prototype here? Array. Okay, so that's why when we talked about proto and prototype, right, this proto is referring to prototype of what? Array. So that's why when we wrote arrays.prototype, array.prototype, it is referring to the same object, because that array that we defined with the help of our square brackets is, there is a proto which is referring to this prototype. Similarly, now if I wrote something this, so when I told you about when I told you guys about that everything in Java is an object, now let's see how we will justify that thing. When I wrote array, let me just remove this thing. When I wrote array dot and again hyphen hyphen and then proto hyphen hyphen, now you see we got this thing, right? Now what is happening here under the hood, this array.proto is referring to array's prototype, and then in that array dot prototype I'm using again proto under the hood, so that is referring to the prototype of object. So that means if I wrote something here like this, so object, because we are referring to this thing, right? I told you guys object.prototype, when I wrote this thing, will the output of these two things will be same? Yes. If you see, this is the object that both of these are referring to. So object.prototype contains the same thing, and array.proto.proto contains the same thing. So what happens under the hood, that array is referring, there is no such data structure, or there is no such data type as arrays. Similarly, there is no such data type as function, right? The non-primitive data types, all of these are objects. So if we can see, this array.proto.proto is referring to the object, right? And how can we justify that thing? If I wrote object.prototype, you can see the output or the object they are referring to is same. Now, then I told you that object is the root of all the things, that is everything in Java is object, and we have a root folder or a root object that is called object, and after that we don't have anything. So if I wrote this thing and then I again wrote proto, so what should be the output? It should be null, right? Because after that object there is nothing, right? So you see there is okay, 1 minute. So yeah, so if you see, then we have null. Is that thing justified, right? We have justified that this prototype, I mean to say this proto is referring to the prototype. Then that prototype, inside that prototype we have again a proto which is referring to the another prototype, and then which is the object, right? And then we have in the object as well we have prototype which is referring, wherein we have again a proto which is referring to null. So that's why we got here as null. Same thing will happen for what? When I told you guys about functions, that those are also what? Objects. Same thing can be deduced on that as well. Okay, so this is all about what? Proto and prototype. So now let's talk about this prototypical inheritance. So how can we inherit from this thing? Okay, if you can see, just now I showed you guys how we justified this thing. Okay, but object is built on null. We also saw that as well, right? So let obj equal to null, we define an empty object, and when I wrote obj.proto, it gave me the object, it gave me the result as null. So proto is not an efficient way, right? If you want to set some properties, or if you want to inherit some properties from the other class, so or from the other object, so you can use, or which is an efficient way, which is a better way to use, that is object.create. Okay, let's suppose we have two, I mean to say we have two objects, right? We can see that we have two objects, right? Father is one object and son is another object. Now we want to inherit properties from that father into that son. Okay, now let's see how to do it. Okay, let's go back into the console. Right now we will okay, not in the console, we will just do it in the Sublime. Okay, now we will create two objects. Let's suppose father, or you can call it parent, and in that father we have name property, right? Name of the father, that is, let's suppose John. Okay, so this is created, we have created our object. Now let's create another, that is son, and herein we want to inherit property that inherit the property of I mean to say we want to inherit whatever is in the father. So how can we do it? We have an object, we know that how this object can be accessed, right? We know that this is present, this is the root of everything, right? We use create, right? And then the name of the object, that is father, and then end of the statement. Now how can we check that whatever we did, is it doing the same thing that we wanted to do, that is it inheriting the, I mean to say, the name property or not? So we can check how. We will use father dot what is prototype of, the camel case structure is followed, son. So it should give us result as true. So first, now let's console this thing, and let's save this thing first, and let's try to run this thing. Okay, we didn't print it, right? Whatever was the result, we didn't print it. So just a minute. Yeah, so we will just console whatever was the result. Okay, console.log, whatever this thing gave us, we'll print it. Let's save this thing. Let's go back into our console, and let's try to run this thing. You see, true. So let's create another object and try to figure out what are the things and how to do it. Okay, just a minute. Yeah, so now let's create another function, or another object. Let's suppose son1 is equivalent to, and let's name it empty object. For now I want to show you guys some other things. So when I do this thing, same thing, and when I check this thing on 1, let's see, do we get false or not? Let's go into the console. You see, we got false. So this is how we check or how we inherit properties. This is not a classical inheritance right now we are talking about. We are talking about prototypical inheritance with the help of proto, the things that we can do. Okay. Similarly, if we talk about if we want to inherit properties, I mean to say some other properties, and then later on want to access those properties, we can also do that. Now let's check that those things as well. So this thing is done, right? The prototypical inheritance, how to do it, right? So we also saw this object.create method, this create function, which helped us to check if that thing is present or not. So base object has its own properties, right? That is has own property. What is the base object here? That child, right? So which can help us in checking if the property of the current object is not. So we can check, right? There is a method that is has own property, which we can use to check if those things are inherited or if those things are of his own. Right now we can see an example here, that is var parent, which is an object, right? And in that object we have name and we have sing, that is the arrow function is there present there, and we have food. Okay. And then we have another example, let's suppose that is child, and in that child we have name, again a name and a food method. Then what we did, we just inherited with the help of proto. I told you guys that this is not the right way or the efficient way, but right now for the sake of understanding and try to implement this thing, I used dot proto. And earlier what we saw, what with the help of object.create we can do that thing as well. And now we inherited all the properties that are present in the parent object. Okay. Now we loop around it with the help of for in loop. We saw that thing as well when we covered conditional statements, right? When we covered loops as well. In that at that time we know that for is having different variations, right? We have for in, for off. So right now we are using for in, and in that for in we are just printing the property name. Okay. And we are just checking if that property is, right now it will iterate through all these properties that are available on this child, that this child has, and we inherited all those properties from the above as well, right? So to check that, we will use child dot has own property. Is this property that we got from child, is this property his own, or is this property is something that he inherited from his parent? Okay. Then we checked on that particular property. So basically we are looping around all the properties of child. And then if you can see the output, name, yes, he inherited it. Food, yes, he inherited it. No, when I got this true result, basically child and food are his own properties, right? We are doing something that is called overriding. We'll see, not the overriding, but you can say it looks like something that we have done. And this sing property is not available for the child, so it gave us false, because this is something that is not his own property. This is something that he inherited from his parent, right? The parent object. So now let's quickly see the demo of it, okay? So that we will better understand this concept. Okay. Okay, let's remove all those things, right? The classes and all those things, and let's try to create this thing from scratch. So let's create an object, right? Obj, and let's name it something. Let's call it parent. In this parent, let's create some properties. That's name. Let's suppose father. And then what we have, let's suppose we create a sing. I will try to implement both the arrow function thing and the normal thing. So this is the normal structure with which we can create this, I mean to say the new version in which we can create in this way. So herein we will just write console.log and then the singing. Okay, that's it. Now let's try to create this another function that is in a traditional manner, in a traditional way, that we have. What is that? Eat, and then function, right? We don't need arguments for now, at least for now we don't need it. And then we try to console this thing, console.log, try to print it, and let's suppose he is eating, right? And now we will also create one another arrow function with the help of arrow function, so that you guys know that how to write those things. Okay, so now let's create another function. He's singing, he's eating, he's drinking. Okay, drink. And now how we write arrow function, just remove the function that we wrote earlier, right? Remove that name and then do an arrow like this, and then whatever is the, whatever is the message there, console.log, he is drinking, right? So these are all the properties of parent. Okay, we saw it different so that you guys remember whatever are the things that we covered until this point. Okay, so we created this parent, done, this object is created. Now let's try to create the var, another object, that is child. Right, so this child is created, and let's create his own name. Okay, now let's name it son. Done. And now try to override this thing. Let's suppose eating. Function, you can create it in any manner. Let's suppose we create it in this way, and console.log, okay, he is eating. Okay, now this is done. Okay, now we can do it in two ways, right? I showed you guys, right? One way was that you can just directly write father dot is prototype of, right? Prototype of. Okay, right now we can't use it. First we need to inherit the properties, right? So for inheriting, we just have to write what, child equal to object dot create, then the father, right? So the other way, what is the other way, is that we can simply write child. We don't use this way, but right now we can, for the sake of understanding, proto hyphen hyphen, and then proto underscore equal to parent. Okay, that's it. And now what we will do, we will just loop around it. Okay, for that we will use for. Okay, for loop, and the variation that we are going to use is, let's suppose the property that we got, let's put it in P, and then I and in, that for in we are using, and on what we are using it on child object, and then we will just loop around it. Okay, we'll just write console dot log, is this property that P, does this belong to this child or not? Okay, we'll just use this thing and then some spacing, and then what we'll do, we'll just check child dot has own property, is this property of the child or not, property, and then on what property we are checking it, on the P, right? So that's it. Now let's try to save this thing and try to run this thing. Okay, in line number 8 we have something missing. In line number 8, where is line number 8? So now everything looks to be in place. Now let's try to run this thing. Okay, when I save this file and when I try to run this thing, so we got an error. Let's check. Okay, so if you see that I am missing the end of statement or the question mark sign, the comma sign is missing, so that we can separate all these functions, right? And if I do something, okay, yeah, so now we have all the three functions available. and this comma, and there's this comma, and now we are done. So now let's try to save this file, and now let's try to run this thing again. Now if you see, name and eat are the properties that are what associated with child, that is he is having these properties, and sing and drink is something that is not of his own, and he inherited it from his parent, right? This is a prototypical inheritance, right? You see, these are the functions that he inherited, what, sing and eat, because this child has these methods and these properties, name and eat, but whatever is left, that is sing and drink, that is of his father or the parent. Okay, now we wrote this thing. This is not the efficient way. We can use that the other way that I showed you, right? That is object.create. Okay, so now let's go back. Now this thing is clear, right? Now let's talk about the inheritance, the classic inheritance that is available. So that is available throughout the programming language, right? Throughout all the programming language, that is with the help of extends keywords, right? Class is used, which is basically a blueprint of a real entity. We saw that in JavaScript, each class can have only one constructor. Okay, the constructor is defined as we saw, constructor then the parameters. Inheritance takes place on class levels, right? If you have classes, right, if you have 2-3 classes, that class level inheritance is possible. This is referred as classical inheritance and is supported by other objects oriented programming language, as I told you earlier, like Java, C++, Java and C++, Python, etc., right? And many more. Let's talk about Ruby and all those things, right? So, and we have to use the extends keyword is used to inherit it from the other class, right? We use extends keyword, and the constructor is not inherited in the classical inheritance, but we can invoke it with the help of super keyword. We will see the super keyword, how we will use that to call the constructors of the parent class. We will see all those things. Okay, so in short, this is the classical inheritance we are talking about right now. So we covered the abstraction, we covered encapsulation, and now we're talking about inheritance. Now let's go ahead and see how we can inherit these things. So if you can see, we have one class, and in that class we have constructors, right? And we have one method as well in that, grow, which is just showing that this color, I'm been referring to the color above, and fruit is growing, right? That's the message associated with it as well. So this is the parent class. Now Apple extends this fruit class wherein he has his own constructor, right? And we are using this super constructor to call the constructor of the parent class, right? Whenever we want to call the constructor, because there is no other way, right? As I told you earlier, guys, constructor is not inherited in the classical inheritance. This is something that we are talking about as right now. We are talking about classical inheritance. So this thing is not inherited by the parent, by the child class, so we need to call it. So we use super keyword, and then his own properties, then we set those properties, and then in the constructor, right? And then he has something of his own, that is eat, right? And then when we create this object, at that time, look at the the fifth statement, right? This is the most important statement in this program. Okay, so let tasty apple, okay, this is the name of the object. Okay, we are using new keyword. Whenever new is encountered, automatically the constructor will be called, and with that constructor we are passing 3 arguments of what constructor, which constructor will be called, the apples constructor. So in that we have 3 arguments. Now name, color and type is gone to what, this constructor, and super is calling the constructor of the parent class, that is this constructor of the fruit, and that is constructor of the fruit class, and he is passing both these values, both these arguments, what, name and color, to that constructor, and he is setting, that constructor is setting those properties of the fruit class, and the property type is left for the class apple to be set. Once this is set, then we are calling both these functions, right? One is present in the parent class and one is present in the child class. So when we call tasty got grow, we know we can call it because it extends the apple class extended the fruit class, so clearly he is having this grow method. So when we call this grow method, it says red fruit growing, tasty apple eating. Okay, as we have passed these arguments, right? Red fruit, right? Red is passed to that constructor. We are not using the name, we are not using this color, I mean to say not the size, or what we called in here the name. Okay, we are not using that thing. We can remove it when we are trying to implement this. Okay, so you got the point, right? How we can pass around these pass around these arguments with the help of constructors. Now let's see the demo of it. Before we see the demo of it, let's quickly see how super will help. This is another example. Maybe this time the things will be clearer. Okay, so we have super keyword and is used to call the parent class constructor. We saw that, right? Now see the second example here. We have class box, right? Herein we have constructor length, constructor which is having one argument, which is accepting one argument, that is length. We are setting the length. There is display method, right? And then there is small box which extends all the properties of class box, right? And herein one is length is set in the box and breadth is set in the this what the small box thing, right? And we have display method in this as well. So when we call display and then we are using this keyword, so it refers to the current object, which is small box, and in that small box we have both the properties, right? We have length as well as breadth, right? So when the output comes, right, when the display function is shown, and it will call the what? It will call what? The display function of parent class. If you can see in the display method, I am again using this super. So it will refer to the display function of the parent class, that is wherein we are printing this thing. Okay, so you got the point, right? Now let's try to do a demo on it. Now let's see the demo of all the inheritance, right? We will see how to use extend keyword first, and then we will see how to use super. Okay, so now let's create a class first. Let's call it what? Maybe fruits. Okay, in this class we have a constructor named fruits. Okay, we have a constructor named constructor, right? And in that constructor we will get maybe color and size and number of items. Okay, we will get no, color is not required. Yeah, maybe color. We can write anything, right, guys? So color and number of items. Okay, number of items, right? And now what we will do in this constructor, we will use this dot since we are not using super in this example, let's remove these things and let's try to figure out certain things. Okay, now just write console.log, let's call it parent constructor, parent cons. Okay, now we are done with this thing. Now let's try to create another class named apple, and it will extend. This is classical inheritance, right, guys? So we will use extends, and what it extends is fruits. Okay, done. That's it. And let's create a constructor for this class as well, and which is empty. I mean to say by empty, it's not initializing anything, but we are trying to figure out certain things. Okay, so console.log, and now what we will write in this as child constructor. That's it. and now we will have, okay, now this is done. And now let's create one object, let of for example, let's say obj, and with the help of new keyword we'll create the apples. Okay, and that's it. Now let's save this file. So if you see, we have used we are using inheritance, right? The classical inheritance, wherein we have two constructors, that's it, the parent constructor and the child constructor. Okay, now we will see the order in which they are called. Okay, if we save this file and try to run this thing, okay, once we run this thing, and okay, super constructor, so that, okay, yeah, you got the point, right? Only once the, you see why we, so if you can see, we got this error, must call a super constructor in the derived class before accessing this, okay, or returning from the derived class. Okay, now if you see, we got this error. How we can remove this? We have to use super here. Okay, that's it, to call the constructor of the parent class. And now let's save this file, and now when we try to run this thing, you see, so always the parent class constructor will be called, and after that the child class constructor will be called. Okay, now let's see another example in which we will try to extend certain or inherit certain properties. Okay, now let's do this. Okay, now let's change this thing. Okay, now let's use some arguments and some functions to call these things. Okay, so in the constructor, let's say we have what, maybe type, not color, and that's it. And we will use this dot color, and we will set the color property, and in the parent we will have type. We will use this dot type equal to what, maybe apple, or type equal to type. And now what we will do, we will just, with the help of this, we will pass the soup color to parent class. Okay, now when we create the object, at that time, the object creation time, we'll just pass the color, let's suppose red, and type, let's say apple, which is again a string. Now let's use some functions. Let's suppose herein we have function print. Okay, and we will just console dot log, what, we will try to print this thing. Okay, this on which it is called. Okay, now let's run this, save this, and let's try to run this thing. Okay, now if you can see what happened here, so the problem here was that although we are printing this apple, right, but there is no, I mean to say, there is no such thing wherein we are able to go and access the properties of parent class. So what we are going to use, or what we will do here, we will just use the super keyword. Okay, first let's call this function obj dot print, right? Print is the method that we're trying to call, and let's save this thing. And now let's try to run this thing. So you see, so what we got here is what, apple color is red and type is apple, right? This is the object that we got here. Now what if this thing is also having the same print method, and it also does the same thing, what, this dot, I mean to say console dot log this. Now when we call the parent of when we call the function on of which is associated with the child, so we don't want this apple to be there, we want just the color red. So what is the solution for that? Let's see how can we solve this problem as well. So what we're going to do in this, we will, rather than printing this, because we want only apple to be I mean to say the color of the object, right? We want to access the that thing. So what we will do, we will use super dot display or print, right? Print is the, now what it will do, it will call this print method, and herein we will print this thing. Okay, now let's run this thing. So if you can see, what we did here was that we are trying to access the properties of parent class, but we are not, I mean to say in the print, we are not printing anything, right? We are, whatever we are doing here, we are just printing it in the parent class, right? With the help of parent class. So what we did, we just called the parent class constructor, parent class method print with the help of this super keyword. So just like what we did in constructor, right? We called the parent class constructor with the help of super. Similarly, if you want to print the methods, or you want to access the methods of what parent class, you can use super at that time as well. So you might be thinking, what if you want to access only the properties of parent? So at that time, what you want to do, you just create what, the object of what, obj dot obj1 ob equal to new, and now we create fruits, and in that fruits we will pass the red, and that's it, and we will call ob dot what, print. At that time, what it will do, now let's save this file. Now what it will do here this time, it will, if we will have ob is not defined, okay, just a minute, ob is not defined, yes, it's ob1. Okay, let's save this thing. You see, reading the errors is most important thing in any programming language. So we got the object and we accessed only the properties of what, the parent class. Now what is the significance of these constructors, right? Why do we need constructors? We have idea about, do we have any idea about this thing? So why we need constructors? Basically, when we talk about in a real world or real life example about constructors, basically if you're in a some construction company, and this construction company or this any automobile company, whenever they build a car, they want the some properties to be set at the time of creation, right? What is the height of that, what is the, I mean to say the structure, and all those things they want to define at the time of creation. Or if we talk about one naive example, that we are in a box construction company and they want the box height and width to be set at the time of creation. So herein constructor will come into picture, because these constructor will help us to, I mean to say, build something, or whenever we try to build anything, be it a small box or a big box, we want certain length and certain size, that is length and breadth associated with it, and at the time of creation these properties need to be set at that time. Maybe we can add color and all those things, maybe we can add all those things at later, but these two properties need to be set at the time of creation. So this is one important significance of what the constructor. Okay, now we saw this thing, right? We saw the inheritance and all the with using super and with using this keyword is clear to us. Now we will talk about super as well, right? We'll see what are the significant things that we can do with the help of super. Okay, now let's go back to slides. Now this box creation thing is done, right? We called with the help of display, we call the display function of the earlier method, and with the help of super keyword, right? So now let's talk about these. Now what is the, I mean to say, difference between the classical inheritance and the prototypal inheritance, right? So in classes are immutable, which means we can change them at runtime, whereas prototypes may or may not be mutable, right? We cannot change them, we can or cannot change them at certain instances. Multiple inheritance is difficult task in classical inheritance, as there are different types of classes available, like abstract, interface, and final. So all of these are, I mean to say, these are not keywords in JavaScript, but the inheritance may be difficult because some of these may be abstract classes and some of these may be inheritance. With the help of prototype we can do it. So we know we know interface. What is the property of interface, right? We cannot instantiate an object of any class which is interface, right? We know this thing. So at that time, this classical inheritance may be difficult. Objects can easily inherit multiple objects, right, or multiple properties, as only extension required of object is required, right? We only need to write extends keyword and all the properties will be allocated or will be inherited from the parent class to the child class. So in both these we can easily, but there are certain cases where classical inheritance is used and there are certain cases where prototypal inheritance is used. Now all of these things are covered. Now inheritance is done, and now let's talk about polymorphism. So polymorphism is another programming, I mean to say, object oriented programming language pillar, right? So in this, what poly means many, and morphism means is defined as forms. So many forms. If we talk about literal or the meaning of these words, poly and morphism, it means many forms. We can have something in multiple forms, then polymorphisms comes into existence. So what do you mean by this thing? So it is broadly divided into two categories, and if we talk about these two categories, maybe this thing will be clear to you what multiple forms means. Okay, so it is of overloading. We can overload and we can override. So now let's check the method overloading. So JavaScript does not support classical method overloading, right? The whatever we used to do in that wherein we used to have what the classical inheritance classical method overloading means. If we talk about Java or C++, wherein we were having I mean to say same class names, and then we same function name, and all those things were associated with it. It does not allow that. It basically allows you to have some function name, same function name, but it will consider only last implementation of the method function. Okay, so if we talk about those things, right, in Java and C++, we can have, right, if we for example, if we have what maybe a display function, and in display function we are passing two arguments, then three, then four, and then five, and when we used to call them, we used to just pass the number of arguments. So that thing is not possible here. We will see, even if we are having different name, I mean to say different number of arguments in this type of overloading, in the overloading that JavaScript supports, it only considers the last implementation of that function, be it any. Okay, now let's see the example, and maybe things will be clear from that example. Okay, let's remove these things. Okay, let's keep fruits, and that's it. Okay, let's keep fruits. So now in this print method, let's try to create another print method, and let's suppose it accepts one argument. Let's suppose color. Let's suppose size. So now what we will do, we will use console.log size, whatever is passed here, and if we passed maybe what size is 10, it doesn't sound, I mean to say, sounds that attractive as an example, but it will serve our purpose. Okay, now when we save this file and try to run this thing, you see we got 10, right? Now let's see if we can call the above display, I mean to say, without passing any arguments. Can we call that? Save, and let's try to run this thing. You see it says undefined. Why? Because this thing was possible in classical method overloading, but in this type of the overloading that JavaScript supports, this is not possible. Okay, so even if I am having 3 methods with same name and with different arguments, that is what was supported by Java and C++, but this does not support that classical method overloading. It supports the overloading, but in a way that maybe if you are having 2 functions with the same name and different arguments, it will only support what? The last implementation. If I change this example a little bit, so if I change this example in the sense that I will first cut this thing and then paste it here. So this is the last implementation. Size was print function with 1 argument was declared earlier, and this is the last implementation. So now what we will get in this print 10, we will get undefined, and in this print the one with no arguments, I will get what? The object, right? We are printing this in this, we will get the object. So if I run this thing, okay, I'm using the same. Okay, let's see, let's save this thing. Now what happens here is that what we did in here, right, we call the second display method. Since we are not passing any parameters, it will assign undefined to it, right? So we saw that in earlier case. But what happened in the second case, right? This is due to the line number 16. So line number 16 is here. So we got this thing. Okay, now if you print something in here, hello, you see what happened. So the last implementation was called for both of these constructor, I mean to say both of these methods. Earlier what we saw, since it is a default constructor, that is why this behavior is, we saw this behavior. Now let me change it even further. This is very, I mean to say, this is not a classical overloading, so that's why it is confusing. So that's why I want you guys to visualize it, analyze it, right? And what if the last implementation of this was maybe 2 sizes? Print S1 comma S2. Okay, now if I console.log print this S1 plus S2. Now this is the last implementation. So now let's try to do this thing, ob1 dot print, and what I will pass is 12 comma 12, that is 24. And now let's see what is its behavior. Now if you see, now what we got here, what? So we got not a number, and 24. So why this thing happened? Because we pass two arguments in here, right? So it got here in this function and it checked if the implementation is something related to this method, right? These arguments. So it got into print method and then it checked, right? If there are any arguments that is of type number, he checked it, right? And he replied, no, not a number. There is no such method which is expecting as a number, because in size we are just printing the string hello, right? Now, and then the second print method, which is in which we are passing the size. So if you see, or if you observe carefully, so what happened here is that we were just able to implement the last method, right? The last implementation of that method which has been overloaded, only that got considered, right? It is having some weird behavior. I know it's confusing, but it is how JavaScript does its overloading. It's not a classical overloading, okay? So in other programming language, all of these functions will be called, right? And we will get the we will get expected output, right? What we expect. Okay, so this is all about method overloading. I showed you with different examples, try to convince you guys that the last implementation is only that is considered. So calling the second display function, as we saw here, there were two display functions, right? Console, in which I was printing this name, and in another I was printing vehicle. So when I created this object, right, with the help of new keyword, at that time I passed the Alex, right? So the display function with Alex was called, right? And when I passed this display function, I am driving was called, but with an undefined value. Okay, so you see, so because we are not passing any parameters in this, you see, both of these functions were called, but it will expect something that is passed in the I mean to say the last implementation was that we are passing one argument. So what happened here, it was expecting that we will be sending some kind of a string, but it didn't get it, right? So that's why it defined it undefined. Okay, that's all about overloading. Now let's see method overriding. This is the overloading will happen at compile time, okay, at the time of compilation. This is something that happens at runtime, okay. Here, if class wants to override the parent class method, that is wants to give its own implementation, then it can do that by having exactly same signature with its implementation. So what do you mean by this thing? Exactly same signature. So in signature we will have same same name, same number of arguments. Okay, so if you see, there are two functions, two classes, right? The father and the child, and child is extending father, so it will be inheriting properties from father. But in the child function we are overriding what? Display method that is present in the father class, right? So it's saying that I am a child, and in that display function it was saying I am a father. So now child class has its own implementation of display, right? And it has overridden the display method of its father class. Now when I create a class, create an object with the help of child class, so at that time, now when I try to access the address, it got its parent implementation. What was the implementation that was given by parent class? It got that, right? Now when I call the method which was overridden by the child, at that time it called what? It called the child class implementation method, that is display method was overridden, so that method was called. So let's see how it is useful and how it's done. Okay, now we have, let's change this fruit class. I'm getting bored with this same thing again and again, so now let's change this. Okay, let's make parent class. Okay, now in this parent class we will not be creating any constructors. Okay, so we'll just create what function, right? and in that function I will just okay, so we'll have one function named living. Where do you live? So parent lives in, maybe he's an Iranian guy. Console console.log sorry, so console.log, he lives in Iran. So his parent was living in Iran. Okay guys, now I'm trying to make it interesting so that you guys can understand something. Okay, now we have a child class, right? So in child class it extends what? Parent. That's it. It extended this, and it's having also lives method. Now it will override, since we have to explicitly define these, both these methods must have same signature. So if that is not containing any arguments, this method should not also contain any arguments. So now this console.log, and they shift it to India. Okay, now once we create an object of child class, okay, so let's create var ob equal to new child, and now we're not passing any arguments here, so the default constructor will be called, right guys? And now let's try to do ob dot what? Live. Now it will override the live, because we have where do we live function is overridden by the child, so it will say that India, right? So when we run this, we got India. So this is the overriding. It happens exactly in same way that all the programming in all the other programming languages that we have. So it happens in the same way. Okay. So now we have covered all the 4 programming pillars of object oriented, right? We saw how to implement encapsulation, we talked about abstraction, we talked about polymorphism, we talked about inheritance. Also we covered what prototypal inheritance and proto, and the classic inheritance was also covered. So this is all about the inheritance, okay? All about the what? Programming. Oh, OOPS concept, right? Object oriented programming has been covered. Okay, now let's talk about exception handling. So exception is an abnormal behavior or abnormal condition that may happen at runtime and disturb the normal flow of the program. So what we understand by an error is a mistake, but rather it is not a mistake, it is something which makes us a better programmer, right? There is no such thing as a perfect programmer or a perfect code. You always get errors. Now the question is how to handle them, right? These exception handling, or if you want to handle these exception in order to ensure our code gets executed normally. So we need to ensure that while we are executing something, if we get an error, we need to handle those so that rest of the program may be handled normally and it may be executed normally. Okay, there are 4 combinations or 4 keywords that are used in JavaScript exception handling. Those are try, catch, throw, and finally. So if you see, exception is abnormal condition, right? That may happen at runtime and disturb the normal flow of the program. Let's see an example here, right? We see console.log a. The a has not been defined yet, right? So if we try to print any statement after that, that is console.log, end of the code, this will never be executed. Why? Because we got the error in the first line and rest of the lines will not be executed, as we got the error as a is not defined, which is rightly so, right? Since the variable is not declared and we are trying to fetch it, it will abruptly stop the program and will give the error.
no more code execution will take place, hence end of the code will never get printed. We can handle exception in order to ensure our code gets executed normally. Now, before we move ahead with these keywords and start understanding these keywords, let me quickly show some interesting facts about these errors. Okay, let's go into the console and clear this thing, right? Now, the first thing that I want to show you guys is that when I type error in this console and press enter, I get a function, right? The function that is associated with these errors. So if I type new error, what I got this error message and there is something written anonymous 1.1. What is this? What is these things? What are these things rather? So I can also throw the error. We'll see about these through new with the help of new keyword. Earlier what I did, I created that error and then now I'm throwing that error. You see? Now, this is I can literally throw anything, right? In JavaScript, I can throw anything, right? I can throw a string, I can throw a number, I can throw anything. I can even throw a boolean, right? So now that seeing that I can throw anything, there are certain things that are associated with a with a error. So if I created one error, let's say const, and let's name it error, err, equal to new error, and let's put a name in it. Now that we have created an constant variable which is err, and in this we have error, so there are certain things associated with this error, certain properties associated with errors. So if I press err dot, now you see I have a message, right? You see message, yep, it's the error, right? Then I have name of the error, that is error that is associated with it, and finally I have something that is called stack. Now what does this stack represent? Basically, when earlier I showed you example, right? When I tried to print something and there was an error because that was not defined, right? Let's do that thing. Okay, let's declare a const not declaring it. Okay, let's try to print it directly, console.log, and let's try to print something which is not defined yet. Let's suppose FYT. Clearly it's not defined. Now let's go back here and do the end of statement, then try to execute some other lines of code. Okay, console.log. Obviously these lines will not be executed, right? Let's say hi, whatever we got after the error will not be executed. Now you see, now this FYT is not defined, so we get an error. So with this error we have something written anonymous one, on the 13th line. So basically what does this do? What is this? This is a call stack. Now if I show you an example wherein we will define something and we will check if where has that error occurred. So basically this is the anonymous function that is showing in here, right? The global scope, right? We have this error on the global scope. Now let's do one thing, let's create something and see what
is this really a stack which represents that this is the error that has occurred on this call stack, right? Let's see that. So basically what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a function. Let's name it A, and in that function let's do one thing. Let's call another function. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's keep it simple. Okay, let's declare an error message here. Let's name it B equal to new error, and then the message I am error, and after that, now that we have got the error, now let's try to return this. Okay, and let's try to finish this function. Now when we called our A function, we got the error. Now you see this error that we got contains that hi, I am the error, which is the message, then the error name, right, that is associated with this B object, that the variable that we created, and then this is a stack. So first it is present on the call stack is this, that first is the global scope, then there are these functions, right? So in that function, upon the global scope, there is another call, there is a call stack which contains global scope, then the other functions that have been called. So in that we have global scope and then this A function, and in that function we have this error. So you see, if you have any other, I mean to say, if you were calling any other function in this function, let's suppose C, so it will be above this A, above this global, then there will be A, then there will be B, where we get our error. So these are some interesting facts about these errors and what does this message represent, right? So this is a call stack. Now let's continue with our keywords. So now let's see what are the 4 keywords or combinations that are used in JavaScript exception handling. So there are try, catch, throw, and finally. So try and catch block. Try block contains the code that might throw an error, right? If you can see whatever we used earlier, right? That we tried to print something which was not available, right? A has not been defined, so this will give an exception. So whatever the code that you might think that it might give an error, for example, that you are trying to divide something by 0, it will definitely throw an error, right? So you try to put that piece of code in this try block. If statement in the try throws an exception, then it gets cached in the catch block. So after that we have the catch block. Now in this catch block, as you can see, when we got an error in the try block, we know that this code might throw an error. Then we went into the catch block, right? And in that catch block we got an error message, and with the error that A is not defined. That this is the message that we want, and this is the error, the type of error that has happened, right? A is not defined, right? So now, which is thrown by that line, the try block throws the error. Along with that error, we know what are the properties associated with that error, right? The name and the message and the stack, all of these. Okay, so we got an error. So this is try, and then after that we have the catch block. So there are certain key points that we need to understand while dealing with try and catch. Okay, so for example, the first thing is that we don't want to keep any other statement after the statement that might throw an exception. What does this mean? That, for example, in the try block, if you can see, there is console.log written, right? That we are printing A, which might throw an error, right? After that, we have written another print message, end of code. Will that be executed? Will that ever execute? Once an exception is thrown, control gets passed to the catch block. So whatever the piece of code or statements you have written after that statement which throws an error, that will never be executed. So if you can see, the output will remain the same because that thing will never be executed. What? This line that is end of code will never be executed. This is first thing that you need to keep in mind. What is the second thing? Try block must end with one catch block. Okay, it's very important that there can be multiple catches, but one should be available. There should be no statement in between try and catch block. Okay, so if you can see in the example what we have written, now the same example, right? So now whatever the code that is written in the try block and whatever is written in the catch block, there is one statement that is end of code which is written in between these blocks, right? So it will never be executed and it will throw an error. Why? Because it will think that you might have missed what? Writing a catch block, right? It says missing catch or finally after try. So what do you understand by this thing? That you can either use try, when you use try you can either use catch or you can use finally. Now the third thing, from ES10, that is ECMAScript 10, catch parameter is optional. So that's why we got we didn't get an error that showing that there's only the catch is missing. So after that it became optional. So try and the catch, then we have this message. Okay, the message that we have along this, we got an error. So now if you can see the parameters what we used earlier, we used to have this error message, right? The throw which throws an error. So this error contains all those messages, right? But after ES10 this parameter was made optional. Okay, so you may or may not use. Okay, now what about the throw keyword? We will see the example of this as well. Okay, let's try to do first, before moving ahead, let's try to do an example on this. Okay, so let's do it on the Sublime. Okay, now let's remove all these things. Okay, and let's try to visualize the three nodes that we saw. Okay, so the first thing was that do not write anything after your catch statement. Okay, now let's try to do this thing. Try is a try block. Okay, and we are trying to print console.log. This is the thing that we are trying to print A. Now we again try to, we want this statement to be executed. Okay, all after this error we want this message to be printed, hi, bye. Now once we have this, then after that we will have a catch block, right? And let's not jump into other parts. We have the error, right? This throwed an error, we cached it, and after that we will just console.log this error. There should be let's put a message, we got an error. And what is the error? It is this error, undefined error. Okay, so when we try to run this thing, let's clear the screen and let's try to refresh this. So we got an error, the message that was there, reference A is not defined. Reference, that is A is not being defined, right? And which is rightly so. We never defined A, so we got an exception and we cached it, and a normal code started executing. But if we can observe that we were never able to print that message that we had, right? So this was the first thing that we have to keep in mind. Whatever we write after the try, it will never be executed in the try block, whatever we write. Okay, now I want this message to be printed. I accidentally put it here. Okay, so now what happens? Let's save this and let's try to run this thing. So now it says a missing catch or a finally after try. So there has to be always either a catch statement or a finally statement after try. So we haven't seen yet finally. So if we somehow missed everything, right? Let's go back to this thing. Let's suppose we don't have this thing as well. Okay, let's cut this thing. Let's save this thing. And now what happens here? Yeah. So what happens here when we try to run, it says missing catch or finally. So we have to explicitly always, after the try block, it can be either a catch block or the finally block. We'll see about finally, but right now we know catch, so we just remove that thing. So that's why we got an error. So even if you have removed this line as well, you will still get a message that your catch is missing. Okay, so this was the second statement. Now the third statement that we studied was that we can remove these errors, right? The parameters can be removed from the ES10 version. We can just remove this message and we can just remove this as well. So we can just directly say we got an error. That's it. We saved this file and then we try to run this. So we got, okay, there's something that is missing. We got an error and that's it. So what token is missing? Just a minute. So expected token. Just a minute, guys. Okay. So yeah, we saved this, the parameter. We removed this thing, and now when we run it, we got an error. So these were the three things. Okay. So now let's move ahead, and this was the third. Now throw keyword. There may be scenarios where JavaScript engine will not throw the exception, but our application wants to consider it as an exception. For example, let's suppose you don't want name in some object, or the variable name should never be, repeat. So for example, in your program, you should never use a variable that is having there should not be a variable which is containing value 0. So this is not an exception that the JavaScript engine will throw. This is something that you want to throw yourself. Okay, when we are talking about the throw keyword, when we talked about errors, wherein we defined our error with the help of new keyword, right? New throw new error, right? We saw that we were explicitly defining our own errors, right? So throw will throw an error object, right? We saw the object, right? The error object, wherein we saw the properties associated with it. We can define our custom message, right? We saw how we defined our custom message. This is an error that we have, right? Yep, it is an error. We saw that messages, right? So now let's talk about this throw keyword. So we have a function that is eligible to vote, and we have age. If the age is less than 18, we throwed an error, you are underage, and we printed that error, right? We know that what are these things, right? You are underage is the message. Then this anonymous is the call stack, right? We saw these things earlier when we talked about it. Else we print you are eligible to vote, right? Simple. Now let's try to implement this. Now what we have here, so we will try to implement the same. For example, let's call a function. Let's put this thing in a function, and let's name it a, let's suppose, and wherein we have age that we got. And now what we have in here is a try block that should be executed, right? And when it will be executed, if age is less than 16, right? So at that time, this guy is not eligible to vote, right? So we will throw an error, right? This is not something that is related to JavaScript engine. We ourselves want to throw this error. So we will use a throw keyword, right? Throw. Now we create an error with the help of new keyword, right? And then we pass the message or the type of error. This is the message, right? You are under age, right? So this is the throw, and then in the catch block we will catch this error, right? We got this error, right? And then we will just print this error. We will just print this error, that's it. Error, and we are done. Now this happens only when we are having an age that is less than 16. But what if it is right? Then we'll go into our else part, and then we will just print, okay, you are eligible to vote, that's it. Okay, done. Okay, now put a message, you can vote, that's it, right? So this is if and else block, and then we close our function, right? And then we call our function a with, let's suppose, 13 as its value, and we save our file. And when we try to run this thing, you see you are underage is the message, and where we got it is the call stack that is referred in the HTML page, right? We have the global execution, that is line number 23, and then in line number 10 we got this error message, okay, right? So this is the stack, this is the message, and this is the error, okay, that we have. Now what if age is greater than 16? That means he can vote, and that time it will execute smoothly, so you can vote, right? So you see how we created our own exception, right, with the help of throw keyword. So this is all about throw. Now the finally block, it contains the code that no matter what it will get executed, okay? Now let's see. It might contain some code of freeing resources, for example closing files. We have freeing resources that are occupied by some object or anything like that. All these things can be contained in this finally block. Finally block will execute no matter what. Let's see the example so that it will be clear for us. It will be clear to understand these things. So we have a try block in which we try to print, we try to put the code which is showing the error, right, which will throw an error. Then we catch, then there's finally block. So try will throw this error to catch, and catch will present the message or throw the will display this message, we got an error along with the error, that is a is not defined. And finally block will close the program, that is program is ended, and it will also be executed, okay? So now let's try to implement it on the same example that we did. So we had catch, and then let's try to implement what? The finally block. We have this finally block, and let's try to print the message that program ended, that's it. Now let's try to save this thing, and let's go in our console. Okay, let's change the age also, let's make it 13. Let's save this file, and then when we try to run this thing, and we got you are underage, program ended, right? So you see how finally came, how finally helped us in this thing, right? What if you don't want to catch anything, okay, you just want to finally to be executed directly? Can we do it? Can there be a try after the fry? When we use try, can there be a case where we are not using catch, we are directly using finally block? Let's see. Let's save this, and when we try to run this thing, now we have an error, okay, the uncaught error that you are underage, which throw the error, right? And then we printed that program ended. So if you see, there is some weird behavior to this, right? If I just removed all the other things, okay, now let's remove all the other things. We don't need function or anything. We just want to show, we would just want to know if try can be executed directly without anything, without cache block. Okay, so we just want you are underage, okay, and in that let's not throw this error. Let's see if we can do something without throw. Okay, okay, now it will throw an error, right? It will explicitly throw an error. Herein we will implicitly throwing an, it will, now we will use something that will throw an error automatically, not that we explicitly want to throw. Okay, now let's see console dot log. Let's say we want our accessing A again. Now let's say this file, and now go back to our program. Now you see, we got the message as program ended, and after that we got the uncaught reference error, which was not caught by us. That means we were missing the catch statement. We didn't care about to catch this message, and A is not defined. We got the message, and then the call stack. Okay, now let's go back. So even if you are missing the cache, there should be a finally block, so that we will we have not dealt with this because we are not using cache, but finally will anyways will be executed. Okay, because even if we are not catching it, finally is such a block which will always get executed. Okay, so let's see some examples when exception is not handled, right? We saw this. So even if we are not handling the exception, the program ended message that is in the finally block still got executed, right? And then we had the error which was there. Okay, after anything below that will never be executed. Okay, after the finally block, because we never dealt with this thing. Now let's talk about DOM. What does DOM stand for? DOM stands for Document Object Model. When the browser passes through the HTML code, it converts the document, that is our HTML document, into the elements present in that into objects. What do you mean by this thing? It converts it into document that will contain objects corresponding to each element in the HTML document, known as nodes. DOM provides you with the different functionalities which can be used to access and manipulate the web page. DOM is not strictly typed to the browser, as there are other tools like Node.js, and with that we can also parse the HTML elements. There are two types of objects that we deal with in general: the document and the window. Now you see, this DOM, basically when a web page is loaded, the browser creates this document object model of that page. This HTML DOM model is constructed as a tree of objects, wherein the document is the root element is the HTML tag that we have in the HTML file is the root element. Above that is the document. Okay, so there is document, after that there is the root element, that is the HTML tag, and after that we have sub trees or subchilds, right? Childs elements that are head and body. Inside head we have title, and then the title name, the text, all those things are in the left child, and in the right child we have body, href tags, right? Anchor tags, headings, all those things are. So basically when an HTML page is loaded, this browser creates this document object model of that page. With the help of this DOM, we can or we can change the HTML elements in that page, right? We can change them, we can change attributes, we can change styles, we can remove existing styles that are present in the HTML in that HTML page, and we can change the elements, attributes, right? new elements also can be included. Okay, if we want to react or we want to add some events also. For example, when I click this should happen. When I click that thing should happen. We can also do it on the existing page. We can add events. We can also create new HTML events, right? New HTML events in that page. Okay, so this is the thing with the help of which we can do all those things is because of DOM. So now let's talk about these two general objects that we deal with. Okay, so the first one is the document object. So basically the document object, it is the entry point of the document, provides all the major functionalities related to DOM content. For example, if I build right now, I'll be showing after this slide, I'll be showing you the demo. What are the properties that we can access with the help of document? For example, if you see, if I wrote console.dir, right, and then I pass in the document, it gets all the functionalities and lists out all of them in that are present in that HTML page. For example, if you see, here is the HTML page on which I wrote something like what maybe console.log, console.dir, right, and then the document. So this is the output that I get. You see, now I got the document object, and inside that document object I have HTML, then the head tag, then the body tag. Basically whatever is in that HTML page, I got it in the form of this object, in this object. Okay, so now let's talk briefly about this document object. Okay, so let's see first the demo of it. So now let's try to create the first HTML page, that is so that we can apply this thing on that web page. Okay, so let's create the skeleton, right? Let's first save this file. Let's save it on desktop. Okay, and let's name it first .html. Now let's write HTML. We got this, and let's try to write here document. Okay, and now let's try to add a script tag here. For example, let's add, or do you want to do this thing in a new file? Let's create a new file. Okay, and link that file to this file. Now let's write script, and then source, right? It is again first.js. Okay, save this file. Let's create a new file, and let's save this file again on the desktop, right? First.javascript.js. Now our file has been created. Now let's try to console.log document. First also print this message, console.log. What message? Maybe let's suppose that we are connected. Save this file, go back to the browser. Okay, I saved it on the desktop, right? So now let's open this, double click on that, and that's how we open our file. And now you see there's a header, there's a title of this page is document. Now when I do console that is Control Shift I get this. You see, now what I got here is two messages, that is from the first line and the second line. The first line represents that we are connected with our JavaScript file, and then so now if you see that when I printed those messages, right, console.log connected and console.log that document, so you see this is the output that I get in the console, that first one is connected, and then the second one is that the document object. Now if I click on this document object here, you see, whatever the elements were present in my HTML file, right? These are also present here, right? The HTML, that is the root element, the head tag, the body tag, right? So these were the only things that were present in my HTML page, right? So this is how we access this document. Okay, now you see, when I print it, document dot console dot log, right? Document, right? This is the object that I got. Now if I print something here, let's suppose console dot dir, and I passed the document. Now let's see what happens. Okay, when I refreshed it, see, again I got the same message which contains these things. So now, earlier what we got was whatever was present in that HTML page. Now it gives me all the lists of items that we can use when we deal with this document objects. That is, all the properties associated with this document object. Now you see, URL is there, right? So we will see how to access these. Okay, now let's go back. Now let's first try to access all the methods that I have present here. Okay, so the first is, for example, if you want to know what is your domain name, okay, on which your file is running, right now I'm running it on the FTTP server, right, the file transfer protocol server. So let's see what are the different properties that we can access. So it is document.log, I mean console.log. Now we can also write document dot represents, and now let's see domain. Let's see what is the output that we will get. Okay, let's save this file, let's go back in the browser. Let's see, let's run this. So now if you see, if we want to access the domain name, right, the domain name of the document server, we will use domain. Right now we are not having any server, we are working on the we are not using any server, so that's why we didn't get any output. So there are other methods, let's try to implement those. Okay, so let's go back in this. Okay, so now let's see what are the things also associated with this. So now let me show you quickly what is the output that we got earlier. Okay, now let's suppose these were the methods that we can implement, right? So let's copy these methods, all of them, and we will try to cover as much as we can. Let's go back in our Sublime, let's print it. Okay, now you see, these are all the methods that we can access. So basically, if I wrote something, for example, console, let me just copy this thing. If I wrote something console.log document.url, what is that I will get? What is the message that I will get, right? I will get the URL, right? This URL that I have, users dot wherever my file is located, I will get that URL. Okay, so this is URL. Now there are other also methods that we can implement, right? For example, let's copy this thing again. Let's say document.body, right? For example, is another thing, right? These are all the methods with which we can access elements, right, from the HTML from our HTML page. Okay, this is body, then we have head, right? Then we have what? Body is there, head is there, right? And we can also access title, right? If you wrote something, document dot title, right? then we will get the title element of the right, the page with which we are associated. Okay, and we wrote title, right? We will get the title. Now let's see, save this file and then go to the browser and let's print it. You see, we got the, now whatever was the first statement, we got null there, right? Because now let's see what was the first statement, because body was not present, right? We didn't wrote anything in our body. In a head section we received this head, right? We received this object in the form of that is the head object we received, and in that head we have document, that is the title and all. And if you see the last statement, we have document. Basically it is not the document object, but it is the title that we have of that web page, right? We wrote document there, we wrote document here, right? If you see, we wrote document here. If we will change it, documentary, let's suppose, let's say, let's run this. Now this output will change, you see. So these are some methods that we can repeat. So these are some methods with these are some methods we can implement. Now if you see, what were the methods that we implemented, like domain, URL, title, right? Then we also saw head, body, right? And we can also access all the elements that are present in our web page with the help of document.all. Okay, if you see, if I wrote something here, right now we access some parts of that page, right? Some of the attributes or some of the elements were accessed, right? For example, body, head, title. Now what if you want all the elements, right? You can write basically document.all, and it will give you all the elements that are present in that HTML page. Now this is not basically an HTML, this looks like an array, but we can access elements here in the form of array. But if you try to implement the array methods on this HTML array that we got, I will refer it to array, but this is a collection. Okay, so this is a collection, and these are all the indexes that are present, or all the elements that are present in this collection. So it will be referred to an array, but it is not an array. If you see, if I try to implement some of the array methods on it, for example, let's suppose reverse, so we or let's suppose any method of the array, so we cannot implement those methods on this HTML collection. So we will receive, you see, if the proto is HTML all collection, so it is a collection, not an array, but we can access with the help of index, right? In the similar way what we did in arrays, right? When we used to access them with the help of square brackets and the index, right? So in that form we can also access it here. Now let's see what else we can do. Now we have this thing, we can access it in the form of array. So how we can access it? For example, let's suppose all, and the index was the length was 5, right? So if I try to access fourth element, right, the fifth element, that is the last element, right? Let's save this. Let's see what is the output that we get. Undefined, 4 is not undefined. Let's see what is the size. So 4 was okay, so it is undefined, right? Because body didn't contain anything, right? Now let's suppose if we want a title is there, right? So title is index 2, right? Let's suppose I want to access index 2. Let's go back and let's run this thing. You see, we got the title object, right? Now you see, this is the other method that we can use. Basically we can also use forms, number of forms. It will also return a collection, right? Number of forms. If there are several forms available or present in our HTML page, we can refer to them. We can refer to the links that are available in our web page, right? For example, you wrote document.links will give you all the links that are present, list of all of those links, right? And similarly, to access any image, we can also use document.images. Now the question is, now we have accessed it, right? We have accessed it. Can we change it from here? Yes, we can. but it's not a genuine way or not the appropriate way, but we can. For example, if I wrote here document, right? Let's suppose, let's paste this thing first. If I wrote document dot title, let's change the title, okay, equal to let's say, let's give it some arbitrary number 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, now when I run this thing, right, now earlier what is it here written, right, documento, and let's now run this thing. You see, now this title has been changed to 1 2 3 4 5. This is not recommended. Why? Because maybe sometime later, if you included some more meta tags in your head tag, right, then this thing, this maybe this title is there, right, title will be there. So you see how we change this head title tag, right? Is there any other way? Yes, there is, with the help of that, right, the document all method, right? So if I wrote this thing here, right, document dot all, and then I remove, I don't want to print it. Now let's suppose we want to change this, okay, equal to, now if we want to change it to, let's suppose, YYY, right? So now changing it to YYY, right, and let's suppose not this, let's change the content of that. If we want to change the content of it, we have to use what, there is one method that is in property text content. Okay, so if we change this text content and then this braces, let's suppose TTT III TTT LLEE. So now that we have changed it, this content of this title, now let's see, are the changes made? Yes, changes are made successfully, but this is not the appropriate way. You can do it, but this is not the appropriate way, because let's suppose our collection, whatever that was the collection size, if it increases, right, if it increases, earlier there was no meta tags included, right, all those tags are not included, right, the script is not included, so maybe this title will shift to third location, maybe, let's suppose. Then we, whatever we try to think that, okay, with this method we will be getting the title, but it has shifted to third index, so this is not the appropriate way to change the elements or change the content of the title. Okay, so it's better to use title tag, document dot title, with which we can access this and change this, right? So this is all the methods that are the most commonly used methods with document. Okay, now let's go back in our slides. Now that we have seen some of the methods, now let's try to see the next thing, that is the window. We will see how to use those other things, right, that are associated with DOM, right? We will see how to manipulate, how to access all those things. This is only that we are using the document object. Okay, now let's see the window object. Now window object is another thing, right? So this basically refers to the current tab or a browser, right? Right now, if you see, whenever we run this thing in that browser, this window object will refer to that current window. Okay, you can access and manipulate browser specific properties through this. Okay, it provides us a common functionalities such as alert. We will see what an alert is, or we'll see prompt. Okay, window is a global object, thus refers to the window. So this global object, right, this is the global object. So does it come before document or after document? So basically this window object is the first object, and inside it we have the document object. Now if I show you some interesting facts about this window object, right, so we have that thing, right, now if I wrote this thing, right, window, and then I press enter, so this is the window, right, this is the object that I got, the window object, and inside that we have these things, right? So these are the things that are inside what, the window object. So you see what are the methods inside, what are the properties inside it. So it is, you can see alert, blur, cache, Chrome, clear interval, clear timeout, close, confirm. These are all the methods that are present inside it. And you see here, you see the document, and document is also present there, right? So basically, the window object will contain all, everything will be contained inside this window object. Now, if you see earlier, we have seen how to access these things, right? How to see, if you see, let me show you this thing. Now you see it refers to window. Okay, now if I wrote something here, document dot hyphen hyphen proto, now to which it will be referred to what, and what will be the output? It will be same as that, right? The HTML doc, right? That window object that we had just had. Okay, so all the elements that we, because the root, it will be connected to what, the prototype, right? We saw this proto chaining link, how this prototype chaining work, right? So this refers to that. Okay, so now the things are clear. Now let's see some of the methods of window object. Okay, so let me clear this thing first. Now let's see what are some basic methods that we can work upon, right, with the help of this window object. So now let's see, if we want to display an alert box with a message and a button that is okay, when you click on it then everything goes back to normal. So we can use, let's go back to our this thing. Now let's try to comment these things. Let's leave it here. Okay, so now let's try to do this thing. Okay, rather than doing in this thing, let's try to do it on the console. Okay, that will make sense. So window dot, for example, now we have already seen some of the methods. If I told, I have already shown you the set interval, right? So set interval is done. So you see, even if I wrote something that is not window associated, that is, we are not using the window object explicitly, we can also use this thing directly, set interval, and then those parameters, 2 parameters, right? So this is the now what if what if we want to close this window? Is there any method? Yes, there is. It is windows dot, I'm not going to write windows dot, it is self-explanatory, that windows dot and something. Okay, so if I wrote something close here, right, then this window will be, let's create another window first, and now let's try to control shift I, and now okay, there are some error messages. Let's clear this thing. Yeah, so now if you see, if I wrote something here close, okay, now what does this do? This will close this window. Okay, you see that window is gone without using the cross sign. I just created one window, and when I used close, this window was gone. Okay, so this is the the close method that closes the current window. Okay, so some of the other methods are, we have clear interval, right, to clear that interval that we have, which means that once if we are calling some function again and again, at that time we can use that method, right? The set interval is for that, and the close interval is set interval and clear interval, right? Now what if you want to resize this window that is opened? Okay, so basically we can do it. Basically, if I use something called windows dot open, and then I will give some I open some window, and then I will give a specific width and height to it. Okay, let's do it. So if I wrote windows dot what open, okay, and then I give some parameters. You see, it's asking for the URL where you want it, the target, and then the features. So basically we don't want anywhere, we want it right here. So I put it in empty, and then the width equal to 100, and height equal to height equal to 100. Let's run this thing. See, I got a new Google Chrome opened window with what, with some specific size, right? That is 100 height and 100 width. Okay, so this is also how we create one window. Okay, so there are other methods. Let's see what are the other methods. Now what if you want to resize some windows and change its size? We can also use another method, resize to, and give it the new, mean to say the new height and width. Okay, so that can be also used. We will see how to, now let's see how to print something. Okay, so we have a print method here, basically, which what prints the content of the current window. Okay, so let's see, windows, window dot print. Okay, now whatever is the content of this window, it is what, there is no content, right? Because our HTML page is empty. So we have just we just want to print this content, so we can use this inside the console. Okay, so basically if you want to capture some screens, you can also use this thing smartly, right? So this opens a print dialog box now, and which lets us to select and prefer the printing options, right? We want to, if you want to select these, any of these printing options, you can. Okay, this is another method. And are there any methods? Okay, now also there is one open method. If you want to open some for example, if you want to open some other website, right? Let's suppose you want to open the Great Learning website, right? Window dot open, and then the name of the website, let's suppose we'll Google it, google.com. And then we have to also give, because we are in the file protocol system, we have to give the HTTPS, right? HTTPS, then the double slash, google.com, and now close this thing. Okay, you see, we have opened a new tab without even clicking anywhere. Okay, so these are some of the methods. Now let's go back in our Sublime and try to try to access those methods, right? The alert and the prompt. Okay, so we have seen the if else statements, right? So now let's try to create something, maybe a prompt a user a message. If the user have entered something, what, greater than a number he has entered, greater than 10, then he can enter, or then he is a valid user, something like that. So let's create it. Let's create first variable, one variable. Let's name it age equal to, let's prompt this thing, right? Now let's use prompt. Okay, prompt is something that we can use if we want something, right? If we want, alert is the message box that we get, right, for printing, and prompt is with which a user can for example, if you want something to be sent, and right, if you want something to be sent to the browser, right, and you want to check on that, based on that condition, you can. Okay, so this method, basically what it does, let's see first the output and then try to explain. So basically this method displays the dialog box that prompts the visitor. Okay, so if you want to prompt anything to the visitor or to the one who is accessing this page for input, okay, so basically this will prompt something, and you can let me show you, it will be clear. Okay, so you write prompt, and then I wrote message. Now I want please, let's suppose please enter age, please enter your age. Okay, now we have this thing. Okay, so now once he enters his age, it will go into the age section, right? So now it will, whatever it prompts a message box, right? It will give you a message box, you enter your age there, and that age will be stored in this age variable. Okay, now based on this age variable, now I want to display some message. Okay, not in the console but in the browser, without going into the console section, the developer tool.
And now we have this age. Now let's suppose if he entered the age that is greater than what? Let's suppose that is greater than 20, right? I'll give him the alert box, right? Alert, right? We will use alert here. Now we will alert him and what? Tell him that, okay, great. You are a valid user or you're a valid visitor. Else let's try again. Save this file. Let's see what will be the output. Now when I close this thing, close this tab as well, and now when I refresh it, you see this page says please enter your age. Okay, now if I pressed something that is less than 20, right? Let's suppose I pressed 3 and I pressed OK, it says try again. Okay, now let's go back. You see, after that nothing happened, because after that this is something that is not working in a loop, right? So it will be executed only once, right? So now if I have entered 56, now it says great, you are a valid user or visitor. Great, okay, pressed, right? Now you see these are the two methods that are associated with window object. Okay, now let's go back. Okay, now we have seen what a document object as well as the window object. Okay, now that we have seen what is a document and what is a window object, right? So now let's talk about element, text, and attribute nodes. So the browser renders and converts the HTML document into DOM, right? Where every HTML element, there will be every HTML element is treated as an object, right? Corresponding to the element node, right? There is an object related to that. Now DOM contains the element is a tree-like structure, right? This DOM is a tree-like structure where HTML nodes form a root, right? The HTML node is the root of that tree, right? This will create a hierarchical structure, right? We have seen that already, right? Now all the text is converted and they form a text node, and similarly all the attributes that are there in the HTML page are created or are converted into attribute nodes. So we have three types of nodes, right? So the text node, the attribute node, and the element node, right? So and whatever we have at the top is called as the root node, right? And which is the HTML node. Above that HTML node is the document object, and above that document object is the window object. So this is the hierarchy. Now let's see how to query on the DOM, right? There are different methods for accessing different DOM elements, right? Basically there are many more, but these are some basics, right? Basic methods for accessing the elements on the DOM. Now that we know that there will be elements, right? All the HTML elements will be converted into objects. Now first we will access them and then try to manipulate them. Now in this part we will first try to cover how to access these elements, right? So there are few methods, right? Document.getElement by ID, right? We have CSS selector, that is the ID selector. We will select it and we will access it, right? And then we will try to manipulate it later. So there is get elements by class name, get elements by tag name, document.query selector, and query selector all. So now let's try to see one by one how do we get or fetch these IDs from our HTML page. It takes in an ID and returns one element that matches with that ID. ID is unique, right? We know that, and can only be associated with one element in the entire document. For example, if you have an HTML element with an ID of main heading, right? We have this ID present in the HTML page. Now what we will do, we will create a variable, right, named main heading, and then we will use document.getElement by ID. We know why we are using this document, right? Because everything, whenever we load this page, the document object will be created, and every elements that are each and every element that is present on our web page, that is in our HTML page, is converted into object. Now this document is used
to fetch those elements, right? We have document dot get element by id, and we pass in the id, that is the main heading, which was the id in our HTML page. Now if we do console.dir, that is directory main heading, passing this variable main heading, we will get all the properties contained in the main heading object. Now let's quickly go ahead and see how it works. Okay, now here we are in a document or the HTML page in which the title is document, right? I have changed it to document. So now let's create a heading in our HTML page, right? So first let's create a heading. Let's name it h2, right? And let's write some text in here. This is a heading, or let's call it a header. This is a header of our web page. Okay, now let's close this header, h2 tag. Okay, done. Now let's create some paragraph so that we know there is something written in here, right? So again, we know how do we do it, lorem, and then press a tab, you will get this text. Okay, so let's create another paragraph. First let's do break line. Okay, and then let's do a paragraph here. Okay, just a minute, let's do another paragraph here so that we know that there is something written in our web page, so that it will make sense, right? Let's save this file and let's see if the changes are made. Okay, this is the earlier what we used to do, what we did, right? The prompt message. Okay, okay, done. And we have our this page. Okay, now we have our page ready. Now let's try to access this element, right, with the help of id. So now let's create an id, right? Let's create something here. Let's do a footer here, right, which will be not as significant as the heading, right? Let's do a footer here. This is the footer of a web page. That's it, right? Now we have done this thing. Now let's create an id in our HTML. Let's create h2 as an id. How do you create an id? Just you have to write id and then the name of the id. Let's call it heading. Right, that's it. Now when we want to select this in our we have seen these methods, right? Let's comment out these methods, or let's remove these methods, or maybe we can just implement these one by one maybe later. So now let's remove this thing as well. Okay, now let's first write a message that we are connected with this console, with this web page, with this JS file. Okay, console.log. Let's write something as connected. Okay, I always use this thing to make sure that we are connected with our HTML page, right? Now let's try to how do we do that? How do we access this id? We will use first we will store it somewhere, right? Let's call it head. Okay, now how do you access it? We get document dot get element, right? Get element by, you see the camel casing, by id. So the first letter is small, G is small, and after that all the words, the first letter is capital. Okay, now we have written this, and now we will pass in the head ID that we have written. What was the ID? So ID is heading, so we will pass this heading. That's it, we have accessed it. Now if you want to see what are the elements that are present in that head, right, what are the properties contained in our main heading, right, we can also see that. Let's first make some headings in this. Let's try to do some more things in this. Okay, this is our first web page, then let's create one more header in it or some paragraph in it. Okay, and some bold text, right? So bold, for that we have what, strong, right? Strong tag is there. Let's say head, and let's create some more elements in it or properties in it. So let's suppose we create a paragraph, a small paragraph. Lorem. Let's remove these lines. Let's a small paragraph just to know that what are the elements or the properties inside that uh, id, right? So that we know what are we looking for. Okay, so let's close this. Done. Let's create another heading in it. Let's name it h4. And let's name it inside h2. Okay, so now we have these elements inside, all these elements are inside h2, right? So yeah, so let's save this file, and now let's do console.dir and pass in the head, which is the variable. Okay, nothing. Let's save this file, and now let's try to reload this file. Okay, now we can't see anything here. What we do, we will just write Control Shift I, and we will get this thing. Okay, Control Shift and I will get our developer console. So you see, now we have many elements or sub elements inside that id, right? But it showed null. Why it showed null? Because directories will give us the properties contained in that main heading. What are the properties, right? The properties that are there, or the attributes are that are there in that main in that head tag, in that heading, right? Which is, now if you want to write some properties in it, let's do it. Now let's try to do and try to implement some of the properties inside that head. So you can just write simply, let's try to do some heading on it. Let's suppose we change the color. That is how we do it. Okay, color and equal to, right? And let's name it red. Okay, and let's save this file. Let's go back and save this file as well. Now let's try to run this thing. Okay, oh, the changes are not there. Let's see, inspect it and see if we have any errors. Okay, no. Let's refresh it. Go back in the heading. Just a minute. So instead of this inline styling that we are using, we can also use something that is global styling. So let's try to implement that. Okay, so simply what we will do, we'll just write style. Okay, style and equal to, and then this thing. Okay, so now let's see if we are able to get the text color as red in our HTML page. Let's cross this out. So now let's go back in our script file. So now we just did this thing, right? We don't have any properties in it. So maybe if we do something, what if we try to do this thing for let's try to create in another id. Let's try to do this thing on a head tag. Okay, let's create an id equal to head 1. Okay, so now let's try to fetch this thing and try to implement this thing on that. Okay, now head 1, right? And now let's see what is the thing that we get. Okay, let's save this file and let's go back in our console. Let's refresh it. Done. Control Shift I, and you see that, repeat, you see that now the properties that are present inside the head tag, right, the head element, are that these are the properties that are present in that head element. So what are the properties? That access key, area atomic, area busy, right? These are all the properties, and these are right now set to null. So auto capitalize, right? Auto focus is false. Child element count is 2, right? We have 2 childs in it. Why do we have 2? If you see that this is the file and it contains 2 files, right? 2 child element, that is title and the script, right? And let's go back and let's see the child nodes that are present, the text, title, the text and the script. These are all the node lists that are present there. Okay, the child nodes, in the child nodes, right? We have a script tag, we have title, we have text, right? And what else we have? We have data set, we have dir, right? And element timing, first child, first element. These are all the properties that are associated with this head tag. Okay, for that was not working because that didn't contain any properties, right? So we see. So this is how we access these things, right? With the help of this type, I mean to say, with the help of get element by id. That is the query selector that we used right now, right? So now let's check the other query selectors as well. So how to query on norm. So this thing is done, right? Get element by id. Now let's check how to get something. If there is a class in our web page, now how to access it and how to fetch it. Okay, so multiple elements can be grouped together and treated as a single unit, right? By having the same class name, obviously, right? These ids are present only, these ids are unique. Now what if there is a class container, and in that container we have different I mean to say 2 or 3 separate classes, but we want to, or 2 or 3 IDs, but we want all of them to be, I mean to say, to be contained inside a single class. So what we will do, and we want to, or in whatever the elements are present inside that container, we want to imply all the same properties to all of those elements or all of those ID that classes, right? Must have same properties, right? So what we will do, we will create a class, obviously, and then inside that class we will create whatever we want to set those properties to. Okay, so that they will be treated as a same class, so that they will treat it as a single unit, right? By having the same class name. For example, we have squares, and all inside the container we have 6 squares. So we will create a class square, and class container will be there, and all the 6 squares that are inside that container, we will just use the id class, right? And equal to squares, and for all the 6 we write class equal to squares, class equal to squares, and all those things, right? So this is to make these squares inside have the same class name, right? So that they will be treated as a single unit, right? So how we'll do that? For example, we have used a variable subheading, right? Equal to document dot get elements by id, not by id but by class name, and the subheadings what are there will be used. Okay, so any manipulation done on subheadings will reflect the change on the elements having the same class name. So obviously, so whatever the elements are there, as they are treated as a single unit, so if one unit is changed or one element is changed, so all of them will be changed. And if we write console.subheading 0 to access the first index, we will see how. But if you observe that we are accessing it in the form of array, but technically it is not an array, it is an something collection, it is something that is called collection, but it looks like an array, and we can access just like we access elements in an array, we can do same thing when we are trying to access those elements, right, which are fetched, or those classes which we are fetched with the help of get elements by class name. Now if you want to see the difference but why this is not an array, maybe we can add some, we can apply some or implement some array methods on this. We will see that those won't work. Okay, perfect. Now let's see the demo of it. Let's first try to create something. Okay, okay, now let's go back to our file. Okay, so now heading is done. Let's try to create a class container, and inside that class we will use something. Okay, so let's create, maybe let's try to create an unordered list or the ordered list. So I'll first create a class, or let it be. So let's create this thing. Let's name it something. Examples are very hard, so let's name something, maybe hobbies. Hobbies, and inside this hobbies we have what, let's suppose some lists. Copy this thing. Okay, paste. Okay, so let's copy this thing, paste this thing, paste, paste. Okay, so now we have 4 list items that are present inside this hobbies. Okay, let's close this thing. Let's close this thing and let's try to put hobbies, right? So cricket, football, chess, and maybe carom. Okay, so these are the hobbies. Now let's try to implement some class here. Let's name a class and let's name it hobby. Let's do for every other list item that is present. Sorry. So for every other list item, let's create the same thing. Okay, perfect. Perfect. So this is, something is wrong. So yeah, now this is done. Let's save this file and now let's try to access it. How do we access it? Get elements, right? There will be several elements that will be associated with it, right? So we will use get elements by the class name, C capital, and then class name. So whatever is the name of the class, that is hobby, we will pass in as an argument. And now let's try to maybe console log it and try to see what are the elements that are fetched. So let's name it to list of hobbies, right? And let's try to print this thing, list of hobbies. That's it. Let's save this file and now let's try to see the output. Let's first run this thing. Okay, we have our hobbies there. Okay, perfect. Now when I use Control Shift I to see what are the elements, you see we got a collection of 4 elements because there were 4 class names, right? We have 4 classes. Hobby class was applied on 4 li elements, right? Now you see li hobby. If you see what is the text inside it, we will see what is the text inside it. 1 minute. Where is it? These are all properties that can be applied on that single element which is present in that collection, the first element. Similarly will be for all. You see the text content is cricket, the title is none, tag name is li, tab index is -1, right? And the value is 0. These are all properties. Translate is true. These are all properties. Now let's and this is for the li2 that we have, right? The text content will be football, right? We saw that. Similarly we have 3 elements in it. Now let's quickly close this thing and try to refresh it. I want to show you something else. mm, Control Shift I. Okay, so now you see this collection in which contains 4 elements. Now if you see the length of it, this is 4, and proto is html dot collection, not arrays, not the object which of which we have object, right? The proto. So if we create any array, the proto of that should be arrays, right? Now if you see the proto, that means the prototype chaining to which it is referring, right? This proto means to the class to which is the object this is referring to, right? This is referring to collection framework, right? HTML collections, right? So this is not an array. Okay, so this is how we do it for the elements, that is get elements by class name. So you see, we saw get element by id, now we saw get elements by class name. So right now we are just accessing it, right? We are not doing anything, we are not manipulating it, we are not changing the text or changing the attributes, we are just accessing it, right? Now let's see how to get elements by tag name. It's simple, right? It directly uses tag names to access and manipulate HTML elements. What do you mean by this thing? Instead of using any class or using any ID, right, we have this selector with which we can directly access all those elements. For example, it operates in the same way as the two above, right? But it refers to general HTML tags. For example, if we have list items, we have unordered lists, we have lists, we have head tags, we have headers, that is 1 to 6. Rather than specific, we are just using, we are being specific here, right? That we want these elements, right? We are not being specific, right? I'm so sorry, we are not being specific here, right? That we want this class or this id, we are just generalizing it, right? So to return a list of elements with h2, right, all the h2 tags that are present in the HTML page, we'll just use get elements by tag name. Now you see again, in the id that was there was written get element by id, there was specific that it's not showing the get elements by id, it's showing get elements. So always there will be one element. But in case of get elements by class name and get elements by tag name, we will it depends, right? For class name, it depends. If we are having only one class, right, then it will give one element. But if we are having multiple classes, then all of those will be fetched. Similarly, if we have a single h2 tag in our web page, right, in our HTML page, so that will be fetched. If there are multiple, all of them will be fetched, right? So that's why get elements, not element, by tag name. Okay, get elements by tag name. Now let's quickly go ahead and see this thing also. Okay, so now just let's open this thing and let's see what are the lists. We have 4 lists here. We have 1 2 3 paragraphs. Okay, let's try to implement this on paragraph. Okay, so we just have to remove this thing, get elements by class name. Instead of class name, we will use tag name. Okay, that's it. And what is the tag that we are trying to fetch? Is a paragraph tag. So we will write what we write the paragraph tag, that is p tag. That's it. Now we have list of paras here. Paragraphs, that is, we have 3, right, paragraphs. And let's change this thing to list of paragraphs. Okay, let's save this file, and this was unchanged. Let's still save this file anyway, and now let's refresh it. So now you see we have a collection here again, and in that collection we have 3 paragraphs, right? Length of those paragraphs is 3, right? And again there is a list of properties that we can access on this element, right? Now if you want to access this element, how you can do? So basically you just used in the form just we did earlier. Maybe we just didn't access it. For example, let's say now if you want to change this anything, right, and similarly you can do it for that one as well. So you will use para 0. Now let's suppose we want to change this paragraph to something, that whatever was the content there, we want to change it. Let's suppose we use text.content here. I will get back to this thing, what does this do, right? Text.content equal to, let's suppose we want to change this para to something, changed paragraph, right? Changed paragraph. Okay, that's it. Now let's try to save this thing, and let's try to run this thing and see if the changes are made or not. Close this thing, refresh it. Okay, let's refresh it. So now, okay, just one minute. So let's do Control Shift I. Cannot set the text content of undefined. Okay, what is the undefined here? Just a minute, guys. Or let's suppose, let's not change this thing, let's try to console this element. Okay, let's make it simple. Okay, console.log. Maybe we'll just get back to this thing when we are dealing with this thing. Okay, guys, so we don't have to worry right now. So what is text content or anything? So the first element, whatever is the data in this, will be printed. So now let's try to see. So it is showing that this is undefined. Is my paragraph undefined? What is the text content of it? 1 minute. So there will be inner dot text. Okay, if you want to change, we have to use inner dot text. So whatever is the text content in that is null, will be null, right? So do we have text content? Okay, we have text content here, paragraph tag is here. Okay, cool. So to access its elements, right, are we using the right name or not? So just a minute. List of para. Okay, all the paragraphs will be, the first paragraph is this. So we have this paragraph and we want to access it. So now, guys, we were seeing that we got this undefined. So because something was already present in the cache, so if you see, when we wrote list.para 0, we got the first item. That is, the first item was this thing, and when we do 1, then we again have this item as a paragraph, and this was much larger than that. So if you want to change this paragraph, we can use simply dot 0 equal to something, for example, let's say hello, and we will be able to change this thing. Okay, so we will be able to change this thing. So now if we want to see again what were the elements that were present in this list of para, we'll again see that. Now if we want to access the first element, now we will see what is the output in that. So you see, we were able to change it, but we didn't assign it to it, so that's why it was again showing this thing again. So we will cover these things, how to manipulate these things. Right now we are just focusing on how to access these, so we know how to access these things. Okay, so now this get elements by tag name is also clear, right? So we see how to access with the help of tag name, right? So all of these things are clear. Now let's move ahead to document.query selector. So now to fetch elements, it utilizes CSS select style selectors. What are those style selectors? That hash is used for ID, dot is used for class, li is used for the number of list items that are present in either the unordered list or the other ordered list, right, or the unordered list. So h2, and with the help of tag names as well, similarly what we saw as earlier, right, h2 ul, all those tags can be used directly. It just returns the first matched element. So now let's suppose we want to implement same thing, right? Let's see. So if you see, when we use this thing, right, when we use get element by ID, and when we try to save this thing, and when we try to run this thing again, right, just reload it and try to Control Shift I. Okay, you see we got this thing, right? And inside of it we have 3 elements. Now if we just change this, if we just change the selector or the query selector to, right, to what, query selector. We just wrote here, instead of get elements by tag name, we just wrote here what? Query selector. And again we are doing the same thing, right? Selector. Okay, now if we see the difference, right, we will see the difference here. Now if you see, let's minimize this thing. We had a collection of 3 items. Now let's reload this thing. Now you see we got null because it was not able to find the paragraph tag, right? So what for example, if we have so this is the tag name that we are using, right? So we just have to name this thing, right? So let's name this thing as a paragraph tag. Okay, that is p tag. Let's save this thing, and now let's see what we get. P is not defined. Okay, query selector, and we're trying to select the p tag. We got null. So, and if we would do something on a class, and for class we will use what? Dot, and what was the class name? Hobby, right? HOBBY, hobby. And now let's try to run this thing. Let's save this thing. Okay, and now let's try to run this thing. Again it's showing null. Okay, something is wrong. Query selector, list of para. Let's change this name to list. Now if you see, it is showing us null. Why is it showing us null? Because the classes that we have defined are present in the, not in the, I mean to say, they are present inside the li tag. So if we just replace this thing, right, we just need to replace these things, or we just have to change these things, right? Let's write a class hobby instead of li. Let's write a class hobby here on ul, right? And let's write a class hobby here. Okay, let's write in here so that it creates something, right? So now we have 3 classes, and inside the 3 classes, let's remove all those things. So these will not be accessed anyway, so it doesn't matter. Let's say, so when we try to access this, and let's save this file, and now let's try to run this thing. Okay, so now let's try to implement it here. Okay, just write document dot query selector. Okay, query selector, and now let's try to select what? Dot hobby, and let's see how many elements we will get. Okay, so we got null because hobby is not written in this way, right? So if you see, we got only the first element that it matched, right? It was that, right? HOBBY, yeah. So perfect. So now if you see that the first element that we got was this, but rest of the things were not displayed, right? We got only the first, right? We have written query selector, and we just got what? Only the first element, right? First element that it matched, right? The first class that it matched, because we used dot. So if we used, there were several classes, right? So now what if we want to get all those elements, right? We just have to replace what? We just have to replace this get query selector with get query selector all, and that's it. We will get all the classes that have the name as hobby, that is 7 in total. We will get all of them. Okay, so if you see, the difference between the query selector and query selector all is that query selector will only pick one element, that is the first element it matched, or a first class id or tag it matches. It will return you that. But if you talk about query selector, it will give you all those elements or all those classes in this case that match this thing. Okay,
So we can also implement it on same thing, right? If we want to do it on a paragraph, we just write p here, right? And that's it. So we got the first one, and now if we do just by replacing this with all, we get three paragraphs, right? We have three paragraphs inside it. So this is all the things that how we access these with the help of these query selectors, right? So now we know, right? So now we know how to select an id, now how we know how to select a class, how to select a tag, right? How we use query selector, right? We saw this works, right? The var tags and then the query selector, then li.a.special. So this query selector also takes the basic html tags like so what happens in above case, right? If we see, if you might observe that I have written li, and inside that there is a.special. So this li, inside the li there is an anchor tag, and inside that anchor tag there is there is a class, right? Dot special. So we want to access that. Similarly, if you see that this type of document dot query selector h2, we have seen it, right? We saw how to access with the help of tag name, right? And to select a specific type of element, for example a numeric input, we can also use that, right? Document dot query selector and then input type equal to number. Okay, so if there is any specific element, for example a numerical input you want to access, okay? So if it's something that is inside some another tag, so you can also use right what we used here, right? Li, inside the li there is an anchor tag, and inside that anchor tag, that is the class, right? Therein we have, in that anchor tag we have a class, so we use li, get inside the li, get inside the anchor tag, and then access that class. Okay, so this is all about query selectors. Now that we have understood how to access the elements that are present in our HTML page, like we saw get element by ID, get elements by class name, get elements by tag name, query selector, and query selector all. Now let's see how to manipulate those styles. Okay, so a DOM object style property is one way to manipulate an HTML element style. For example, if you have selected an ID with the main heading, right? This is the name of the ID that we have selected. And when we set style.color property to 8, we are actually changing the color of the main heading to blue, right? Let's see the demo of it and how to implement it. Okay, so similarly we can change the backgrounds, the border length, all those styles can be changed. And for not for only when we select an ID, if you select any class, same thing will happen. If you select any tag, same thing will happen. And for query selector also same thing happens, and for query selector all same thing happens. Okay, now let's see the demo for one and repeat. Now let's see the demo for one, and it can be implemented on all the selectors. So here are we in our HTML page. So we can either implement it in a JavaScript file, or we can directly implement it in a console. So let's see the ID here we have. Let's paste it here. Okay, so this is the ID, and we got this ID, right? Now we selected this ID. Okay, so we have selected this ID, right? Here is it. So if you hover over this ID, you see we have this ID selected, which was earlier in our HTML page. As you see, there is one heading, that is h2 is the heading, and the name of that heading ID is heading. Okay, now we have selected it, this. Now let's try to implement the style property on it. So how do you style this? So basically you just have to write what the name of the variable, that is ID, right? Dot style. You see, align, you can align it to the center, right? So right now we are going to implement what?
we're going to implement this style property. Style, which is a global attribute, style dot color, right? You see color equal to, and that is, let's suppose, red. So when we press enter, you see the changes are there. Now if you want to set this id, I mean to say, we talk about several other factors, that the other properties that can be implemented on this. So if you wrote something align, let's suppose, and let's align it to center, right? So you see the text got aligned to center. Similarly, when we just wrote id, and these are the list of properties dot, these are the list of properties that can be set to it. So if you want to focus, you can. So now let's try to implement some simple functions. Let's suppose we will see the event handling as well, right, once we are done with this DOM. Okay, so how to use events, like these are all events. Okay. What are the other properties? There are a list of lot of properties that we can apply. So style we applied, right? So we have other names, right? Class name, we can set those. Query selector. So all these properties can be set. Okay. Now let's see. Now we have applied this property on it. Okay. So can we do anything else? This is all about styling. Can we change the content, or can we, with the help of this object, right, that we have right now, can we change the content of our web page? Yes, we can. Let's go back in our style. So we saw how to manipulate styles, and all those, whatever the styles that you have. For example, change the background. If you want to change the background, right, we can also do that. Like let's say id dot style dot background, right, background, and then we change the color to, for example, let's say blue, and then we press enter. You see we have the background color of that id as blue. So similarly we can apply all those styles. Now styling is done. Can we change the content? Yes, manipulating text or content. Okay, so in this we have text content property, retrieves the text whatever is inside that element, right, and we can change it. Okay, for example, if you see here in the example main heading dot text content, we have changed it to goodbye. So basically we will just use this. Now there is another way with which we can change this text. Okay, what is that? That is called inner HTML. Basically that will also manipulate the text that is present in the HTML page, but one of these, the text content property and the inner HTML property is responsible, or pays attention to the styles. Okay, so now let's see how we will implement both of these, and how one of them is different from the other. Actually there are a lot of differences, but the main difference lies in the that one of them will focus on the styles. Okay, so now let's see it. Now we are here. So how do we change the style, this text content property? We just have to use id dot, right, so id dot, once we use this dot, we can use text content. Okay, you see the text content, that the text that is inside this will came down, right, and now we'll change this thing to, let's suppose, header, and when we press enter, you see the text content got changed. Now similarly, if we wrote inner.html, okay, and now let's change to head, you see that too got changed. Now what is the difference? Why are there two properties that are doing the same thing? Is there any difference? Yes, there is. So the difference lies in the styling. Now let's first go back and add some element or add some style to this this heading. Okay, Now if you see, if I just added some span here, okay, let me add some span here, okay, and put it here in this span, okay, and now uh, let's do one more thing. Okay, so now let's change some styling in it. Okay, so now that we have added this span, now let's add some properties to it. Okay, or just do one more thing, one other thing that we can do here, just remove this thing from here. Okay, now let's add it here and let's put some content in it. This is the header of the web page. Header. Okay, so and now let's put a style property to it. Style is equal to display. Okay, we will use this thing later. Let me just put it here and let me just remove it for now. Okay, first we will see are the changes there. Okay, let's save this file and let's go back in our browser and let's refresh it. Okay, so now that we have this header head, okay, this is the first page and then we have that head span. Okay, so now when we create this id, right, we have to create this id again. Okay, now we have this id. Now if I use that property, same property that I used earlier, so let's see what the text content is, what the text content gives me as an output. Okay, when I press enter, it gives me the header. Okay, I shouldn't have changed it. Okay, so let's do it again. Let's refresh this. And now first of all, we have refreshed it, right? Now let's change the style property back to none. Okay, let's do this thing, style display equal to none. Okay, now you see when I go back to the browser and I refreshed it, so that header is gone, right? So now since it is not present in the web page but it is in the HTML page, right? So if I created something id here, right, let's create an id is done. And now when I access this text content here, okay, you see I do have this thing as an output. Now if I do same thing for the inner HTML, now if you see the output of, as in here, you see it gives the output and it focuses on the styles as well. So you see there's a span where displays properties none, header is given, strong is another text. This gives all the styling whatever is in the HTML page. This inner.html fetches it exactly in the same way, but when we do it for the text content, it just deals with the text. Okay, that's it. That's the main difference between the text content and the inner HTML. Okay, so there are few other properties that we can implement as well. For example, if you want to do something like this, so let's suppose inner.html id is equal to, now let's implement something. So let's implement a head tag here, h1, let's put it h4, and let's make hello, or let's suppose header tag. And then what we did, we have to close this h4 and then this. Okay, so now you see the header tag, we were able to implement this header tag along with this, I mean to say the styling. We also added styles, right? We included it as an h4 tag, right? Now we can also, can we do the same thing in text content? No, it will always put as it is, right? So if there is something you have included,
it won't be affected, right? If you see, it straight away got affected, right? This header tag is of what is the element associated with it, that is h4, but you can't do this thing in this what in the text content. Okay, so this is all about the styles and the manipulations of an ID. Similarly, we can implement these properties on class name when we fetch the element by class name, when we fetch the element by tag name, and with query selector and as well as query selector all. So this is all about the things that we did here. Okay, so we manipulated the text and the content. Now we can also manipulate the attributes as well. So if you want to manipulate attributes, we can modify it by using get attribute and set attribute. Okay, so we can manipulate the attributes as well. For example, to return the URL of the following, for example, if you have the following link is there, right? Following variable, we have created a variable name link, and then we are using query selector and we are fetching the anchor tag, right? We are getting with the name of I mean to say we are selecting on the basis of tag name. So whatever the tags are there and will be selected, the anchor tags. Okay, and then what we did, we just changed its attributes, right? The href, that is the property or an attribute of anchor tag, right? The href, wherein we have the link to which this, I mean to say, when we use anchor tag we get a link on, and we along with that we just go to the Google, right? That is the text. So once we click on that text we go to the Google page, right? So that link, now what we are going to do here, what we did with the help of this link variable that we created, the object that we created, we are getting that attribute, right? That href tag. And then what we are going to do, we are going to set that attribute with the help of set attribute property or method. So modify the link, we used the state of the attribute as the first argument in the method and the new URL as the second. So the state is href, right? And then we provide the second argument, which is the new URL. For example, earlier it might be linked to what Google, www.google.com, and now what we are linking it with yahoo.com. So we can also manipulate attributes. Okay, this is a simple attribute, that anchor tag we are manipulating. Similarly, rest of the attributes can also be manipulated. So this is all about DOM. We did what first we access the elements, right, on the HTML page, then we tried to manipulate it, we tried to change the text or the content of that, we changed the styles, and we changed the attributes. We know all these things now. Okay, now the attributes, let's see this example wherein we are changing the text of the, for example, if we have some text area, right? So we can also change that as well. For example, attributes are there with the HTML tags, right? We know that these attributes are converted to properties when DOM object is created. Obviously that when the DOM is created and objects are created, when the DOM helps us to convert these properties, these attributes to properties. Okay, now we can change them as well. Not every attribute has a one-to-one mapping to properties, so that means there is not direct association. Some of them have indirect association as well. For example, id is mapped one-to-one and chains are synced. For example, if you see, when we use get element by id, as they are synced with each other, now we can easily change the value property of that id that we selected. For example, we selected the text, right? We have a text area here, we have the text, we have the input as text, right? So we change the value to hello. Okay, you see, and the changes are synced, and we quickly at that moment when we change this thing, we get that in our web page, right? The changes are synced with each other, and as soon as we hit the change, we make the changes, they will be automatically updated. So the text value is changed to hello. Okay, now before we move ahead, let's try to implement what are all the objects that DOM has access to, or if you want to know what are the elements that are present in your HTML document. Okay, so now let's try to figure out a program that will display all the elements that are present in your HTML page. So to do that, let's go straight into the console. Okay, so I will implement this in console. So for that, what we will do, we will use a variable, let's suppose x, and it will contain what, we'll get the document object model. We will use document. Okay, document dot get elements by, obviously by tag name, because we want all the elements there. Okay, and let's maximize this. Now this thing will be clear, and let me minimize the size of this as well. Okay, cool. So now let's try to figure out a way. So what we will do here, we will not specifically write any tag. Okay, we'll just use a star sign, that means all, and we'll minimize it. Okay, now we have created this object. Okay, so it will contain all the tags that are present in our document. Now what we will use, we will first try to calculate its length. So we will use another variable, let's suppose length. Okay, len equal to whatever is the length of this object, x dot length. Okay, done. Now we will use one inside the for loop. Okay, for that we will use for. Okay, and that will help us to print all the elements that are present in our document. So for var I equal to 0, starting from this, I less than length, right, and I plus plus. Now what we are going to do is we are going to print it on the console itself. Okay, so shift enter, and then console dot log in the console itself. Okay, now what we will do, x hyphen I. Okay, the first element, the first tag that it has, dot tag name. Okay, dot tag name. Okay, then we also enter, we want it to be in a separate line. Okay, else it will be in the same line, so we will use break line here. Okay, so break line. Okay, now this is done, or let's leave this thing. Okay, okay, now console dot and then shift enter, then we just close our tag and we press enter. So these are the elements that are present. So we have one HTML tag, one head tag, okay, one title, one script tag, one body tag, two header tags h2 and h4, one paragraph tag, then after that we have h4 tag, then paragraph, then br, and h6, then unordered list, then in that we have 4 list items. Okay, so you see how we implemented this program of getting all the elements that are present in our this HTML document. So you see HTML doc head, then we have title, then we have script, and we have body h2, right? These are all the elements that are present in our HTML file. Cool. So this is all about what, the document object model. Now let's see what are the events that are associated with the DOM. So there are different events that are recognized by DOM application interface, that is API. Some common events to be most familiar, which are used extensively, are click on click, that is click events, change events, mouse over, mouse out. Event will be triggered when when our code is running and certain actions has been taken, as opposed to automatically executing when the page loads. Okay, so when the page loads, after that whatever you do, for example if you click a button, when you hover over a link, when you are pressing a key, all these are events and that can be handled with the help of DOM. So event must be selected and then attached to a specific element by means of event listener. So we will see how we will implement, for example if you clicked something. Okay, so for example there is a button in your HTML document. Okay, now you clicked on it. Now what is the event that you want to be triggered once you clicked on it? Okay,
And now if you see an example here, to add a event listener, we use add event listener method through the syntax. The syntax is first the element, then the name of the element, right? So whatever the name of the element is, then we add what? Add event listener method along with the type and function to call. For example, a type here may be on click, right? Click event, and then the function to call, that is the callback function. It can be anonymous function or it can be some function. For example, right now we haven't created any function. So for example, if you have created some function and you want to print something, right? Let's suppose the same program that we just did, you want to print every HTML element that is present there, so you can do that. Okay, for example, to have a message print on the console when the first button is clicked, right? For example, if you want, when the first time the button is clicked, you would state that okay, this is first you have clicked the button, right? Now if you see, we have var button, and we use the query selector to select that button, right? Now the element is selected. Now button dot add event listener is the method that we called, and we used a click event here, and then the callback function is console.log. That is the function is just printing that the button has been clicked. Okay, that's it. Now let's try to implement this on click event on. So basically these events, when a user will clicks on the mouse, when the web page is loaded, when image is loaded, when mouse moves over an element, input field is changed, HTML form is submitted, right? All these events, or a user presses a key, all these events can be implemented easily. So now let's see, try to implement this program. Okay, so we'll go back in our console. Okay, not in the console, let's try to implement it here. Okay, so now let's remove all these things. Okay, and let's write HTML in the tab. Let's call it events. Okay, now let's create a h1 tag here. Okay, h1, and now we will use something called on click. Okay, this is a naive approach. Okay, on click event, and we will call the this, that is, it refers to the same object that is currently that we are on currently. Okay, inner.html, okay, then we press the message button here. Okay, let's suppose clicked. Okay, so we are using this one here for this one, and we closed, and once we click on this text, okay, we'll get this message, clicked on this text. Okay, now let's save this file and let's go back to the browser. Let's refresh this. Okay, close our this, and now when we click on this, you see clicked, it changed to clicked. Okay, now this is a naive approach. Now when for example you are using this as a naive approach, now we haven't included any JS in it, right now we are just seeing on click event. So once you have clicked on it, the event occurred, that on click event got triggered, and that got our text to be changed. Okay, now the same thing can be done using a script, right? A JavaScript. How we will do it? Let's see. Let's go back to our Sublime, and now you see, so on click event, and instead of this, what we will write, let's remove this thing. Okay, okay, now let's remove this thing, and let's see. For example, we want some function to be called. Okay, so let's say let's name the function as change text. Okay, or change, let's name it change, and we will pass it this object, that is, currently we are on this object. Okay, we have to refer to this object that we want this to be changed, that is the current object that we are on.
Okay, now we go in our script file, and let's try to connect our script file with the help of script. We just use script, and let's name the file, that is source, sorry, as c equal to first .js that has already been created in the other section, right? First .js is here. Let's remove all those things and create a function which will be called. So what is the function? How we create a function? With the help of function keyword and then the function name. Let's name it what, change. This is the name, right? So change will be called, and this will take an argument as, let's suppose, let's name it something, let's name it id for now, let's say. And now what we will do, we will just use id dot inner html, right, equal to clicked, what we used earlier, clicked, and that's it. Same thing we did, right? So once we are done with this, we go back in our console and let's click it. So this event got clicked, and then the message we got as clicked. Okay, so this is the on click event. So for example, if you want to create a button, and when you want that button, on the basis of that button you want to create some other function, for example you want to change the date, okay, so you can also do that. And a lot of things that you can do with the help of this, right? So on load, right, on load events, mouse or when you move over it, okay. Now let's see how we implement this thing in our I mean to say, when the console, or when we repeat. So now this is done, right? Now let's see how to create this event, right, the button event in our HTML file. So first what we will do, we will create a button, obviously, right? So let's create a button. So how you create a button, right, button, press a tab, you get a button, okay. So on this, what you want is your event to occur. So for that, what we need, let's name it something that is specific to this thing, okay. So you want this click event to be triggered. So now what we will do, we'll just use equal to, when we clicked on this and you call the function, let's name that function as button, and you pass in the argument, okay. And then what you will go here and you use the function keyword, and then the button, it will give you something. And then what you will do is, okay, so we can do it in another way as well, okay. So let's first see if we get any errors in this, and then maybe we'll try to see why we got this, why we have these errors, and how we can rectify these things, okay. So now let's first see how to add an event in the what, in this button tag, okay. So let's remove the above thing, we don't want that anymore. Let's remove all these things, okay. So now let we create a first a var, right. Now let's create a button here, var button, and then what we will do, we will just document with the help of document dot query selector, we will use a query selector here, okay. And then what we do, we will have this thing, the tag name as button here, okay. Now we have selected our button, okay, we don't need those function calls or anything. So now what we will do, we'll add a button dot add event
listener here. Okay, now what we will do, we will use the click function. Okay, click is the name of the event, right? Type of the event that we are using. And then we have something, we can create an anonymous function as well. Let's create here, for example, what is the difference between an anonymous function and the normal function is that after this code has been executed, okay, we won't be able to use this function anymore, okay, this anonymous function. And now let's do something, console.log. Let's print a message that button was clicked. Okay, so that's it. Let's save this file, and when we go into the button, let's create what, we don't have to do anything. So we have created a button here. Let's remove all those things. Let's keep it simple, and let's name this button as click me. Okay, let's save this file, and let's save this file as well, and let's go back to the console. So okay, let's refresh it. You see, is click me, and this event would have been triggered. Similarly, we change this, right? So that's why nothing is happening. We go on to the inspect, and we will inspect our, okay, there is add event listener of a null. Okay, event listener. Okay, change is not defined. Okay, cool guys, cool. So now what we will do, whatever we did in our JavaScript file, we'll just copy paste it here. Okay, that's it. Okay, button is selected. Okay, let's use this for now. Get elements by tag name, and the tag name is button. Okay, button is event listener. Add event listener is not a function. Okay, now let's create this thing first. So now we have used this thing, right? Get elements by tag name, and the button is there, right? So when we refresh this thing, so okay, now let's do one more thing. Let's create an ID here. Okay, ID equal to, let's name it button btn, and let's save this file. And now let's try to do a query selector. No, we'll use what, get elements, get element by id. Okay, and we will get our id btn, and then what we will do, we will add btn. Okay, btn add listener, and then this is done. Okay, let's save this file. Let's remove this thing now. Let's save this thing. Let's refresh it. Okay, no errors, good. Now let's put it here. Okay, ptn. Okay, get element by id is not a function. Document dot get element by id, we are passing in the id. Okay, just wait a minute guys.
Let's do one thing. Let's first fetch this thing. Document dot get. This thing happens when you're when something is present in the cache. Okay, so okay, you see this is a function, and now when we do get element by id and we pass this btn, right, we have this in our page. Okay, now you see it fetched it. Earlier it was not fetching it because it was already present in the cache, so this thing happens. Okay, now we have our button. Now what we do, we will just add event listener here. Add event listener, and what we will do, will just, the type is that when we click on this, we want this anonymous function to be called. Okay, so we want this function, just maximize it. So we want this anonymous function to be called, and what it will do, it will just console.log. Same thing I'm writing, nothing special. Whatever I was doing earlier. Button is clicked. So earlier it was not able to fetch because of some things that were present in the cache. Okay, now what I did, okay, missing argument lists. Okay, missing one parenthesis. Yeah, so this is for this add event listener method, and this is the anonymous function, and here we have to write this. So anonymous function is okay, it is having problem with the anonymous function that we just wrote. Okay, so let's try to think what is the mistake that we are doing. Think, guys. So now, if any one of you can tell me what was the mistake that I was doing from past 2 minutes. So basically, add event listener is not a function. It was saying to me again and again, right? So the spelling was there, mistake. The spelling mistake was there. Okay. So now when we press it, it will work. Okay. Now when I do this thing, it says button is clicked, button is clicked, button is clicked, button is clicked, and it will go on whenever I click this button. Okay, so uncaught was there because that thing was not we didn't dealt this with this thing, right? We have a function here, right? We have a function here that is saying that change is there, that should be called when we click on this, so it couldn't find that function. That is because of that. But for this thing, this is working fine. And now if you try to implement this thing in here, it will work as well. Okay, now just write paste in here. You see again listener, spelling is there, right? So the spelling mistake was there. Add event listener. Okay, listener is the yeah. So now we have the button, and on that button when we clicked, we will get this message. Now when we refresh it, okay, again it's not getting recognized, so you can just implement it in this fashion again. Okay, now when we click on it, it gets called. Okay, so these things happen when you try to run something on your console and something that is associated with your browser. So these things happen, you don't have to worry about it. JavaScript behaves very weirdly in some cases. Now you have to sometimes even have to, if you are running something on a browser, you have to clear your cache because some variables which you have used earlier might be there already, so it will say the variable has been already declared and all those things. Okay, so now we have implemented this thing, right? So we have implemented this thing, right, the button. And now let's see, it's not necessary to use an anonymous function, right?
The same code can be written what we saw in an anonymous function. We can create a separate function that is written here, right? The print console is a separate function, and once we clicked on that button, this event listener, this function will be called. You see the difference. However, we are not using this parenthesis sign, right, in the event listener, right? The event listener method, the second parameter, we are not using the parenthesis sign because that is something that on the click the browser will call itself, right? The browser is responsible for calling it, not you. Okay, so that's why we are not using the parenthesis sign. It is kept just the name of the function, and once we click on it, browser will click the engine that is associated with it, the V8 engine, wherein we have the compiler. Once we click on it, it will be called on its own. Okay, we are not responsible for calling it, because whenever we use a parenthesis sign, that means we are calling this function. Unless there is a need to use this named function again somewhere else outside the listener class, it's better to simply use the anonymous class. That's what I told you, right? So if you don't want to, to say, use this function anymore, or is this that this function is only associated for this particular problem or this particular function, you can just put it in as an anonymous function. Or if you're using it again and again somewhere, it's better to write it as a separate function so that it can get called from that other event listeners as well. Okay, now these are certain facts about the events. Okay, you can have more than one listener on a given element. Okay, they will execute in the order that we added them. So if you have multiple listeners on for example, if you want this call after this click event, you want this to be called, you want this to be called, so in the order in which they are added, they will be called in the same order. Inside the listener, this keyword refers to the item that was clicked. Okay, you see that when I use this keyword, it refers to the same item that was clicked. Okay, on hovered upon or on clicked, you can use it on a click event, on hover, when you move your mouse pointer on certain element or certain page in the certain element on the web page. It can be associated with that as well, that this is the pointer and this is the element to which it is referring, or when you press a key. Okay, so whatever element is attached to the event listener, add event listener, is the event to which this refers. Okay, so whatever is the element, it's self-explanatory, right? On which whatever the element we have added the event listener class or in a event listener method, it will be this will refer to that same element. Okay, this is useful in situations where you want large number of similar but individual sibling elements to run specific code upon itself when activated. So for example, what do you mean by this thing? So for example, if you have an element, and in that element there are multiple sub elements in that. For example, in UL unordered list there is li, and inside each li there is again an unordered list, and in that we have again a list, so the list of lists. So to specify to a particular element in that list, for example, the second inner list, which is the second list which is inside the first list, and you want to refer to some element, at that time this will help and it will be very beneficial, right? We don't have to specify explicitly that you have to go first inside this UL, then there's a list, then go inside that list, there's an unordered list, then in that unordered list there's a list. So instead of writing these things, you can just refer to this. For example, this is the element that was clicked, so this is the event listener that is associated. This refers to this event listener. Okay, so this li in that unordered list. Okay, so now for example, I told you earlier, right? So if you have an unordered list with dozen of li tags, okay, there are dozens of li tags within it, and you want each individual item to change its color when clicked, you can use a for loop, and this as follows. So we will use this and the for loop. So it will keep on changing, right? For example, now we are on the second item. When we clicked on this, so the color will change. So the color will change again and again. So if you see where dot we have used the variable that is lis, and we are using query selector all. So all of these elements, all of these items will be fetched. Okay, So what is the other thing that you can use? You can use a class name, and then you can use a class name, right? The class id selector, and then you have to add all to all those items, list items, you have to add that class, right? So if you don't want to do that, you can use a query selector and li query selector all. It will fetch all the list items. Okay, so then we traverse just like what we did when we tried to find out all the elements that were present on the HTML page, right? So similarly, what we are going to use here, a for loop, and it will run till the length of that, whatever is the length of that HTML collection, right? So after that, each element will be fetched one by one, and we add an event listener there, and upon clicking on it, the function will be called, and we will change the color, the text color property of that, and the text color will change to pink, right? Simple, guys. So this is all about what DOM manipulation and DOM events. So let's try to run this thing. Okay, so first let's try to create a list in our HTML page so that we can refer to it. Okay, let's remove this event, we don't need this anymore, so we'll keep a button for now. And now let's enter another list here. Okay, and inside that another list we add a li. Okay, let's copy it several times and then try to implement that. li. So okay, li. Okay, now you see, we will just enter here, okay, and enter here, and enter here, and this is done, and we close our UL tag. Now let's add list items. Let's suppose this is the one list item, then this is okay, then this is another SD, okay, this is SSS, then DDD, then A, and then DDD again, then MMM. So these are all the list items that we have. I know these are not very expressive, but it will work, right? So for now it will work, and now let's see how to implement it. Let's remove this thing, let's save this thing. Okay, now let's go back in our console. See, the list items are added and we are connected to our JS file. Now what we will use, again we will use a var and list, and what we will use document dot query selector what query selector or query selector all. What we will use query selector all. Done. And what will pass it as an argument, the LIs, right? Done. Okay, now let's see first what li contains. You see 8 lists, right? We have 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, right? Yeah, so now if I use dot length property with it, I will get this 8. Done. So we don't have to use that another variable. Okay, so now let's create a for loop. And we'll use var, or you can also use the better approach is to use a let keyword, right? So that it won't be accessible outside. So let var, you see again that thing is coming, I has been already defined, will come if you have used this. So that's why try to clear your cache. Okay, so let's suppose I is equal to 0 and I is less than what, lis dot length, right? And I plus plus, for each we will iterate. Okay, and now we are done with this thing. What we will do, we will use lis that first element, right? This is not an array, again this is a collection, HTML collection. Okay, and now what we will do, we'll add event listener. This time let's write the right spelling, add event listener, and upon clicking on it, okay, the type is that when we click on it, okay, when we click on it,
we want this function to be called. Okay, now should I use this sign? No. This if this is an anonymous function, then I have to, because then I will be declaring it in here. Okay, so if it would have been some other function, the callback function, for example, which I'm going to use in the next, or in any other add event listener, right, in any other listener, so at that time we can create a separate function. Right now I don't want to use it anywhere, so that's why I'm creating an anonymous function. Then this refers to the current one, that is li0, that is the zeroth item. When I click on this, I will change the style property, right? Style dot, I will change this dot style dot color, and the text color will be changed to what? Let's suppose it will change to red. Okay, done. And then we end this and we close our function, and then we close our event listener, and then we press and enter the end of statement, and then our loop, then we close our loop, and that's it. Okay, so we are done. So now let's try to implement it. Okay, so you see nothing is happening here because we haven't defined it. Now once I click it, it changed. Once I click it, it changed. Clicked it, changed, this changed, this changed to red, and this changed to red. So you see, this is how you implement what? Events. Okay, similarly, when I used, for example, you can also use on hover here. Let's change this thing. 1 minute. Okay, first let's copy this thing. So now when I hover over it, okay, 1 minute. So when I clicked on it, it's not doing anything. I have to refresh it. 1 second, guys. Let's copy this thing, all of it, and let's refresh it. Okay, and now let's try to implement it. Okay, so first we need, what do I need this thing? Okay, let's do it one by one. First I will just select this. Okay, then I will use the for loop, and it will iterate through all the elements one by one, and I will change this thing. Okay, one by one. So now it will iterate through it, and let's do mouse over, and let's change this to what? Pink, wink. Okay, so you see, it doesn't give you any error. That it means that, okay, now let's see. You see, now when I hover over it, okay, just by hovering over it, it changes color to pink. Now you see, all of them are changed to pink. Okay, so this is all about events. Okay, so we are done with events. Now let's talk about closure. So what is closure? If someone asks you what is closure, or maybe if an interviewer wants to know how deeply or how in depth you know JavaScript, he or she will definitely ask you what is a closure. Now, what is a closure? When a function gets called, it's popped out of the stack, right? Now, if a function gets called, it is put on the stack. After its execution, it's popped out of the stack, right? But still, not all the arguments are removed from that stack, right? There is something that is called closure, wherein we will store those type of variables which are dependent, right, on the inner function. Let me give you an example, and after that, once we will see that example, then these two examples that are written here will be much clearer. Now let's go straight away into the demo part. So now let's see first how we can declare a function, right? So we write the function keyword and then the name of the function. Let's call it parent, right? So this parent function will do nothing, but it will print console.log, and let's print some string, let's say hello, right? That's it. Now this is how we create a function, right? And let me copy paste it in here in the console, right? So now when we want to call this function, we will simply do this thing, right? This is simple. We know this thing, right? We have already covered functions, right? Now what if what if there is another function that is inside this function? Let's call that function as child. Okay, and it's also doing some print, right? Let's say print log by, right? And then what this function does, the parent function, it will return this function, that is child function, without invoking it, right? So once it has returned this function, right, now let me copy paste this thing again in our console, right? So now once we have created it, now once we will call this parent, right, you see this function was never called, right? Now if we want to call explicitly this function, so what do? How would we call this function if we want to call this? Now what if we want to call whatever is in the child, right? So we want to call that function because it printed out the statement, then it called that function, right? It didn't call that function. So to call that function, we will simply write what? Parent, then it will return a function, right? So this function gets called, it will return a function, then we are calling that function, right, which it returned, right? So it prints out hello and bye. So this is one way of how we can write nested functions, right? So basically it's a function returning a function. Now, so what is a closure? So basically a closure is when inner function isn't self-contained. So right now if you see, this function is self-contained because it is not dependent, or there is no variable that is defined in the parent function that we are using in this child function. So this is not a closure, in short. Okay, now how we can, let me just clear this screen on the other side. Now if you want to create the same function and we want to use closures, so what we will do, we will just simply create a variable here. Let's suppose var x, and that is equal to 10. Now what this inner function does, it will use this variable x, and let's suppose we are adding 10 to it. Okay, now let me just copy this thing again. Okay, now what happens here, this inner function isn't self-contained. So here now, what do you mean by self-contained? Again, same thing. The inner function is using some variable which is defined in the parent function, right? The outer function. So this is what is closure in the most naive way. Simple, right? So now if you want to call this function, we will again use parent, and then again we use two parentheses, and that's 20. So 10 plus 10, right? So this is what a closure is basically. Now let's see those examples which were shown on your screen, right? Let's see those examples, and then we will dry run them. Okay, so basically if you see here, we are using a function named family, and the argument has been passed as grandfather, right, gfather, and it returns another function which is having argument father, right? And that function is returning another function which is having a argument as son. And then in that function we are using the variables which were defined in the outer functions, right? So father, which was defined above son, is the parameter, that argument, the variable has been used in son. The grandfather has been used in son. So this is a complicated example, a little bit complicated example of what is a closure. Is it clear? Right? So now let's see a demo of it. Right? So we will just open this browser as well, and here we will type this thing. Okay, so now let's clear this thing. Okay, so now let's write this thing. So basically what we are doing here, we are creating a function, right? Function that's named, let's name it family, right? Or let's name it function f1, right? So now this is having a gf, right, the grandfather, and then this function is returning another function, right? then this grandfather is returning another function, that is, what was that? So this function gets called, and now this, in this function we have another argument, that is father, right? And then this function is returning another function, that is what? That is this function. And then this function is having another argument, that is son. So we know if we want to print with the help of literals, right, the dollar sign, we know, we have already covered that, how to print without using the concatenation operation and all those things. We will simply use what? The sign that is below your escape key. Just shift, just put these two signs, that is the commas, right? And then what we use a dollar, right, a dollar sign, and then the name of our variable, that is gf, that is grandfather, and without concatenating it, right, then we put some kind of a, right, some kind of separator, that is this sign. Then we will use again a dollar sign, right, then the father, then this thing, then dollar, and then the son, right, that is s, right? So this, what it does, it is this function that I'm highlighting is dependent on the arguments or variables which were defined in the above function, that is f, right? Father has been used, grandfather has been used, and the son of this particular function, right, this which I'm highlighting. So now this is done. Okay, so we are missing out the parenthesis, so let's put a parenthesis here, right? So we have 1 2 3 opening and 3 closing. So let's copy paste this thing and put it in our console, and let's press enter. Okay, so now how we can call this function? Basically we use f1, and then we will pass the argument. Let's suppose who's your grandfather. Let's suppose AAA is my grandfather, then BBB is my father, and then CCC is my son. Okay, so now what should be our output? It should be AAA, then two separators, that is the hyphen sign, then hyphen, then BBB, then CCC. Okay, AAA is not defined. Okay, these are strings, right? So we are using them as a string, so we have to pass in the, right, so these arguments are treated as string, so we have to put these signs. Okay, so now if you see that A, B, B, B and C, C, this is a little bit complicated example of what? A closure. Now if you want, we can just continue with the other example, right, which was shown, that we showed earlier, with using, we will be using an arrow function to define the same thing, right? Now arrow, if you see, arrow function is much easier to write, though you need to know arrow functions. We have already covered those arrow functions, right? So it is another type of function expression, right? So let's do it with the help of function or arrow function, right? So now let's go back. So now let's do it with the help of arrow function. Let's remove this thing. Okay, now let's see how easier it is to write with the help of arrow functions. So you defined a let, right? So let me name that function f1, which we used earlier, right? And then the argument, right, gf, and then we will use this arrow sign, right, and then father, right, and then arrow sign, and then the son, right, and then we will print out those statements, right, console.log, and now same thing which we did earlier, right? Let me just copy this thing, if I can copy this thing. Yes, I can. So I will use this thing, right? So herein we will be removing this thing, right? So we are just printing out this statement. Let me just maximize it a little bit. So if you see how easily we wrote this thing, right, with the help of arrow functions. We just have to define it in a single line, and that's it. We are printing it, and then at the end we will print out end of the statement, right? We will copy this thing, let's scroll it back in, and let's put it here. Okay, f1 has been already defined. Okay, So we haven't cleared our screen, so that's why it's happening. So let's put F2. Okay, so now if we want to pass in the arguments, how would you do that? Same thing, let's put it in this way, right? Grandfather, right? The first argument again in the form of strings, right? We got the earlier we got then error in this, right? So father, and then let's put a father sign as an argument, close it, then put a son, right? This is how you do it. Okay, so grandfather, father and son, or I will put some. Okay, so cool, you got the point, right? So this is how you define and closure with the help of arrow functions. Okay, so this was all about closures. So in short, if someone asks you what is a closure, you will straight away give him an example, and first you will explain him what do you mean by closure. What do you mean by closure? Closure is nothing but when an inner function, that when we have two functions, right, nested functions, and the inner function isn't self-contained, right? That means it is using some parameters or some variables that are defined in the outer function. That procedure or that function, that whole thing is called a closure, because we are storing some of the variables in a location which is called a closure. So basically it is nothing but a location wherein you will store your parameters or your variables, right? So that's it, that's all about closure. Okay, now let's talk about currying. Currying is an advanced technique for working with functions. Okay, it is used not only in JavaScript but in other languages as well. Currying is transformation of functions that translates a function from callable as f, then we have the arguments, into a callable that f, then we have a set of argument individually, then we can call another function at the same time, then we can call another function. So basically this might not be, you might not be able to understand it right now, but with the help of some demos and some explanation there, it will be easier to understand what do you mean by this second line. Okay, then currying does not call a function, it just transforms it. Okay, currying is a technique for evaluating function with multiple arguments, as you can see in FABC, right? So into a sequence of functions with single arguments, as you can see. And then we have a function with argument A, then we can call it simultaneously the second function with argument B, then the third function with argument C. Now as you might be thinking already that this is something we already did, right? We can do it with the help of closures, we can do it with the help of normal functions, we can do it with the help of arrow functions, right? Now let's see the other thing. Now let's see the examples, right? So if you can see the example that is shown on your screen, right? I have shown directly the example of an arrow function, right? How we can implement it with the help of arrow function, right? We will see how we can implement it with the help of normal functions, and we will also use bind. Okay, we will see it in the demo part. Okay, for now let's try to understand this example. Let multiply equal to a comma b, then we have a multiplication with b. So normal multiplication function, right? Now when we are currying it, basically if you see, we have defined a variable named the curried multiply, right? Curried multiply, and it is having a one argument, right? And then there is another arrow function, then there is another function which is having another argument with the help of arrow function, and then we can multiply it. If you see how we called it with the help of that, with the help of 5, right? First we multiply it with, if you see, now we have calling this curried multiply with the help of one argument, right? Multiply by 5, as you can see. Then we can call it with the help of multiply. Now if you see the second statement that I have shown, the second example. Now let's say we want to multiply by 7, and always by 7, right? Now we can fix one argument 7, right? Now if you see, let multiply by 7, we curried multiply 7, we passed in 7, and then we multiply, when we called multiply by 7 with the help of another argument, that is 2, so it will give, obviously it will give 14, right? And then curried multiply 7 by 5, then 7 into 5, that is 35. Okay, so these examples might not be clear. Once I will show you the proper flow of it, right? This is just an example, just to keep get, so that after this lecture or this tutorial is over, you just have something on which you can get a talking point or something that you will relate upon. Okay,
So now let's see the other example with the help of bind. So if you see, we have here add function, right? And it has two arguments, a plus b, right? Now if you see, I declared another variable, that is add by 10, and then I used bind function, and then the first argument represents the function, right? I will show you how what this does actually. It just copies this whole function, and then I'm passing the argument as 10. So this 10 is same as, I will show you, okay? Don't worry about it right now, okay? Now let's, without going any further, this is the last example of this, right? Of currying. Let's go into the demo part and see one by one how we will transform from functions, then what exactly it means, then how we can transform to closures. Okay, so basically this is something that you have already done. The arrow functions, the functions, and the closures have been already covered, right? So now let's see example. Okay, now first example that we are going to see is with the help of functions, right? Normal functions, and we will see how we can implement it with the help of closures. Okay, first we will see closures. Now first we will define a function, that is add, the function expression, right? And then we have function, right? And then let's suppose it is having one argument as x. So earlier what we were doing, we were passing multiple arguments, right? Two arguments. So if we have a normal function, we will pass x comma y, and then we will add it, right? So with the help of these things, closures, how we can do it, okay? Then we will return, obviously we will return another function, right? Function which is returning another function, and it is having an argument of y, right? And then finally what we did, we just printed it, right? Console.log x comma x plus y. Let's add them, okay? So now if you can observe it carefully, one variable is dependent on the function, that is inner function is dependent on the one of the variables that is defined on the outer function. Obviously this is the closure, right? So now what we do here, now how we can call it, what is the procedure for that? Earlier we used to call function, then passing two arguments, right? Making it from function a comma b comma c to function a, then parenthesis b, right? That was how we transformed it, right? So now what we can do here, we just declare another variable, right? Add by 5. Let's suppose we are adding by 5, and then what we did here, we added, and then we passed one variable, one argument, that is 5. Okay, cool. Now it is done, right? And now next time when we have to let's suppose now our one argument is fixed. That is what I meant by we are fixing one argument, right? So one argument is fixed, that is 5. Now we can get a table of 5, right? 5 like this, right? Let me show you. Add by 5, obviously it will be having the function that is x plus y, right? It will be returned by that, it will contain that function, right? And now one argument is already present. Now we just have to pass the second argument, that is 2, right? And now similarly we can do the same thing for now. Let's do a little bit of table, 2 into 5 or 5 into 5, right? Then again 5 into 10. Okay, I just saved it, I don't need to save these things. Now we copied it and we'll paste it in here, and now you will see, okay, identifier add has already been declared. Okay, let's change the name. Let's first just clear it. Let's just change the name to add. Here add. Okay, add has also been taken. Okay, let us name as add1, and then now you see, then we are adding 2. We have fixed one argument, that is 5. Now 5 has been added with 2, then 5, then 10, right? So 7, 10, and 15. So this is with the help of closures, right? Now let's do it with the help of bind function. Okay, so now how we can bind it, okay? And then finally we will see. First let's see how to do it with the help of arrow functions. Okay, let's clear this thing. Okay, now this thing is clear how we use closure here, right? How we transformed our function from earlier, if we were using functions, right? And we have some set series of arguments, right? A comma b. Then what we were doing, we were passing these arguments in. Now let's suppose it's having some body, and then what we were doing, we were calling this function as, let's name the function add, and then what we were doing, we were calling this function add as how can we call it, 4,5, and then it used to do, it might be having some body. Let's suppose it's adding two numbers. We used to do this way. Now what currying helps us, we are just fixing one argument and we are just making multiple function calls, right? And where each argument is passed with each function. Okay, that's what that's what we did here, right? With the help of this, right, with the help of closures, right? Now let's see how we can do this thing with the help of bind. Okay, the same add function, right? So let's suppose we have a function add. Now let's not name it add this time, let's name it multiply. So we have a multiply function, and let's do binding operation function. Okay, now what we did here, we have two arguments, right? Let's suppose x comma y, and now when we have these two, and now what we are doing, we are just console.log x plus y, right? Simple, right? This is the function expression, how we declare it. This is how we declare it, right? So now how we can curry it, right? How we use currying. Now we use multiply by 10, let's suppose, and then what we will do, we'll just call mul dot bind. Now we will use binding, and later we will see how we can remove this bind and use arrow functions, right? And then what we will pass, the first argument will be this, and I will show you what this represents. And then we are passing this 10. Now we are fixing this first argument as 10, and then what we do, we'll just use mul by 10, and then we passed multiply by 10. Let's suppose we are multiplying it by 7. You can use this way. And now again, if we do the same thing for other variables as well, okay, multiply by 7 into, let's suppose, 8, and again 10 multiply by 9, so 70, 80, 90, right? So now what does this thing does here, this so basically it bind helps us to create a copy of this multiply method without invoking it. Okay, we haven't invoked the multiply function, right? We just binded it. It creates a copy. So basically what happens internally after this statement, let me just put it here. So after this statement, what exactly this looks like internally, it looks like something let mul. So it will look like something like this fun function. It is having one argument as y, wherein this other argument that has been fixed as to 10, right? And then what we are doing internally, this thing happens. Okay, we're just console logging x plus y, that's it. So okay, so bind returns a function definition that can be used later. Okay, so basically this bind helps us to return something that we use later, that multiply by 10, right? So therein we will use this. Okay, so this is something that happens internally. Okay, so now let's remove this thing and let's put it here. Okay, done. 17. Okay, we are adding it. Okay, we have called this multiply, but we are adding it, so we need to change our definition. So we just use multiply here, that's it. So 70, 80, 90. Okay, so this is how we can do it with the help of bind. Now let's do it with the help of arrow functions, right? So how easy it is to do with the help of arrow functions, right? So we just need to change certain things. So basically what we had, let's suppose we had this let multiply, we will change it to something like we don't need function in arrow functions, right? So we changed it, and then we have two arguments, and then what we did, we just used let's do this
this way, and then what we did, we just console logged a into b. That's what we do, right? Okay, so now what we do here, we just multiply, we just again just curry multiply by 10, and instead of bind, because arrow functions automatically bind these things, we don't need to explicitly bind. So what we can do here, we just need to pass arguments, and that's it. So what we do here, okay, so basically this will also change. This is the first argument, and then we will call another function, then the second argument. Okay, so now when it will be passed, we are just multiplying it without console logging it. Okay, let's just console log it as well so that we can see. Okay, so now we changed it to this thing, and then we multiplied it, and then we remove this thing. And so how would you do this thing? And then what we'll do, we will just pass this thing, multiply by 10. So now what happens, we are just passing it in this fashion. So now this 10 will be fixed, right? And now after that, when we have to call this function, let's store it this function as well. We'll use this variable mul10. So once it returns this thing from that, and then after that we can use this mul10 to just multiply our other numbers, 8, right? So copy this thing, paste it, 80, 90 and 10. Let's put it 10. Okay, let's copy this thing and put it in our console. Let's first clear this thing. Okay, sorry, paste it this thing. So let's check the syntax first. Everything seems to be in place. Let's run this. So if you see, so now what we did, we didn't require any binding. Binding was not required. If you can observe it, it was somewhat similar to our functions, right? That closure thing, right? So this is how we do it with the help of arrow functions, right? The same stuff. So multiply, first there's a variable, right? There's a function expression mul. So it will it is having arrow function, that then there is a function, right, which takes argument x, and then there is another function y, another function which takes argument y. Then both these variables are combined and multiplied together. Then what we did, we just used multiply 10, which is return, when we call mul10, it returns a function, right? And within, now this function becomes mul10, and then in mul10 we will pass our argument, that is the second argument, right? So this is how we do it with the help of what? With the help of arrow functions. Okay, so now we have seen 3 different ways, right? With the help of arrow function, with the help of functions, normal functions, with that is closures, with the help of closures, and with the help of bind. Okay, so this is all about currying. Okay, now let's talk about final advanced function. That is, this was an advanced function, right? This currying is an advanced function. So software developers who are having experience, that is JavaScript developers who are having experience more than 2 years, 3 years, even they might not know these concepts that we are covering here today. Okay, so there is a quite possibility some of them will know. Obviously exceptions are always there, so some of them will know, but this is a highly advanced these are highly advanced topics that we covered within last 1 hour. Okay, so these are advanced topics, and these will bring a lot of benefits to you when you are facing any interview, that is a face-to-face interview, when they want to know the in-depth knowledge of JavaScript. Do you have that or not? Okay, so now let's see this composition. This is fairly simple. Function composition is a mechanism of combining multiple simple functions to build a more complicated one. That is it. So if you have somewhat experience with mathematics, if you have seen this fog and golf, right, function function of function, right? Functions of function, right? Function that is f of g of x, right? Then both of these functions are dependent on x, right? Whatever is the input given by this, the g of x function is dependent on, will be dependent, f of x will be dependent on that, or f of g of x, right? So the result of each function is passed to the next one. So g of x, whatever is there, is passed to the next function. In mathematics, you might have often seen these f of g of x. So the result of g of x is passed to f. That is the function. So example is fairly simple. There's a constant expression, right? Function expression, that arrow function that we have used again. So arrow functions are very important, right? So it makes your code readable and it makes it shorter, right? Easy to understand, right? Now we have this function which takes 2 arguments and then we are adding it. Then we have another function multiply, which takes 2 arguments, then we are multiplying it. So basically, if you see how we combine both these functions with the help of this composition, right? So basically, add is having one of the arguments is 2 and the other arguments is dependent on the multiply, the whatever is the multiply of 3 and 5, right? So first that function will be called, it will bring the output of 3 into 5, that is 15, and then that output is dependent on the other function that is outside it, that, so basically it's add of multiply of, right? So add of multiply of a and b, right? So basically then this output will be added, that is 15 plus 2, that we have our output as 17. So that's it, right? So this is all about composition. Now let's talk about promise. A promise is an object that may produce a single value sometimes in future. Okay, so basically what happens, it is a promise. For example, when you are fetching something from the server or from any other different location, so there will be a possibility that either you will be able to get that thing, or for example, let's talk about any file or any image. So there will be a possibility that promise that you are expecting something from the other server or from the other file, so you are expecting something that comes in return. So that return, that maybe in sometimes in future, that you will be expecting, right? So that can be either true or that can be either false. So basically, a promise is an object that may produce a single value sometimes in future. It will either return a resolved value or a reason why it was not resolved. So you got the point, right? So you're expecting a file from other server or from any other different location. At that time, if you get that file, then that will be resolved, right? And if you don't get, then you will get the message that why it was not resolved. Okay, so basically promises can have 3 states, right? Either your promise will be fulfilled, or it will be rejected, or it is pending. So basically, what do you mean by fulfilled? If you're expecting a file or an image from the server, right? So you will get the file, right? And then your promise will be fulfilled, right? If that file is not present, then you will get, again, your promise will be fulfilled, right? So basically, sometimes it happens that you didn't get any response, and at that time, when you wait for a certain amount of time, that time is called pending time, and once you will not get any response after that amount of time, it will be rejected, right? So before promises, we had callbacks. In callbacks, you get complicated nested functions, right? So for example, this is the element dot on this element we are adding an event listener, right? Click on submit button form, right? So when the user clicks, submit form will get opened, right? So then inside that submit button form, there is another form. So let's suppose the login form. So that thing, the callbacks were much complicated as compared to promise. So if then you can see the other example, right? In the function call, you will have, if this is a function, right? In that arguments, you will have another function call, which will have another function call. So these were nested functions calls were there, right? So the stack will be filled with all the function calls, right? So that was all about callbacks. So right now we are focusing on promises. So let's see how we can write a promise. Basically, if you see, we have written here a promise, right? So it's a constant promise, and then we declare it with the help of new keyword. Now new promise, then it will have 2 arguments. Either it will be resolved, that is resolve, or reject, for example. Then with the help of arrow function, we have put that, right now we are putting that it will be always resolved, right? If you see that true is written, that means always it will be resolved. So once we will run this thing, we will always get it worked, right? So if you see the example, and if we are not able to resolve it, right, let's put a condition on it, right? So let's suppose if 10 plus 10 is 20, right? So we will put if x is equal to 20, only then it will work, right? We will get a resolve message. Or if it's not, then we will get a reject message. It broke, right? So if you see the promise, then how we can call this function, right? With the help of this promise dot, then what happens after this promise is fulfilled, what happens? We basically are printing out the result. So basically we will get a result, something, maybe it worked, right? We will get fulfilled, right? Those three states, right? Fulfilled, rejected, or pending. So this result will contain that, and along with the message that we got, it worked. Okay, so if it is not, then we will write dot catch, and we will get that thing, right? So if you see the promise, how we can write it, let's see a demo of it, and maybe things will be clear from that. Okay, so now let's quickly go into the demo. So now basically how you write, let's put it again in the notepad, right? So Sublime const, right? So basically we wrote const, and then we write promise, and it can be any name, right? We just printing if this name might vary. Then new, then this thing, it has to be there, right? The constructor, the promise, right? And then it will have two arguments, either it will be resolved, right? We will have a resolve. So it will have two arguments, then we will write our arrow function, right? So this is our arrow function. Let me just maximize it a little bit so that it's visible. Okay, so now what we have is a promise, then a resolve and a reject, then the arrow function. Then what happens if it is true, right? If this thing is true, then you will just resolve, you will use resolve, and then let's suppose it worked, any message, right? We'll see how why these messages are important. Okay, else, right, what we would print in the result else part, that reject, and let's put it here, it did, we will put a message that it did not work. Okay, and that's it. Then we will close our promise here, right? So that's it. So after that, what we will use promise, the object, this object that we created. Okay, we will use promise dot, then if this promise has been fulfilled, right, then what you will do, you will just print the result, that message that you will get from that, will print that result plus some concatenation, and then some ha ha ha, maybe, yeah, nothing. Okay, so then ha ha ha, and that's it. Okay, so now let's copy paste this thing in the console, and let's control plus this thing as well. Okay, so this is the promise, this is how it looks. Okay, so when we press enter, then you will see, you will get a message. Okay, let me minimize it a little bit. Okay, so now when I pressed enter, you see you got this message, promise, and the promised has been fulfilled, right? And it worked, the message that we got right here, this message, right? So here we got this message, it worked, and then that concatenation that we did, right? If we put a space in here, okay, if we put a space in here, then it will look a bit better. Okay, sorry, I saved this file. So control A, control copy. Okay, this promise was already defined. Okay, so let me change the name of this promise to promise. Let me just go back and then do this, and then press enter. Okay, okay, now you see, if you see here what we have, this promise fulfilled as it worked, ha ha ha, and then there's a space. Okay, great. So now let's clear this screen, and now let's see one more a bit variation what happens when this promise is not fulfilled. Let's do one thing. Let's remove this thing. Let's put a false in here, right? And let's put this as P, and then put a P in here, and now let's see what happens. Okay, so now we don't have the what happens if this promise has not been fulfilled. What happens? We got an error, right? It says rejected, right? The rejected state, right? It was not fulfilled, it didn't work, right? So that was the message, right? It didn't work, right? So now if you want to catch that thing and you want to make it fulfilled just like the other thing, then we just write catch, right? And then we will put in the result same as the above result, then the arrow function, and then we will print that result. Let's say he. Okay, now let's copy all this thing and let's change the name of the promise as well to P1 and to P1. Okay, select all, copy all, and then we'll paste it. Now you see, even though the problem was not resolved, right, but we got the message from that, we were informed that okay, whatever we were doing, you were not able to do that, but he still informed me, right? The promise was fulfilled, but it was a negative promise basically, but it's showing, right? You see, it's showing that fulfilled, right? So earlier it was showing the rejected state and now it showed the fulfilled state, right? So if there is sometimes, maybe there is a chance that sometimes you are expecting and it takes a lot of time, that at that time it will show you the pending message. Okay, that is all about promises. Okay, this is the message that we got, right? It worked. Now let's see some advanced array functions, right? We will see some advanced, we have already seen array functions like push, pop, right? Those were some methods. Now let's see some of the different functions that arrays have. So the first one is map. So basically it is used to create a copy of the array with some manipulation. So basically we will be having some array already, right? As you see, 1 2 3 is an array which has been defined already. Now we will manipulate it, okay, with the help of for each, right? If you see in the example, we have array.forEach. Now what a for each does, it will iterate through every element in the array and it will store it in num, and then we will push that new number multiplied by 2 in the new array. As you can see, new array. Okay, so now what happens, it will use a for each loop, and then there is an extra push function that for adding every element, right, in the new array, right? So that thing is there, and also there is a side effect, okay, and the function purity gets compromised. What do you mean by these two things, right? We can see we are using for each, that is okay, right? We are having an extra push for each and every element, that is obvious, right? We are using a push function, right? But what is this side effect? And this function purity gets compromised. Basically what a side function is, when we are working in any application, right, when we change, when a state changes, right, which is observable, which we can observe outside the function, right? So basically when something has changed and we can observe it outside the function, right? So basically what do you mean by this thing? For example, right, in here we have this array method, right, and this we are changing it and it is observable that we are changing it inside the function, right, inside that for each loop, right? And we expect when we are returning from it. So what do you mean by that thing? We can expect that thing when we are returning that thing. Okay, so basically, so what is a side effect? Side effect is nothing when we are working in any application, and in that application we are performing some state change operations, right? We are right now, if you see the array that we are using, we are performing we are using some operations and we are performing some changes on this array and storing it in a new array, right? So that thing, when it is observable, that we can observe it, right, observable outside the called function, except when we are returning from it. Okay, so that thing is okay when we are trying to return something, but when we are not doing that in the return, that at that time, that is what is called side effect. Basically side effect includes modifying the variable or array objects in this case, or the object, of the parent or global scope, right? What do you mean by parent or the global scope, right? If you see, both these are having global scope, right? They might be on the window object, right? We know what a window object is, right? So both of these are in the window object, and the scope of these are global, right? And inside the array function, right, that we have defined in the for each loop, we are defining it, and we are changing its, we are manipulating it, and this is what we can observe from this function, right? So that is what is called a side effect. Some, maybe if you're trying to trigger some external processes, at that time it is also called a side effect. Or maybe you are calling some other function in which there is a side effect, at that time it is also called a side effect. So these are all side effects. Basically, in a naive way, what does a side effect means? When you are changing something outside the function, right? If you have two variables, right? One is if you let me put it in a naive way, right? So then maybe things will be clear. So we have a variable which is defined outside the global scope, right? And inside that global scope we have some function, right? And in that function we are changing that x, or that global variable, so inside that function, and it is observable that we are changing that function, that we are changing that variable inside this function, right? So at that time it is called a side effect, because we don't want that thing. Okay, we want what do you mean by this thing, right? This is a side effect. And what does this affect? So basically it affects the purity of the function. What do you mean by pure? What do you mean by a pure function? Basically, in that function we will avoid shared states. Okay, like in that example, right, with what I told you, right? So x is defined outside the, in the global scope, and we have a function. Inside that function we are explicitly changing that x, maybe multiplying it by 10 or adding 10 to it. So at that time, that is what is a shared variable, and we want to avoid that in a pure function. Okay, the states should be mutable, right? If you have some familiarity with the strings, right, in Java, so that those functions are immutable, right? If you want to, if once you have declared them or initialized them, you cannot reinitialize. You can reinitialize them, but you cannot manipulate them, right? So that is what is called a mutable state, right? So mutable data should not be there when we are talking about pure functions, right? And it should obviously not contain side effects, right? So this is how this side effect will affect the purity of the function. So I can give you a naive example of how a pure function, what is the difference between a pure function and a non-pure function. Let's do that thing first. Okay, so now let's see a small example in the in a notepad, so that you get an idea what is what is an impure function. Okay, so basically let's define a constant, right? And that constant is basically taking two arguments, x and y, right? Okay, now the arrow function has been defined here, and in that arrow function what we are doing, we are adding those variables, right? That's it. And now when we call this add, right, if we call this add, let's suppose 2 and 3, 2 comma 3, right? So now what happens is, this function a pure function or not? How would you know? Like, let me just copy paste this thing here, and let me show you one thing. So now if you see, this function has been called, right? And if I call this add method again, right, add, let's suppose 2 and 3, again it gives this thing, again it gives this thing. So this is a pure function, because its input is not changing, right? On every, when I if I called it again and again, its input is remaining same, and its input is remaining same, right? But its output is also remaining same, right? Its output is not changing when I'm calling it again and again, right? So if you see that this is a pure function. Okay, now how would you know that a function is pure or not? So let me give you another example wherein we will see how. Now if I define a variable x, right, and I put 2 in it, okay, so now I will call the same thing, I will do the same thing, a little bit kind of a same thing, right? So I will add this add equal to, right, and then we will have one argument y. Okay, and now let's see, we'll use some arrow function here, and now I will return what, x plus equal to y. Okay, so now that's it. And now let's copy this thing, add has been already declared. Okay, let me put it on name add. Okay, now this function has been declared, right? Now when I call this function add on a variable, what, stop, there was a noise. So now when I call this function on a variable 5, okay, I put an enter, it gave me 5. Again I called it on a 5, it gave me 12. You see, now although the our input is same, but every time when I push it, right, it gives me a different result. Every time I'm on same input, it is giving me different output. So this is an impure function. And now how would you know? If you observe this example carefully, this let has been defined outside this global. It is global, right? It's kind of a global thing, right? When I put it on side in the window object, right, in this console. So this is a global object and it is used inside this function, right? This function expression that I have defined, the arrow function that I have defined, right? Basically it is an function expression, right? We know that. So inside that arrow function, I am accessing that variable, and every time I'm changing its state. So that is what I mean by what, side effect, right? If we have defined something that is outside, and inside that function we are accessing that variable, and we are manipulating that variable, this is what a side effect is. And once we have a side effect in a function, or this is a function expression, right? Once we have inside this arrow function we have such side effect, it is an impure function, right? Every time when a function is called on same input, the output is changed, right? If you see, first I called it, the next time it gets 47 up to 47, right? So this is what an impure function is. Now let's go back and let's talk about this map. So basically this is how a map, we used to do this thing, right? This was how we used earlier, what we used to do. This is the thing that we used to do to change or manipulate the data. Now map is the better approach, right? There is no for each loop required, right? For each is not there. There is no new array, that we are not using any, we are not manipulating any object that is defined outside, right? So no push is required, no side effect is there, and also purity of the function is maintained, right? How important are these points now when you define a map? So map always returns a value, right? We know that map will return something because we are using some function that will return something, right? So if you can see how we define this new array. Now let's do that thing as well. Now let's do this thing, right? So now let's define this with the help of this arrow function, right? So we know that this thing, we don't want to deal with this thing, right? We don't want for each loop, we don't want this thing, because this is having side effect and this is also a impure function, right? So what we will do with the help of this map. So we'll first define a new array, right? And in that new array, what we will do, we will just use function that is arr.map, right? And inside that map, what we will do, we were iterating through that array that we defined earlier, right? So let me define that array as well. So basically what we do, we created an array which is having values 1 2 3 4. Okay, so these are the array elements, right? Cool. So now these are the array elements, and we are using a map function to just iterate through each and every element. And once we have iterated through it, and then what we will do, we will just multiply. So basically this, when the first time it iterates, it multiplies 1 with 2, then again with 2, so then 2 with 2, then 3 with 2, and all the elements, right? So basically then it will be assigned to the new array. So let me just copy paste this thing in my console, right? And where is our console? Let me clear this thing first. Let me clear this thing, and now if you see, now when I do this thing, new array, right, you see this thing. Now what happens when I again call this, when I again use the same thing, right? So basically I have to do the same thing again, right? So this is the thing that I have to do, right? So if I want to call this, or how I would know that this is not an impure function, right? So again I will do this thing. So again when I do this thing, again when I check this thing, the elements in the new array, right? What do? New array. Again, this is the output, same as the previous, right? So you see, the input is not changing, our input is not changing, our output is not changing, rather on the same input is giving same output, right? That is how would I know that this is a pure function. Okay, so you see how many problems were there in the earlier approach, right? Side effects, purity of the function was lost, and we were using extra pushes, right? So this map came in as a savior, right? So this will help us to basically create a copy of the array with if we need some manipulations, we can do it with the help of map, right? So this is clear, right? This is very important stuff, right, guys? So promises, we have studied already promises, right? We have covered closures, right? Now this is a map function. This is another important function, right? So now let's see the other function that is also important, that is called a filter. Basically, when I talk about filter, think about it in a day-to-day life, right? So filter is nothing when you try to filter something, right? If you see in here, we are having an array 13, 50, 21, 45, 39, 60, and now I'm filtering it based on some value. So I want a new array, that is filtered array, which contained only elements that are greater than 20, right? So this is what a filter means. As per a condition, we applied the condition and we changed that array. Okay, now let's do a demo on it as well. So we have this thing here, right? So we have a new array again. We will just use this as filtered array, right? We will change its name to filter array, and then what we will do, we will simply just use arrays.map. Instead of this, we will use arrays.filter, and we are filtering based on some condition. And what is that condition? That this num should be greater than, we are having lesser elements, let's put a 20, a 30, and okay, so our number should be greater than 11. Okay, so now our array should contain there should be only one element, that is single element, that is 30. Let's make it simple, 9, so that we have two elements. Okay, so now let's copy this thing and paste it in here. Let's first clear this thing. Okay, sorry. So now we have cleared this thing, we are printing it this. Now we will see whatever is in our filter array, fill array, right? You see 10 and 30. Okay, so now we just filtered. So now what we did in this filter array, we just filtered from the elements that were already present in the array ARR, and now we filtered it. Now we have only two elements, that is 10 and 30, right? Cool. So now let's go back to our slides, and this was all about filter. So basically filter as per your condition. Now another important method is there, that is called reduce. So basically what it is a combination of a filter and a map, right? So what do you mean by this thing? What does a filter do? It just filters based on some condition. What does a map do? Map does what if you want to manipulate the if you want to do manipulation to the array, right? So basically here we have an array that is 1 2 3 4, and in that we are applying array.reduce. Now what it does, it iterates through the elements, all the elements one by one, and puts it in the accumulator, right? That ACC is the result, the output result, right? And then after that, what we have in that accumulator, right, we just add 5 to it. Okay, one by one, each element is added in that accumulator, and once we have all the elements iterated, and after that we will add the initial, that is after that thing is done, we will add 5 to it, and once we have executed the statement, we will get an output of a single value output, that is 15, right? If you see, we have iterated through all the elements 1 2 3 4, it added up, put it in an accumulator. Once it was done with this, then that 5 was added to it, right? That 10 plus 5, that is 15. That was the single output that we got. Okay, so now what we are doing, we are filtering it and we are manipulating the elements, right? Okay, now let's see a demo of it. Okay, so now again we have this, let's call it a reduced array, RED. So now we have a reduced array, and then what we used a method that is called reduce, and then in that reduce, what we have two arguments, as one is the accumulator or the result, that is called result, and then we one by one we add all those elements to our accumulator, right? ACC plus num. one by one they are added to this accumulator, and once we are done with this, we will put the initial value, that is, let's suppose 100, right? So that we will know this thing, let's put it 1 2 3 4, that gives us 10, and after that 10 is added to 100, that gives us the value as what? 110, right? Perfect. So now let's copy this thing and put it in our console. Where is our console? Okay, great. So now let's put it in here, and we have this thing. Now let's define what is present in our red array, that is reduced array. It is 1110. Okay, cool guys. Now what if there is an array that is empty? Should this work? Absolutely, it will iterate through, it will get the sum as 0, and then we will do this. It's the same thing that we are adding 100 to it, so our output should be 100, right? If you see, 100 is the output, right guys? So this is all about reduce. Okay,
the table of content. So what are the things that we are going to build? Okay, cool guys. So the things that we are going to cover in this section, we are going to first create an HTML page. Then we are going to select those elements which we created in our HTML page. Then we are going to draw shapes, then they require objects, and then creating those functions. Okay, now let's get started. First, let's see the HTML code that we are going to use. So as it's obvious that the skeleton of HTML will be there, right? So it contains HTML, then the head, which contains title, which will be above in the tab bar, right, in the tab section. Then the background we are setting. Though, can anyone quickly tell me, is it the correct way or the right way to style your HTML page that I'm using inline styling here? Quickly guys, just tell me yes or no. Is it the right way or the appropriate way to use an inline styling in the body section that I have used background color gray? Is it the right way to do it? Yeah, you can do it, but is it the right, I mean to say, right approach or anything? If yes or no, if anyone can tell me. Quickly guys, I am waiting for your answer. You should have a separate file. Exactly. Mano, this is not a right way. You can do it, but this is not a correct approach. We have to use the separation of concerns. But since my CSS file will contain only one line of code, that is this background color, that's only the CSS that I'm going to use. So that's why I used here as an inline CSS. That's the reason. If you have many lines of CSS code, I mean to say I'm using a lot of CSS, then it's better. The best approach is to have a separate file. Okay, it can be done. Yes or no, it can be done, but it is not the right approach. But since my file will contain only this much CSS, so what I'm going to do, I'm not going to create any external CSS file. Okay, for JavaScript, I'm going to use an external JavaScript file, but not for this thing. Okay, cool. Let's get started now. So then I'm creating a canvas ID, that is the canvas element, which will give me whatever the graphics that I will do will be within this block of, within this block, that is, which contains width 600 and height 400. Then I close my canvas, and then I will include my script file, that is JavaScript file. Okay, cool. Now let's see the demo of this part. Okay, first let's see the demo of this part that we're going to use. So herein we have this. I will just remove the CSS part here. Okay, this is the same thing that I told you guys, right? And now let's run this file. Ping pong.html. Here is it. Yeah, so you see, now this is the file, right, that I just made. Okay, but you cannot see the canvas, right, since it is not containing anything. So that's why we are not able to see the canvas. Okay, that's the only reason. But if you see, the background of this page is gray, right? And which is rightly so, because I have used this background color gray. Okay, this is the file that we got, right? So now let's move ahead. So HTML part, this is the only thing that we are using in HTML section. Okay, apart from this, we are not going to use anything in our HTML page. So if anyone is having any confusion with all the elements that I have written, please go ahead and tell me. I will just explain you a little bit about it. But apart from that, this is nothing, right? This is the only this is the skeleton which is contained in every HTML page, right? So now this is the page that I got, right? Just the HTML, including the CSS, because there were only one line of code. So that's why we used this. Now the JavaScript code. So the first thing that we are going to, what we created in our HTML page, we are going to select. How do we do the selection? Document.getElementID, because we created an ID which was called table, right? We created here an ID which is called table, right? You see, this is the ID that we created. Now we are going to select it with the help of, okay, the canvas is used to just to create the graphics, that's it. So and what about the script? The script tag is just for including the script file. So since I have commented it out, how do you comment in JavaScript? This is the way that you comment in JavaScript, right? So this was commented, I commented this line because I was not including any JavaScript in it, right? So I commented it. Now I will uncomment this line. Okay, so this script tag is used to include your JavaScript file in your HTML. That's it. And the canvas is used for graphics so that we can create any graphics on the with the help of HTML. So if you want that, canvas element can be used. Okay, which contains the ID table, and width and height are its attributes, right? So that will be on that page, okay, on the HTML page. Okay guys, so now we will select these elements, and then for drawing anything we need this draw function or this get context function, right? So what is the build of this? It's in the form of 2D, right? We are going to use X property and the Y property. So that's why we are going to use this, whatever we fetched from this, right? We first selected the element, right? Which tag, what is the tag? To include CSS file. So to include CSS file, you have to just use the link tag. Okay, so for example, if I wrote here anything like this, right, I will press and enter here, and then I will write link, and then here you can just refer to the CSS file .css, and that's it. You can get your CSS file included here, okay, with this link tag. Now let's save this file again, and let's go back to our slides. Okay, so we selected that, and with the help of get context, that is the method, we will build our whatever we want to do. So for drawing the shapes, let's first do this thing. Okay, let's not get you guys confused. So S1 is the script file that I'm going to use. Now I'm going to use this S1. So you see, I selected the element with this, right? The DOM object, that is the document I created, and then I selected that element ID, and after that I put it in an object, that is can, and then I called the function get context. If you guys can see it, I will just maximize it. Okay, so get context is the method, and the build of this is 2D, that is we are going to use x-axis and y-axis. It's not a 3D event. So I will put it in the draw, and after that I will just use fill style to fill that thing, right? The color of that canvas will be, the canvas color will be black. And fill rect is the method, another method that we are going to use, which contains this. Fill rect will contain the x position, the y position, and the width and the height. So width and height will be same as the height and the width of the canvas. So that's why we are going to use can.width and can.height. So after, when we run this, we save this program, and when we included this in our script, in our HTML file, and after that when we run this thing, now you will be able to see the canvas. So this is the canvas, okay, that we are talking about. So this until this point everything is clear or not? Just quickly write a yes. So whatever we use, whatever we need to draw anything, if we need to draw anything on our canvas element, we need to fetch first that element, and after that what we will do, we will just use get context. So this get context is used to draw anything on our canvas. So that's the main objective of this canvas. Okay, so just quickly write a yes if everything is clear. Right now we are talking just basic stuff. Okay, so now let's go back in our this thing. Okay, so now drawing the shapes. Okay, so now we are going to use first the fill style, that is used to fill the color. Okay, great. So now the fill style is used to color, and fill rect method is used to fill the to draw the rectangle. Okay,
After that, we are going to need just not the rectangle, but another thing, that is the what? The circle, which will point to here and there. Okay. So if you can see what we are trying to build, now we are going to try to build this thing. The first is the rectangle, right, and the circle. So for that, we are going to use these methods. Okay. So draw, fill, style will fill in the color, right? And after that, begin path will, that means when you're trying to build a circle on the canvas, you need to call this function, that is begin path, and then the close path function. Okay. And after that, fill. Now to draw and circle, we need an arc method which contains x position, y position, that is the x-axis, and the y-axis, the coordinates, right? The x coordinate, the y coordinate, and then the radius. Obviously, in circle we have something called radius, right? You know that, guys, right? And the circumference of the circle is 2 pi r, right? So mat dot pi into 2, which will help us to create the circumference. This 0 represents the start angle, right? The start angle is from 0 up to this circumference of the circle, that is 360. Okay. After that, this false is written there, right? So what this false means, it means that we are going to build our circle in a clockwise direction, though it does not make any sense. But since we have to send it in an argument, right? So it doesn't, after when we run this code, you won't be able to detect if it is we are building in a clockwise direction or in an anti-clockwise direction, but this is an argument we have to pass. So false means that we are going to build in a clockwise direction, and what if it is true, that means we are going to build it in a anti-clockwise direction. So now let's see, when we run this thing, we are going to use the same thing, right? Now here is my S2 file, right? So in this, I'm using the same thing, right? So draw, fill, style is red, and the rectangle I'm going to build is of the x position is 100, and the y position, that is the starting x coordinate and the y coordinate. Then width and the height. So width is 30. That's why it doesn't look like a rectangle. It looks like a square, right? Because the width and the height of this is same. And then we have our circle, right? First we fill in the style, that is the color of the circle, then begin path method, then close path. And in between, we are going to use the arc method, which contains the position, that is 200 and 200, right? If I you going to use this position, right? The x position is 100 and the y position is again 100. That means we are going to build both the rectangle and the square on each other, right? They will coincide with each other. And then we have the radius of the circle, that is 10. Then the start angle is 0 and the end angle is 360, that is mat dot pi, which gives us the value of pi into 2, that is the circumference, right? So 2 pi r, right? We created our circle, and then the false represents that we are going to build it in a clockwise direction. Then we close our path, and then the fill. So this is the syntax, right? This is nothing, but we need to follow this syntax to create anything on our canvas. Okay, now let's save this file, and after that, let's include it in our script file. Okay, S2 done. Are you using arc method to create a circle? Yes, Ayushi. So now let's save this file, and now let's see what is the output that we got. Earlier when we were not having any circle or any rectangle, right? Right now it looks like a square. We will change it for later. Okay, so now once we will press the refresh button, now you see these circle and this square, which means a kind of a rectangle that we are trying to build, it will coincide with each other, right? Because you see, now there is one important point. You see, this circle is not completely coinciding with this square, right? This property we are going to use again and again. This is because the center of the circle is the thing that we are going to what the circle center will be its starting point, right? The circle center means that what we used as x coordinate and y coordinate was 100 and 100, which was same for the square, but it coincides with that center point. Okay, apart from that, we are going to use this for when we detect the collision and all those things. Will be the main objective will be that thing. We need to remove those signs. Okay, just for now, you can just understand that without confusing you guys. You just understand this thing, that this circle center point and the squares, what is the square starting coordinates, that is x-axis and y-axis, will be same as center point of the circle.
right? So 100 comma 100, which is the coordinate for circle, and which is the coordinate for what, the square as well. So the center point and the starting point of the square will coincide. That's the main objective of all those things. Okay, now let me just remove this thing. This was the S2. You see, although we are going to create this x-axis and y-axis, that is the x coordinate, x position and the y position on the canvas is 100 and 100. It should start, the circle should start from the same position, but circle center point represents these things. Okay, that's the main objective that I was telling you. And now let's separate them, that is the x position and y position. Let's change it. Let's run this thing. Now if you observe carefully, the canvas that we built is gone, right? Because we are not going to, we didn't include that thing in our file. So now let's see. Now let's go back in our, right now it's clear, right? We just used this thing, we selected them and we just build the circle and the rectangle. That's it. Though it looks like a square because its coordinate, its width and height are same. Okay, now this is the output that we got, right? Now let's try to create these objects. Okay, so first we need an user method, right? User object, right? There will be two players, right? The first player which will be controlled by you and me, right? The player 1, and the player 2 is the computer, that is the CPU. Okay, so these objects we require, and then the ball, which will on the basis of which we decide whether you one or the CPU one. Okay, and then the separator. The separator is just for the sake of to beautify it. So separator will, and between those separator will divide the CPU and the player 1 from that. Okay, and then the scorecard. Now let's see first what is the ball object. Okay, so ball will be having, obviously it's a circle, then it will be having what, the x coordinate and the y coordinate. So we have used canvas dot width divided by 2. Why did we do that? Because we want the circle to be at the center. Okay, that's why. How the AI computer will be implemented. So we will get into that, Abhishek. We will get into that. So how we will implement, I will show you the 3 ways how to implement that. Okay. Now if you see, this const ball will contain x coordinate and the y coordinate, right? Then we divided it by 2. That means we want the circle to be at the center. Okay, the width and the height. So after that, circle will be having some radius, that is 10. Then the velocity in x direction, that when it moves in the x direction, and when it moves in the y direction. So x-axis and y-axis. Then the speed of the ball, right? You might be thinking that velocity and speed, what is the difference? So velocity is nothing but the speed plus direction, and speed contains only the speed, right? And then the color, green. Then the separator, which will again be at the middle, okay, in the middle of the canvas. Now why I subtracted 2? Because that is the width of that, what, of that separator, right? We are going to use the rectangle for separator again, you will see. Okay, so now I subtracted that thing from, because that's the width, so we want it to be at the center, so we subtracted width from it. And then the height and the width, it is going to be in the form of rectangle that we are going to use. Okay, and then the color, white. So it will be in color white, or whatever we want. If we want, we can change it. Okay, now this is the separator and the ball, right? The separator and ball object is gone. Now let's see user bar. So the user object that we are going to use, right? So now the user means that we are going to build a tab or a bar, right? So that bar will represent what? There will be x position for it, there will be y position, that is x axis and y axis, right? And after that, we are going to, again, we are subtracting this thing from the x coordinate, what, the height, right? We are subtracting it so that it will not go beyond the canvas, it will be in the canvas. Okay, so that thing will be subtracted, and width will not include anything in apart from that. So width is there, height is there, score, we have to keep it, right? We have to keep a track of something, that when the score was scored by user or it was scored by computer, right, or the CPU. Then the color of those bars. Similarly, we will do the same thing for CPU. Same thing applied here, right? Now CPU, if you see, I subtracted 10 as it was the width, because CPU will be on the right side. Okay, that's why we need to subtract this 10 from that. you will see if I won't, then the rectangular bar which we create for CPU will be some part of it will be outside the canvas, which we will not able to be which will we won't be able to see. Okay, so that's why we subtracted this thing from the both. Okay, the x-axis and the y-axis, the width and the height respectively, and then the score, then the color is white. Okay, so now when we create this thing, okay, let's create these things first. Okay, so now this page is gone, and now let's see how to build it. So again, you see what I built here was same thing. I first fetched the thing, right, the canvas element, then I used draw function, then whatever I wrote is written in here, the velocity of the object, right? So the color of the ball will be green, and the speed in x direction and speed in y direction is 5. Then the speed of the ball is 5, and then we have two objects, that is the user object and the CPU object, right? So once we created these objects, right, it's same stuff that I taught you earlier, same thing I have written here. Apart from that, there is nothing. Now the separator. Now if you see, I have created these functions for doing what I want. If I want to build something, right, let's talk about functional programming or something. You use functions. Why you use functions? To create modularity in your code, right? So the script tag is used to include the this JavaScript file, and the source which contains pp.js. It was written that the name of my file is ping-pong. So I wrote it in the shorter manner, p-p, that is ping-pong.js. This is the file that I'm going to use. Right now I'm going to use S3, after that S4, S5. So that thing is included here in our HTML page. So right now if you see, the source is S2. So I'm on this page. I was earlier, than when I run this program, this thing was run, right? And now I'm on S3. So now, got it? And sir, if the width of CPU bar is 20, around 20, then x canvas dot width minus 20. So no, whatever we used as a width, we will see. I will show you in the demo, Supriya. Just wait. I will show you in the demo. If I didn't subtracted that thing from the x position and the y position, what will be the output? Okay, I will explain you each and everything. So now, if you see, I have created these functions. We know how to create a function in JavaScript, right guys? So basically we use the function keyword, right? This is function declaration. Therein we have JavaScript. In JavaScript we have two things, right? Function declarations and function expressions, right? So this is a function declaration. We will call these functions, right? So now if you see, I have created a draw rectangle method, right? In that we have x position, y position, width and height, and then the color. So color is used to fill the color of the rectangle, and draw fill rect is used to create the rectangle. So I will use these functions because I need to create rectangles and circles. So that's why I built functions for that, because it's the best way to do anything. To do the why we do this thing, because we want to create modularity in our code. Create functions, we will create modules, right? This is one module, right? So this is done. Let me minimize it. Okay, so after that, we created same thing for circle as well. We use arc method to create the circle, right? So this is also done, right? We have explained this thing: fill style, begin path, close path, and fill. This is also for circle. And now we need the score, right? So for the score, basically what the score represent the marks, right? So if a user will throw a point, then he will call this method. And if a CPU wins a point, then he will call this method. So that's why we created this score, and this has three arguments: the text, and then obviously this will be placed somewhere in the canvas, so we have to use the x position and y position for this, right guys? So after that we will use same thing. First we will fill in the style, that is the color will be set to these, whatever we wrote, that will be the color of that is white. And then the font, that is 60 pixels, and then the family to which is belong, that is Arial. So this is the syntax for that, right? And after that, fill text, whatever we wrote in, whatever we get from the function, right? Function arguments, that text will be here, and then the x position and the y position. Simple, right? So this is for creating the score. Okay, and now then this draw separator. Basically what I'm going to do, I'm going to use a loop here. Okay, for this, when I use this loop, basically what I'm doing, I am just iterating, and what I mean to say, basically I am creating in the middle of the canvas, I am creating rectangles, right? And after some space where I am creating again rectangle, 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 so that there will be a space between the user position or the user bar or paddle or and the CPU paddle. Okay, so that's what I am doing. Cool. So now let's see. You see, I created a rectangle, and then the separation is that the object I used here. Okay, separate object, this. So I'm setting its x position, its y position, right? Separate dot x, separate dot y, and then plus y, because I want this thing to be separated. I will show you. First, let me run this thing. Let's save this thing and let's connect this thing with S3. Maybe then we will be able to connect the dots. Okay, so now when I run this program, this is the output that I want. If you see carefully, the positions, that is the position, the bar, that is the CPU bar is on the left side, the user bar is on the left side, and the CPU bar is on the right side. Now we are creating this thing. Basically that bar is a rectangle function that we called. Then the draws text that we used, right? The draw text function that we used, right, was that 0 that is represent for both the user and for the CPU, that 0 0 thing. Okay, and then this separation line, that line you see of orange color, is I'm creating the small rectangles of width, which is having less width and less height. Okay, and the location of the circle is on the center. Okay, now what Supriya told, let's see that. What if we didn't subtracted that thing from our width? Okay, let's do it for maybe CPU. Okay, now if you see, if I didn't use this thing, okay, I just removed 10 minus 10, which was width. Okay, now let's see if the output remains same or not. Now you see that thing is gone, because width of the canvas, whatever was the width of that, it got hidden. It is not hidden, basically it got removed before that. The canvas that we built, it is after that. So to include that thing in our canvas, that's why we are using the subtraction sign. Okay, got it, Supriya? And what if we use 20 here? Out of the window, exactly, out of the window of the canvas. Yes, exactly. So what if we didn't included the height as well? Let's remove this thing. And you see, we are just whatever we wrote here, we are just printing everything in the center. So that's why the canvas dot height, whatever the height of the canvas is, divided by 2, that is the x position. Okay, the y position. Now let's save this file first, and now let's see whatever the height was of this. Now you see, whatever the height was, it started from that point. Okay, so basically it is not in the center, right? If you see, what difference did it make, right guys? Right, Abhishek, you see what difference did it make? So it's not in the center of the position, because again, this creation, the x position and the y position, is that it's the center, right? It's the center point. So center point, we need to remove that height that we allocated to it. So when I use this height to subtract this thing, so after that you will see then it's aligned to the center. Okay, now let's refresh it. Now you see it's aligned in the center. Same thing I'm doing for each and every object. Okay, now let's see what are the things. Okay, now how I created this separate. So draw function is clear. So draw score, again you will see this, right? Yes, it is not in the center. Exactly, Supriya. So now what I did for creating this separate function, right? The separator, that line that was of the orange color, for that I use loop. Okay, it's the edge started from the middle point. Exactly, Abhishek. Abhishek is right. It's the edge. Yes, started from the center point. That is starting from the center point. So to bring that thing in the center, we removed that, what, the height thing. Okay, so now this separator function, if you see, we are looping around up to the canvas height. Okay, from starting from 0, and every time we are incrementing it by 20. So basically here it represents the 20 is not value 20, basically it is a pixel kind of a thing, so that there is a separate gap between what each rectangle. Now if you see there a gap. If you see my mouse pointer where I'm pointing, you see this gap, this is created, then another rectangle is created, then I'm incrementing it by 20, then that means there's a separation. Now if you see, if I incremented it by maybe 50, then there will be more separate, they will each rectangle will be much apart. Okay, they will be, you see now they are more apart from each other because I created this 50 pixel gap between them. Okay, now let's remove this, keep it 10. So let's keep it 10 as it was 20, right? So yeah, so now what I did, I'm just creating the rectangle, and each rectangle, now you see I'm not doing anything with the x position because x position is same, the y position is varying. So that's why whatever is in that I will vary, and the y position is changing, and after that same thing, width and height are set, and then the color, right guys? So it's basically what I'm trying to do here, I'm creating rectangles. Okay, now this helper function that I created, basically what it contains, basically now this callback function that I'm using, basically let's go from line number 86. Okay, you see what does set interval function do? It calls this thing again and again, right? So this thing will be basically why I'm using this, because I'm using this to create an illusion that my this whatever is in the center, that circle, right, or that ball is moving. What I will do, every time when it's called, for example, let's visualize it why I'm using. So first time when a function is called, everything is black. Okay, and now whenever everything is black, there is a circle on it, okay, or the ball on it. Now every time when this set interval function is called, if I will do something, that I will just recreate this circle, right? I'm recreating the circle, but I am just shifting it 5 position to the right. Okay, so now there will be two circles, right? So now I will just again I will change the background. So you see when I did that game, that snake game, therein what I was doing when I was trying to move that pointer, right, same thing I'm doing here. I'm just blacking out the screen and then placing again, blacking out the screen, then printing it again, blacking out the screen and then printing this ball again, and it's done with the help of set interval function. So within every second this function will be called. If you see why I'm using FPS here, just to, I mean to say, this is every 100 millisecond, means every 1 second this function will be called. So I am blacking out the screen, then I am creating an illusion that this ball is moving. Okay, so every time black screen, then the ball, then black screen will hide the previous ball and new ball will be created. Basically it will create an illusion that this ball is moving. Okay, you got me guys, right? You feel me? So are you able to figure out the illusion that I'm creating? Basically what I'm doing, every time this set interval function is called, I'm creating an illusion that I will first there will be black background will be black, and this red will be there, red circle will be there. Now what I'm doing, I'm blacking this circle and I'm creating another circle upon it. So this creates an illusion that this ball is moving. So this set interval function will help me in doing that. Okay. So can you visualize this thing? The set interval function call again, the background will be changed, then there will be an illusion that we are moving this, but we are not moving it. We are creating an illusion that again this will be created, same thing happen. So we are recreating it, but what this thing happens every half a second. So that's FPS, this 50, I can also write this frames per second here as 50, okay, or 60. So this is the illusion, and every time this function will be called, so every half a second this function will be called, the set interval function. We know that this is a higher order function, right guys? So I will just write it again, what FPS, okay. So this FPS function will call this function, FPS is the variable I'm using. I don't want to use something 50 and then explain it to you guys. So this thing calls now therein we have redrawing after an interval. Yes, set interval every half a second. Yes, Abhishek, great. So now this will call this callback function, the function that we are going to use, right? In set interval we have two arguments, right? The first is the callback function, and then the interval, right? So this callback function will call the helper function. Now you see, if I'm talking about this helper function, now what we are going to do, first we are going to create a rectangle, right? Of which the background color, right, it will start from 0 0 position and the background color is black. So this is the background. So that's, with the help of this we will create an illusion. So every time we are redefining that rectangle, that canvas, okay, and it is of color black. Now you see the score. Listen, observe it carefully, okay? So now draw score. Again, it will contain what? X position and Y position. The Y position is can width dot, I mean to say canvas width divided by 4. So right now my canvas size is what? Width is what? If I will just go back and see what is the canvas width. So it's 600. Now if I divide 600 by 4 or something in 4 parts, then I will get something 200 pixel, 200 pixel and 200 pixel, right guys? So let's go back to this S3. So I'm creating it at that position. So if I'm not using this thing, right, now you see what happens. If I'm not using this thing, basically it's all about your I mean to say intuition and all about visualization. Now you see right now this 0, and now you see this 0 is gone because I didn't subtracted that width from it, right? So now, because now let's try to create this thing and 4 here, and now I am multiplying whatever was the score of the user. Now I'm multiplying that thing with the if you see the draw score function, another function, I'm multiplying it 3 times so that it will be separated from the earlier one, okay? So I'm just trying to print it wherever I want it. So if you see, if I print 2 here, right, I multiplied it, divided by 2, so it will be somewhere around here. Now you see it's somewhere around here, okay? So because 600 divided by 3 will be something around 300, so 300 will be somewhere around here, okay? So the X position and the Y position, just to separate these things, that's the mathematics I used. It's all about what? Observing things, and it's all about intuition, right? I wanted it to separate in separate lines, so that's why I divided this thing by 4 and then the canvas height by 5, okay? That's the thing I'm going to use, okay? That's it. So draw function will contain what? These arguments, right? This is the text. The text is 0. Yes, 300 pixel exactly. So similarly for the height as well, and same thing, the 0 is the text, and same thing for the CPU as well. Then the separator function will be called, right guys? The separator function will create a rectangles in the line in the center, and then we have the rectangle bar for user, right? And for CPU, the user bar color of which is what we wrote, red, and then for the CPU same thing is done, and then we created the circle. And when every time right now we are not creating it in a dynamic fashion, right now we are not updating anything, so that's why it remains static. Let's save this file, and when we go into this and when we run this thing, you see this thing. Now this thing is called again and again. If I write something Control Shift I here, okay, 1 minute, Control Shift and I. Now you see in the console, this is no, there is nothing happening because this function has been called again and again and again. Maybe if I just removed something from this thing, you will see the error that I get. For example, I wrote this thing here. Okay, let's remove this part. Okay, I wrote user. I wrote just a user. Okay, I'm creating an error so that you guys will know that something is running from this thing. Okay, it's not giving any error. Okay, just remove that thing. So basically what I'm trying to figure out, I'm trying to visualize you guys. So F12. Okay, so now where were we? Okay, now this thing. So let's do one more thing. Let's save this file. Okay, now this thing is gone. Now we created our objects, right, and the functions that will help us. Now let's see what is this helper function doing. Now you got the point, right? We created everything. Now let's make it move. Okay, now for making it move, there is another thing that we want. First let's try to create some more functions. Okay, the restart function. If something is happening, right, if maybe for example right now when the user touches the screen, right, touches the canvas, I want that function, I want that ball to be placed again in the center, right guys? So this restart function will help me do that. Okay, basically if you see the ball dot x and ball dot y, the x position and the y position has been changed to canvas width divided by 2 and canvas width height divided by 2, so it will be on the center. And once it will, for example, if at this time it's moving in the x direction, then I want it to move in the opposite direction. So that's why the velocity of the ball has been changed, because y will remain the same, right? So we are just changing the x position, the x velocity. So x will go in the this direction. Earlier it was from the CPU side, then it will go from the user side, and the ball speed will remain again same. Why I'm using this ball speed? Because every time when I'm going to use this thing, I'm just going to increment my speed every time. So that's why. Now let's try to move that bar which is controlled by us, right? The CPU bar that we are going to use. So the CPU bar, that is the not the CPU bar but the user bar, will be controlled by the mouse event, right? So we will add event listener there, and with the help of mouse move, whenever we move the mouse, this get mouse function, mouse position will be called. It will contain the event, right? And then this get bounding glide function, right? This function will return several arguments, like the x position, the y position, the top, left, bottom, right, all these will be returned. This it will return, if you just run this thing in the window, right, the browser, it will just return the DOM event, and that DOM will contain all these pointers, well, x position, y position, top, left, right, top, bottom, okay, all these position. And now since this position, only the y position will be affected, x will remain same, right? The x position will remain same, only the y position will change, right? I'm dragging it up and down, I'm not going to take it out from the that position which earlier it was in, right? So this position, what will it do? I will just, whatever the whatever the earlier position was, I'm just subtracting that new position whatever I got, and the top will be changed, so I'm subtracting that top from it, and the user height, because height will be also changed. So this thing divided by 2, obviously that this height earlier whatever was the position, then this position will change, because I want it exactly at that position which I did, right? When I removed that height divided by 2, you see that that bar got shifted to the center, right? No, that was not exactly on the center. So to get that thing, I did this thing. Okay, so now this pointer will help us to move, and then we detect the collision. So first, detecting the collision, let me show you how we will move the CPU. So the first thing, we will create a CPU movement, we will create one function. So what I'm going to do, every time I'm just going to move it in the y direction. Whenever it sees the ball, based on the direction of the ball, y position of the ball, that is the y coordinate of the ball, I will just increment this in the y position, or if it is going in the other direction, I will just decrement it in the y direction. This is one way to do it. Okay, the other way is that we are going to use this mathematics, that basically what AI we are going to use. Basically this mathematics will help us to, again, this will always be the case when the CPU will always win. Okay, so we are not going to use this thing, because then it won't make any sense. Okay, so again, another function is that what we are going to use, we are going to create a random function, and then we want that random function to create values between the height, whatever was the canvas height, so that's why we are multiplying this thing from that height, and then it will be allocated to CPU's y position, right? So these are few things, few ways we can do it. The simplest one is to create this, the CPU movement, whatever was the movement, based on the y position of the ball, it will just increment in that position plus y when when the CPU position is less than the ball position, that is the y coordinates are less, then it will increment it in the y direction, else it will increment in the plus in that direction. We will subtract it, we will see all those things. Now how to detect a collision? So basically, if you see this function carefully, and is this diagram that I have shown here. Okay, so let's see it now. Okay, so basically, obviously we have to detect the collision from either side, right? It can be the detection, the collision can be on the CPU end, or it can be on the what, CPU end, or on the user end. So basically what are we going to do, this player dot top is equal to player y. So basically this whatever we got, whatever is the player's y coordinate, we will put it in the top, and similarly Why? And why we are incrementing this, the plus height, why we are incrementing? If you see earlier, when I talked about y coordinate, we just removed that height from that, so that thing has to be included again to know the bottom, right? So exact bottom will be this. So similarly left will be as it is, but right will change, because right will again contain the width. If you see, when we created the object and then we subtracted those things, so we are just again including those things in this. Okay, great. So now left, right, top, bottom, we have all those things. Similarly, as I told you, the pointer will start when I talked about that circle. When we try to create again, that circle was created in the center, but we have to just remove the radius so that we are at the top, right? So when we are at the top of this ball, that means we have to remove that radius from it, so that it comes at the top of the circle. Similarly, the y position, that is the radius, the bottom will be again incremented so that we are at the bottom, right guys? You're trying to visualize it, the first step that I told you about the pointer. This is all about this addition and subtraction is all because of that thing, because every time when the circle is drawn, the center position we are known only the center position, that is 100 comma 100. It is the center position, it is the center coordinates. So to get to the top, we have to add something to get to the top, right guys? So that will be obviously ball radius, and to get to the bottom we have to add that ball radius, and to get to the up we have to remove that ball radius. Similarly for the left and the right, right guys? So to add something and to go to the right, we have to add, and to remove something we have to go to the left. So these are these pointers which will be used to detect the collision. Now this is all the things that we have. We now the length, the breadth, the top, bottom, left and right are known to us now for the players, both the CPU and the the user, as both of them. Okay, top should be, what should be top, Vipul? So +1 y1, basically the radius, right? If you're talking about ball, it should be plus something, right? No, okay, you are saying the top should be plus. Oh no, because if you see, whenever the pointer is at 100 comma 100, so you are thinking about that coordinates which we have in mathematics, but this thing works in a different way. Okay, some of the license are showing private. Please explain the top. It should be plus. No, Vipul. You see now, if something is at basically, let me show you. Let me try to visualize this thing. Okay, Vipul, plus radius. See the code. Now, if you see the code, listen to me carefully. So, right and left are clear to you, right? So, something is at the center. Now, if I decrement something from it, right? So, earlier, what was the position of ball X? Let's suppose it is on 10, 10. Okay. Now, this 10 will be at the center. So, to reach at the top, I have to decrement something from it, right? To reach at the top. Because whenever we move in the top direction, the coordinates in this canvas will decrease, and whenever we are at the bottom, the coordinates will increase. So that's the main thing that I'm using. Okay, so to subtract something, I will just go to the top. Okay, and to add something, I will go from the bottom to the bottom. And now what will I add and subtract will be the radius. Okay, that's it. So you try to visualize it, you try to play with that canvas and see, whenever you move up, is the coordinates decreasing or is the coordinate increasing? You will get the point there. Right now I told you whatever you need to know. So basically, when you create a canvas, try to, yeah, cool Vipul. So try to visualize, whenever you are trying to move up, do you increase your coordinates, or do you decrease your x coordinate? Okay, you will get that. Eventually you will get that, you don't have to worry. So right now these things have to keep in mind. And then now let's detect the collision. So if you see now, if top is less than bottom, okay, the player's top is less than ball's or bottom of the ball, that means we are touching the that bar or that paddle at the top. Similarly, when we are, same thing is happening for the left and the right and the bottom. So you try to visualize it. For example, let's say as example, now the player top is at 100. The player top is at 100, right? And now when the ball dot bottom is less than, that means it's going beyond that, right? And now when we will see if it's going beyond the top, that means top is less than the ball, that means it's touching at the top. So top bottom, left right, and right left, and bottom top. Exactly, the graph plotting, yeah. So this thing, now we have detected the collision, okay, and now let's do the main thing, that is that we want. Let's try to see the whole program that we built. So now you see this s5, that's s5.js. Now you see, if anything is not clear to you, tell me guys. So now what we did, we created this, we have this first line, that is we selected the elements, we draw with the help of get context. Then we have these four objects. What are the four objects? Ball, right? We have this ball, done. We have this user function, this user object, right? Done. I'm just minimizing it because this is almost done. CPU object, now this separation object. Anywhere you feel that you're not able to understand, just tell me at that position. Rectangle function is done, circle function is done, draw score function is done, separation function is done. Now restart function is obvious, right? Whatever, if it touch, if we want to restart the game, we don't want to go always in the CPU's direction or on the user direction. We are just, for example, if you see, I'm just negative time, I'm multiplying whatever the value of that velocity is, right? So it will go in the opposite direction. -5 into -5 is +5. So +5 into -5 is what? -5. Now -5 into -5, again 5. So this is the thing that we are going to use. So it's a lot of mathematics in here. So this is the detect function. Then the event function, that is the mouse event function, right? The CPU function that I'm going to use for the CPU movement is this. As I told you that AI mathematics can be also used, right? So after that, helper function is there, right? This is done. The helper function is done. Then this update function will be, we will cover this. This callback function is there, and we have this update function, okay? And then the helper function is done, okay? Now we are left with what? This update function. Basically, okay, detect collision. So basically we are detecting the collision by in this manner. Basically what is happening in this detect collision. So let me first try to tell you guys about update function, because after that more whatever we do, this update function is responsible for all those things. For example, detecting the collision happens in there, mouse movements will happen in here, okay, everything will happen in here, and all the updates, okay. So basically now if the ball's x position is when we subtract radius from it, right, because we know whenever we are trying to calculate in the x direction, we have to remove that radius, right? So if it's less than, that means whatever is happening, it is happening to the CPU score, right? So that's why we okay, let me quickly just explain this mouse function first. Okay, so basically what I'm going to do, I'm going to use a function that is called, that is obviously associated with canvas, that is get bounding client rectangle. So this means whatever, if we are changing anything, whatever is the new positions of that change that we did, right, so it will be present in that. With the help of this get bounding client rectangle, we will able to fetch those things, what? Top, left, bottom, right, and x position and y position. So basically x position will remain same, right guys? So that's why we are just dealing with y position. So the now y position will be, so whatever is the, whatever on which, whatever was the new position of that, what which we just moved. For example, if we moved mouse from 100 to 200, I'm talking about y coordinates. So what is the new coordinate that I got is 200. Now I will remove the top position of whatever was the earlier position of that. So I removed that thing, and I removed what? The height divided by 2, okay? So that's what I'm doing, only for the y position, okay? Only for the y position. Similarly, what the CPU movement and what was this function detect collision, okay? Now, so basically, you got the point that why I'm removing some things from the top left and from the bottom and the right to get to the exact location. If you just when I got this to this point, when I talked starting about when I started this slide, I talked about you the positions, that what happens actually, what is the pointer location. So that's why, keeping that thing in mind, I added something, and I added something from the right side, and I removed from in when I talking about, you see, there is a difference between the when we try to create the rectangle and when we try to create a circle. So circle, in that circle everything needs to be changed, the top, left, bottom, right, because the center point is, if I'm talking about the x coordinate and y coordinate, it will be the center location. So to move to the top, I have to remove something, to move to the left and to the right, to the bottom. So there needs to be done this abstract this addition and subtraction when we talk about the ball. When we talk about rectangle, some things will remain same. What? The top position and the right position, because that is the top location of the, whenever I talk about 100, 100, this 100 represents the top, this 100 represents the what? The right position, and this top represents the y position. So that's why player dot y and x dot this left and the right are as it is. Okay. Now when we talk about bottom and the right, you need to add the height, because if you see, when I earlier tried, when I not removed, when I was trying to create the objects, at that time I removed something from it. At that time it was clear to you guys that why I'm removing this thing, right guys? So now that thing needs to be added here to know the exact location of that, what? Of that rectangle. Okay. So now once I remove this thing, and then I'm checking this condition, if none of these is, if anything is false, that means, if it returns false, that means there is no collision. Okay. Now if it returns true, that means there is a collision. And what exactly I'm doing here basically is this thing. Keep this picture in mind. Okay. Now the player dot top, if the player dot top is less than the ball dot bottom, that means we are touching its top. You need to visualize it. You take coordinates, you take some coordinates, and then try to visualize it. For example, you try to, whatever you are trying to do, try to do it with some numbers. Basically when you use it numbers here, basically you will get the idea of what I meant by when top is less than the bottom, that is player's top and ball's bottom. It is less than, that means I'm touching the top, and similarly for the left and the right and the bottom. If it's greater than this thing, that means I'm touching at the bottom of that paddle. Okay. So now let's keep this picture in mind and use some pointers. Okay. Basically when I talk about pointers, you have to use x coordinates and the y coordinates for ball as well as for the player. That means the x coordinate and the y coordinate, and use these addition and subtraction to get the exact location of them, the top location, the bottom location, and the left location. You will find out that this thing is justified, whatever is written here, and this thing is used here. And if all of them return, all of these conditions are true, that means this will return a true, that means we have detected the collision. Now let's talk about the final function, that is our update function. Now if you see, if x, that is the ball x coordinates, is when I subtract this thing from what? Ball radius. Okay. Now we get the exact x coordinate. If it's less than, that means that it is going beyond that, whatever is the, if the ball is in the, what? It's in the user's area. That means when I talk about the area, you see, that means this ball should have been somewhere here. If you see the pointer, my pointer, it should be somewhere outside this box. That means that user lost the point. That's why I am updating what? CPU's point. Same thing goes for this. Now that thing was dealt with the help of ball, but when I talk about the CPU side, that means ball dot x plus radius. That means ball will, whatever the ball, if the ball is touching something on the width on that other side, that means it goes beyond the canvas width, that means user scores a point. And once it scores the point, we call the restart function. And if it was on the user side, then the ball will go from the center position towards the what? Towards the CPU side, or vice versa. Then the CPU movement is called, because CPU needs to move again and again and again. It keeps on moving with the help of that. Now for the top and bottom, if you see, if the ball touches the top and the bottom, okay, if the ball touches the top, that means I have to divert its direction. That means it will go beyond something, beyond the bottom, the top side. That means, that is why I'm showing here less than. The Vipul was saying that why I'm subtracting, because when we move upwards, the the balls the x coordinates and the y coordinates will the y coordinate will decrease. So once it will go less than 0, that means we are touching the top. And similarly, if we talk about bottom, at that time it will increase, that means y is incrementing. So if it's greater than the uh, canvas height, that means we have to redirect its direction. That it means earlier it was going down, then when it's once it touch the that canvas, it should go upwards. So that's it. Mm, with the help of pointers, try to use some, I mean to say, some arbitrary values, 100 comma 100, that is the exposition of the ball, and of for the cpu you used, for the player you will use different pointers. Once you will put all those values and find the exact top, bottom, left, right for both ball and the for this paddle, that is the player's paddle, that is the rectangle that is shown. Then you will try to, once you will use those methods, those greater than player dot bottom should be greater than top, then you will find out that okay, this is the thing that is happening. That means I am touching at the top, and then that means when I am touching the bottom, this is the thing that is happening. You will find out. Okay, just try to think of it. Cool. Now let's detect the player. Who is the player? Basically, now the player can be either the CPU or the user. Now let's check how will we be going to use this thing. If the ball dot radius, obviously it is, if it's in the this portion, then this thing happen. If this is in the this portion, then this thing happen. Okay. Now once I will use this thing, I will find out that if it is, well, let me show you here. Now if the ball is in this portion, okay, the user portion, that means the radius should be less than, right, the ball dot x plus ball dot radius is less than this thing, which means the canvas width, it will be on that side. That means we are playing right now, user is playing, and same thing is happening when it's on the other side, that means CPU is playing. Now we detect the collision, and once we detect the collision, if it came to be 2, then we find out the collision points. So basically you can remove all those things that is written in here, and you can use simply just revert back that if it's finding, if the collision is detecting, just go in the x direction or y direction. Now what I'm doing here, I'm just trying to use some mathematics here. So basically we check here the first line, we check whether the ball hits the paddle or not. So basically this line will show that if the ball's paddle is hit or not. So basically what I'm doing, player dot y minus that heights, the player of the height of the player and the y coordinate, when I add them together, and I will find the exact location where the ball hits. Once I found out this thing, then what I did, I found it out the collision point. Then I am just reverting the direction in the degrees. I mean to say 45 degrees, 0 degree, and the plus 45 degree. Basically these things can be removed. If you don't want to use, you just revert whatever was the position. Just use minus sign to get it back, and use plus sign to get from the other end. That means multiply it by the minus sign. You will also be able to do this thing. And now after that, what I'm doing, finally I am just incrementing the ball speed every time this if the detection if this thing is happening. So finally when I wrote everything this together, so these are the functions that I wrote. And now let's save this file, and now let's add this file, and let's see the final output. When I run this thing, you see that thing is moving slowly, and right now we are not getting anything because now none of the this is missed. You see that restart function got called, and again now let's see here. Now I missed. You see the ball pointer again started from the center. Okay, now let's try to, you see again I missed, again it started from the center in the opposite direction. Earlier it was going in this direction. Now you see the AI is not making me win. He is moving in the ball's direction, whatever is the ball's direction, because I used AI. So if you use the CPU mouse movement, at that time you will be able to win. Okay, so these are the functions that we used here. The two vertical lines, the ball, then the CPU movement was all those things. Then the movements of the bar was on the update function. Detection, collision detection, updating the score. Okay, so that's it. We are done. CPU is not losing because I am using AI here. So if you see, if I show you guys this function, where it is in the update function, collision is detected here, and now let me show you here. So this is a function that I used. So this mathematics, CPU ball y minus whatever is the direction of the y coordinate of the ball, I'm using this thing to subtract and from the CPU's position and height. If you want the CPU to lose, then this is the thing that you can use. You just create this function CPU movement and then add 5 in the either of the directions. Okay, so that's it. Today we are going to build this game, the color picker game, using JavaScript, right? So let's see the table of content. So we are going to have a target color. It will be mentioned at the top and will be the target that has to be picked from the remaining options, right? There will be a new color button to click it, and we will reset the game. Okay, then there will be, if we printed or if we pick the wrong choice, then there will be try again option, and if we pick the correct message, then we will get the correct message. Okay, and if you want new colors, we can click on new color, and once you start playing the game, then this new color will be changed to play again. Okay, so this is all the table of content that we are going to build. Now let's see how this game looks like. So this is the game that we are going to build. Okay, so there will be a name, that is color picker, then the RGB, then which color that we are picking, the new color sign, which will be, once we click on this, it will be changed to play again, and therein we have those messages, right? Correct message, try again message, all those messages will be on this stripe, that is white, right? Blue, white and black. The black is the body, okay, wherein we have these 6 squares, right? And in these we have different colors. Okay, right? So now let's see how it looks. Okay, so this is when we picked up the wrong choice. Okay, you will get this new color, try again. Okay, and that color which was earlier shown will be faded to black color. Okay, this is all that we are going to use. So this will be faded to black color, and if we picked up the right choice, then there will be a message play again with the correct sign, that is green, of the color of that text color of that correct sign is green. Okay, yes, it is very easy. Yes, so once we pick up the right color, then the color will be same for all the squares, right? And you might be thinking that this is not a square, but we have just rounded off the borders. I will show you how to do it, and then the same color will be given to the the tag, the tag that is above it, in which we have the color pick. So yeah, it will be changed to this color. Now let's see the HTML code first. So in this game we are going to deal with which ID should we use. So the ID you can choose of your choice. The ID that I am going to choose is Sublime. Okay, we are going to use Sublime Text. You can choose Visual Studio, right? You can choose Atom, anything you want. Okay, now let's see the HTML code. In this game we are going to use HTML, we are going to use CSS, and then finally we are going to make these changes, right? The verb of the page, right? The verb of the page, that is all the actions that we perform on this page with the help of JavaScript. Okay, now let's see the HTML code first. So again, the structure will be same, right? The skeleton of the HTML page that we have, right? When we press HTML tab on the Sublime, then we get the skeleton. So in the title, we will give the name of the title, that is color game, right? And then we link this file to our CSS, that is the CSS file. We will link that to it. Then in the body, we have this heading, right? That you saw, the color picker, right? So the color picker will be there, okay? And after that, we'll just break it, right? We have written a break line, right? So that this target color that we are going to use, so you see there is no target. This is the ID that we are going to use, right? You have an idea what an ID is. These selectors, right? ID selector, class selector, then a tag selector, right? We are going to use here an ID which is a span, so that this doesn't come in the next line. So we are using break line above and below. Okay, all this thing comes in a single heading. Okay, with the help of break we can just just put a new line in between the color picker and the target color we have. Then we have this white stripe, right? That I was talking about, the stripe. In that we have new color, right? ID and the new color text. The text will be there. It will be a button, okay? So it will be a button. Then the message. So message you will not be able to see at the starting of the game, right? As I showed you. After you pick the right option or the wrong option, based on that, this message will be printed. So this will be a div. So there is a header and then there is a div, the stripe. And then there is a class container. Why I have put a class for all these squares? Sir, can we execute this in Notepad? Yes, you can. Yes, you can. So we have, I have declared 6 divs, right, for 6 squares, right? And I'm putting all these squares in a container so that I can style them later, okay? So the script, after that, there's a script file that will be linked to it. Now let's see the demo of it, okay? So here is my file. So let me just first pick it from the desktop. So this is my file, right, that we are going to build. Now let's go into a Sublime, right? Herein I have already created 3 files, right? The HTML file, the CSS file and the script file, okay? Now let's remove these links first. Let's see how the page looks if we don't have any styling added to it, okay? So this is how we comment in our HTML, and then hyphen and then this has been commented, okay? Let me just maximize it. So there is no CSS to it. Now let's remove the HTML, the script file as well, right? Done. Let's save this file and now let's run this file. This is a web page without adding anything to it, right? This is only the HTML part, right? Can I get this source code? Yes, it is in the slide deck that will be shared to you, Supriya. That will be shared to you. So you don't have to worry about it, the source code, okay? Now, this is the file that is without adding CSS to it and without adding what? JavaScript to it. This is our HTML file. This is how it looks. Now, if you can see this HTML file, there's nothing that I have done. The doc type HTML, then the title of the page, right? That thing that comes on the tab, right? You see here, the color game. That's the title, due to the title. And then we have what? The color picker as the header, right? And then I told you that this target will be, with the help of, we will be able to get this target color with the help of JavaScript. So that's why we were not able to see anything. Hello sir, can you provide the source code? Yes, Kriti, it will be provided, okay? You don't have to worry about that. So now the stripe, you will not able to see this, right? The new color is there. You see that the new color was there, right? If you can see, okay, this new color button, right, is there, and rest will be, when we apply CSS to it, you see how it changes, okay? And then these divs, you cannot see any changes because of these divs. Why? Because they don't contain anything. Neither they have any images, neither they have any neither do they have any text in it. So that's why we're not able to see this thing right now. So because just it is an HTML file, so that's it. This is the HTML file that we're talking about, okay? These divs, we will see how to change these, how to manipulate these with the help of JavaScript, okay? Now you got the point that this is only the HTML file. Now let's see. Now this HTML file look like this, right guys? Then now let's talk about the CSS code, okay? Now you see the heading tag that we used. We will apply a color, that is the text color of that will be white, okay? The background color will be steel blue, that is the blue color, right? And the text align will be aligned. The text align will be to the center. The weight will be normal. The text transform, that is the text transform that we are using, okay? Okay, thanks Akash. So the text transform that we are going to use will be uppercase, so that everything that we wrote in this heading tag will be uppercase. So the color game will come in the uppercase, and then the padding just to beautify it, okay? Then setting the background color to black and font to Arial. Now the body, whatever is written in the body will be set, the color will be set to black. So this octothorpe sign that we are using, sir, the CSS is used for changing only the background just to beautify it. Yes, how we use SVG elements in CSS, we will talk about them. Abhishek, okay? So now the body the background of that body, the background color or everything that is written in the body section, right? The body element, everything is that is written in that will be of color black. So this octothorpe 232323 can be replaced with black. Okay, there's nothing new to it. Okay, then the margin, that is 0, and the font family is Arial. Okay, this is the body tag. These styles were added to the body tag. Now the target color, you won't be able to see it, but we are just increasing the font size, because once we will click on this thing, okay, the font size will increase. Now setting up the button background to white with bold text and some other styling. So the button, the styling that we do on the button is that border is none. Okay, we are not putting it, sir, what is the stripe used for? You use and the source code. Okay, the stripe that is used for basically all the message that we get, right? So if you clicked on the correct color, then that message will come into that stripe. Once we will play this game, after that the text will change, right? Earlier we saw that there is new color. Once we will start playing, that text will change to play again, and retry options, all those options will be added in that stripe. Okay, so the text transform that you see here, okay, the text transform is to change the I mean to say, for example, I have written color game, right? So the color game, to change its to transform it to uppercase, right? So earlier you might be you might have written everything in the lowercase. So that will, what this text transform will do, even if you have written it in the lowercase, it will change it to uppercase. Okay, now the text transform, again, the uppercase button, everything that is written in the button will be uppercase. Height, we set its height, we set its width. Okay, yes, it's a property. Yes, Harsh, yes. So color is steel blue. Letter spacing between these words, the new color, there is a spacing that of 1 pixel that we have put, is just to style them. Sir, I didn't get the answer. What was the question that you're trying to say, Nitish? Okay, yeah. Now the font size will inherit this from the parent class, right? The parent div, that is within this stripe. The button is present in the stripe ID, right? So whatever is, whatever we apply to that stripe will be applied to the button as well. So transition. Now this transition, what is this? This is basically the transitions that happen. For example, if we click, so that click will change something, right? To transform that click while changing, right? If you clicked on something, so how quickly do you want to change this thing? Okay, this is a transition. How to change from one thing to another thing. Okay, cool. This is about button. Okay, now once we will hover it, once we will point our mouse to it, right, the color will be changed to white and the background will be changed to steel blue. Okay, why should we use this property? Which property, Kriti? So just to make things beautiful, it's all up to you guys. Even if you don't apply these things, then we saw how the page looks like, right? There was nothing to it. Now you see how the transition will take place. Now the square ID that we use, we will change the background color to red, width and margins will be set, float will be left, padding, border size, border radius. This is why the squares are looking something that is not looking like a square, right? The borders are trimmed. Okay, so this is with the help of border radius. Then again the transition, that how quickly does this transition happen, because when we click on a square, right, when we click on the square, it goes to the background color, right? Whatever the background color it changes to that. So that transition, how quickly you want that transition to happen. Okay, this is all about this thing. The container, again we will apply some some CSS to it, margin 20 pixel, auto, max width, right? Then the stripe, the text align will be center, background color will be white, right? And the padding will be 0. Okay, this is all the styling that we are doing. The message, okay, the message, text transformation. Yes, Kriti, the text transformation, I told you that how quickly you want that thing to absorb. Okay, so for example, when we click on any of these squares, that will be changed to the background color. So that change, how quickly should it happen? Okay, so this is only the text transformation that deals with this thing. Okay, so the message, that message class that we used, right, that font family should be Arial, text transformation should be upper, height, width, letter spacing should be 1 pixel, size, font size should inherit from the parent. I mean to say the div, that is the parent of that container, right? The stripe and the transition, again the transition. Now when we applied CSS to this HTML, this is how it looks. Okay, earlier we saw how it looked, right? It didn't look very beautiful, right? So once we applied all these properties to this thing, right? So this is how it looks. So that's why what I was telling, the blue background of the header, the stripe color is the color of the stripe wherein we have new color. When we hover over it, you see how it changes. Okay, we will see in the demo part. The background is black, that octothorpe that we use 232323, right? That number, 6-digit number, right? With the octothorpe in it, or what we call as hash symbol, right? And the color of this. Okay, Aman, what are you trying to say? Aman, just tell me your question. I'm not ignoring your question, so you can just write it. Okay, so the color of these squares is red. Okay, now let's see how this thing looks when we apply CSS to it. We just remove the CSS part here, right? And now once we will uncomment these things, okay, now let's save this file. This is our CSS file. Everything that I told you, I applied that thing here. Okay, the h1 tag, right? The body tag we have hash, the classes, right? The IDs that we have here. Okay, then the button hover, when we hover over the button, what is the color that we want? The ID square, right? The class square that we have, the class container that we have. Okay, the stripe, the message, all these things are present here, right guys? So you see the ID is here, right? The classes are here, the square classes and the container. What are the styles that we are applying are present in this file. Okay, now once we will save this file, so we're going back to this file. You saw this was the file that we used, right? When we were not applying any HTML. Aman, sir, is there any app or website so that I can design all programs in Android? I'm not sure about it. I will just yes, there will be many apps available or websites so that I can design all programs in Android. Not sure about Android, Aman. So once I refresh this page, you see, just applying CSS. That's it. We just applied CSS to this file and you see how it beautified, right? It's looking more beautiful, right? The background color is changed, right? So all these things, okay? So now when I click, you see how when I hover over this file, when I hover over this new color, you see how the color changed, the text color changed to white and the background changed to blue, okay? This is when we hover over it. This is mouse hovering. Whenever we put some... What are you not able to get, Nitish? What is the problem that you're facing? Please tell me. We just added HTML and CSS. That's it. We didn't do nothing. There was nothing new to it. We just added HTML file, and to that HTML file, we just added what? CSS. Okay, that's it. That's it. What we did until this point. Okay. You see how we beautified our web page, right? HTML and CSS. Earlier, how it looked, we saw that, right? Now let's continue with the main portion of this application, that is adding JavaScript, right? Now you see, there are 6 squares, right? As you can see on your screen, there were 6 squares, right? Those are squares. We saw how border radius changed this, the border has been changed so that we have trimmed off the borders, okay? Now there are 6 squares. We have placed a variable. We are just in here. The first part that we are dealing right now with is that the HTML elements are fetched and we assign JS variables to it. That is, JavaScript variables have been assigned. That's it. Nothing new. Whatever we use, we just fetch them with the help of what? The HTML elements are fetched, right? And we are assigning them to a variables. Okay. Now we have declared array. This array will contain all the colors for all the squares. That is the color, right? The RGB colors will be present in this array. Okay. And we are just why top websites like Facebook, Amazon, and their source code CSS looks like gibberish. Why? So it looks like gibberish because Abhishek, maybe there are so many things to that, right? There is some JavaScript added, there is some CSS added, there is Bootstrap added to that, right? So that even if we don't add Bootstrap, right? Then you see what we did. We wrote these many lines of code, but with Bootstrap, it makes much more sense. Okay, CSS is not supported by all the browsers. I would not agree with this. Not all the browsers, but yes, some of the browsers have some of the features that are not available in them. Like if you see when we set the background style background property, it doesn't the earlier one, the background style dot background that we used was not supported by Mozilla, right? So then they changed this thing to style dot background, right? So that is supported by all the browsers, that is Google Chrome. So there is changes, right? There we need to change these things, right? There is no static thing that works in all the things, right? If you see the comment tag, you can use it Internet Explorer, but the comment tag cannot be used in the Google Chrome, right? We have to use those less than and greater than signs, right, Aman? Right? Hamid? Right, Hamid? So there is some CSS properties, some HTML elements which are not supported by all the browsers. Yes, you need to check that. So we use this array to store the colors, okay? Then whatever the color we picked, the target color from whatever we have picked, we need to check if that is the color that is written above and are those colors same, okay? Then once the target color has been, now we are just using we are just fetching with the help of document object model, we are just fetching the squares, right? By class name, all the classes have been fetched, right? The squares is the class that we fetched. Okay, now the ID that we fetched is target color, because target color until this point was empty, right? Now we change that target color, okay? We will see how we change it. Now the variable message that we fetched, we will fetch the message also, right? Is this correct? Is this wrong? All this, there is nothing we are doing in this slide. We are just fetching all the elements from HTML with the help of DOM, okay? Now the head tag is the head wherein we will have our colors, right? The color that you want to pick, okay? Now the reset button, once we have played this game, we will see if we don't use this reset button, what happens, okay? So this is all the fetching has been done. So whatever we used in our HTML page, we have just fetched them, okay? That's it what we did here. It might look scary, but this is the only thing that we are doing here. We are just fetching the elements and that's it. And storing them in variables, right? These JavaScript variables. Now, calling the first statement will get the same, right? Now we are calling our function that is initialize, right? Init function. That then in that function, what we will do, right? We will just first. Now, is this the algorithm? This is the algorithm. Okay. Yes, this you can say that this is the algorithm for this game. Yes, you can say, but the CSS might change. You might not use any CSS, or you might include some other features in the CSS that might differ. But the moreover thing, that is, these functions will remain same. It's just how you do the things. You can to say the moreover algorithm will remain same. Yes. Okay. Now we will generate the random colors. Okay, we will have this function generate random colors. Is the function that generates all the random numbers. How many random numbers? 6 random numbers, right? Right. The colors that we have in this, I will show you the demo part, right? These colors. Right now we have all the red, right? Now how to generate these random colors? For that we have created a function. Okay, this generate random function, and the argument that we are passing is 6, right? We saw here. You see the number of squares is 6. And we pass that thing to here. We will see how we will generate these random numbers, okay? Then, now we have generated the random numbers. Now we want to pick the one that is present in the target, right? So Gata, yes, there will be a session on Bootstrap as well. Yes, there will be a session. Because now CSS, we don't use that CSS thing, because if something is already present, why not use that? So Bootstrap is nothing but a framework for CSS. CSS is, right? The framework for CSS is the Bootstrap, wherein we have all the codes available, right? We just have to cut and paste them. Okay, I'm saying normally we don't write JS HTML code in readable format, but Amazon, Facebook, websites, source code looks like gibberish with meaningless names. Why does happen? Not the meaningless names. I won't agree with that thing. The meaningless names are there. there might be some dependency on this code, right? If you see this generate random color, I'm using this long, right? This is a long name. So when your application is huge, right, then you won't be using this much. There is a, I mean to say, there's a, no, it won't affect you that much, but they might put the name as what? GRC, right? Generate random color. This look like gibberish to you, but according to them, this name will make much more sense. Okay, Abhishek? Cool. So now we are generating these random colors, and then we picked up a color, right, from that array, so that we can then we can just visualize it. Is this color and the color that we picked, are these colors same? Okay. So then we update the color, the target color, and the text content will be changed to that color. Okay. Now let me show you first this thing, how it's done. We will just include the this that we commented, the script file. Okay. Uncomment this, and let's save this file. And now let's refresh it. Okay. Now you see how many different colors are present here. Okay. Cool, Abhishek. So you see how there are 6 different colors. Now with the help of these generate random function, we are able to do this thing. We will see how to do it. Okay. Then once I clicked on this thing, you see I got there's a change in this new stripe, right? There is a new color, and try again, because the color is not correct. So you see it just faded to black. This stripe faded to black. Now let's click something which is correct. Okay. Now you see we got all the stripes changed to what? Green. Moreover, to I mean to say darker version of green, right? And we got the message in the green saying correct message, right? And then this color got changed to the stripe, that is the header, right? That color also got changed. Okay. You see how these things happen. Then when I hover over it, it gave me an option of play again. When I clicked on play again, this is the reset button. This is the reset button I was talking about. This helps us to reset the this whole website again, like a refresh, right? So again, it got changed to the normal background color, that is steel color, right? Steel blue color, or you can say blue color. And then we got the play again option. That's it. No messages were deleted. And again, these 6 squares got a new color, right? Generate random colors for all the 6 squares. That function got called. Okay. Now let's see the source code again. Yeah. So now we updated this thing. Okay. Now let's see how we will check if the color that is present in that header part and the color that we have picked, are they same or not. So once we have all the colors, right, then we traverse through them, right? We traverse through them. We call the event listener method. This add event listener is a method which will be executed when we click on something. This thing will be the function that is the, I mean to say the callback function that is written here will be called. Okay. So then we will check. You see, if picked, whatever is picked is equal to the dis.style.background. Okay. Okay. So if these colors are same, then the message or text content, the message that was ID, earlier it was empty. Then we change the text content of that. This text content property helps us to change the content. Okay. It got changed to what? Correct. And then we added some color to it, that is green. That's it. Right. When we press the right button. Okay. When we click on the right square. Okay. Cool. Then the change color. Then the color got changed, right? Then the change color again, we pressed it. Let me show you in this. Might not be visible. So I am just doing nothing. I am just explaining you this thing. Okay. Now you see this. Okay. Then if it's not right, okay, if the option that we choose was not correct, then the text content got changed, right? To what? Try again. Okay. The message or text content, try again. And then we gave it a warning sign like a color was changed to red. That's it. Okay. And then we changed this .color.background to what? Again black. You see how that fade thing happened? So fading that thing with the help of this 2 3 2 3 2 3. We can also change it to black. That's it. Sir, then if we press the green button, then it will show the correct. No, that is not a button. Basically, I will show you. This is the, let me refresh it again. So this is the first thing that we get, right? Now when we press a wrong button, let's suppose we press this thing. Now you see this color got faded, right? That's what I meant by setting this color to black, right? If you see here, what I meant here, this thing. So you see this thing. If the color that is written above, the picked color and the color of the square didn't match, then what did I said? I said that we will change the content to try again, and we will change the color. I mean to say the color of that content try again will be red, and the background property is set again. The background color is changed to black. So this is the thing that we did, right? This is the try again message, which changes text to green to red, and this color got faded. That's it. Then we can't press this try again or new color. We can press a new color because, for example, let's suppose we don't want to play it. We want a new color. We can change that. But once we start playing it, then we got the wrong message, try again. We got the wrong, again, try again. Right? Then blue, try again. Then this thing happened. Then this thing, it changed. It is the correct color. So we got the message as correct, Supriya. And then this header was also changed to the same color. Okay? Now this is this function that is doing this thing. Okay? To hide the square, we will just set the background color to black. That's it. We are just hiding it. Right? So this is how we traverse it. Now let's talk about these functions, right? Reset, add event listener. So how do we want to reset this thing, right? We saw that with the help of new color, we just changed this thing, right? We just restarted our game. Okay? We'll see. Let's suppose if we don't have this reset button here. Okay? Now let's suppose we don't have this reset, we don't want to use reset. We don't want. Okay? Now let's save this file. So this function will never be called. Okay? Now let's see what happens here. You see? Now let's refresh this thing. Okay? Now this is the game. Now we press this. Okay, we got the correct. We got play again. You see? I'm not able to do anything. This play again won't work. You see why we need this reset function? Okay, now this play again won't work, nor anything will not work. This will be static. That's it. We are not able to play a game again. So that's why we need this reset function. Okay, let me just uncomment this. Okay, that's it. So reset, we will see what is the code that is written in this reset function. Okay, now to get a random color from the existing plate, right? We need that color, right? It will make sense. Listen to me carefully. So whatever are the colors present in that square, in those squares, right? We need one of the colors from them, right? We need one of the colors so that we can put that color in the header tag, right? So this is the thing, how we do it. So we just pick one of the indexes from that array that we built. Okay, what was the code for the reset? We will see, Abhishek, that is the last function that I am going to show. Okay, so we picked one of the indexes from that array, which contains all the 6 colors. Okay, one of the indexes. You see, you know that mat.random gives us a random number from 0 to 1, with 1 not included in that. Okay, 1 is not included in that random number. Let me show you guys one thing quickly. So when I press this Control Shift I, okay, wait a minute, Control Shift I. Okay, we got the console, right? Just a minute, guys. So we got this thing, right? The console, right? If we read mat.random, you see, every time when I call this function, I won't be getting anything greater than 1, right? 1 will not be also included, okay? So we use this function. And then when I multiply this thing from any number, right? The number of choices you want. Let's suppose you want a number from 1 to 6 or 1 to 10, right? So you just need to multiply this thing by that number, and that number will not be included. Okay? Every time when I call this function, you see 4, you see 3, 1, then again 1, then again 9. we won't be getting any number greater than 10 without 10 including in it. So it will range from 0 to 9. Okay. Now when I do this thing on this, okay, mat.floor, mat.floor. Okay. Now I will be getting the numbers, because it will return, if I use only it will return mat.random will return a floating point number. But I don't want that. I want that, sir, are you using VS Code? No, I'm using Sublime and this is a browser. So, okay, 1 minute. Okay. Am I missing any parenthesis? Yeah. I'm missing one parenthesis. This is extra. So you see, now you see, I will be getting numbers only from 1 to 10 without 10 included. Okay, integer numbers. Yes, Kriti, Abhishek, integer numbers. So now let's go back to this thing. Where were we? We were okay here. So you see, now we are picking up the random color from what? The existing colors that is already present in the array, and I am multiplying this by array length, so that we are getting the indexes from 0 to 5. We know that if an array is of 6 length, the number of indexes only will be present. How many? 5 indexes, 6 indexes will be present from 0 to 5. So this thing was picked, I picked one of the index. Okay. Now this generate random color. Now you might be thinking, sir, now this thing is clear that we picked one from the existing. Now how would we create that existing random colors, right? This generate random color function will accept limit, that is 6. Here right in we have 6 limit, right? This is the function that we called, right guys? So you see here where we called it, this generate random color is having an argument of number of squares, that is 6, right? Now we created an array, okay, this color array, and now what we are going to push. We know push. What happens with push? What is the push function that JavaScript use? Array, the method that is present in the push. What does it do? It adds it adds a number. I mean to say, it adds to the last index, right? When we are adding in an array, it ends at the end, right? We know that. So every time we are adding at the end, but the limit is that we are going to add only 6 numbers. Okay. So this push will call this RGB generator. Now we will generate those random numbers. So RGB we are using, that is red, green and blue, RGB, right? So now let's see how this. So every time we generate 6 numbers, right? Yeah, appending one by one. Yes, Abhishek. Yes, inserting elements. Perfect. So once we got all the elements, then we return this array. Okay, that's it. Now let's see how we generate these numbers. Again, we are going to use the same methods, right? Floor, random and 256, because we know for R what will be the number range, that is from 0 to 255, right guys? And for G, again it will range from 0 to 265, and for what? For red, green and blue, right? Again red, green and blue, right? So again it will range from 0 to what? 255. So multiplying it by 256 will result in those numbers, right? Any one of the numbers. Now you have to be very careful while returning this RGB. Okay, why? Because there is a space required. You see, I have explicitly written this thing, right? There's a space between what? You have to keep that in mind. If you are getting any errors, please look at the RGB spacing. You have to explicitly use those spacing. Okay. Now, once we have generated this RGB numbers, right, and then we return this function. This will return this thing, and we will push it in the array. Right? RGB generator done. Now for changing the colors, right? When we pressed correct, right? When we pressed the correct option, then the color got changed, right? We saw that how the color got changed. So what is that we are using here? You see, when we press the right button, so you see we traverse through that array, through those elements, right? We traverse through all those, we traverse with the on the array, the color array, right? And we checked if the colors match, right? If the colors match, then go and change the background color, right? That's what happened. When we press the right button, the background color got changed for all the for all the squares and also for the header, right? So that's what we are doing here. We are changing the colors for all the elements in the of the squares, and we are changing the background color as well. Okay, right? And after that, okay, so after that the reset button, right, Abhishek, the reset function. So in that reset function we are again generating six new random numbers. I wonder why Great Learning just scattered all this stuff like yesterday. Why don't you complete any particular program? Okay, Shreya, because there's a reason why we are doing so. Because a lot of the students, well, I mean to say, when we do a series of events, right, series of lectures, then maybe sometimes the other person have not attended the first lecture, so that he cannot understand the next lecture, right? So that's the reason. Sir, what is the external style sheet? The external style sheet that I just saw you, that was the second slide that I did, right? First we added the HTML, Supriya, then we added CSS, and that's it. There is no external style sheet. There are only one style sheet, that is one CSS file, one HTML file, and one JavaScript file. That's it. I'm not using any bootstrap, nothing. Okay, now the reset function. So I'm generating again new numbers. I'm picking one of them and storing it in picked, right, with the help of random picked index, right? Then the message content, I am just removing whatever the message was there, right? We saw earlier we don't have any message, right? So the message content is empty. I am changing the background color again to what? Steel blue, that is blue color, because at the starting when I refresh the game, the header of that thing will be blue, right? And again, then what I'm changing, I'm just setting the colors for all the squares. That's it. So let's see. Let's go back and let's see the function here. Okay, now let's minimize this thing. You see, now haven't I reset this thing? You see, try again, new color. We got the color, same color. The same color was set for all the squares and the background and the header tag as well. Okay, so this is how we do it. Okay, so once we press the correct option, the correct message got printed, and then we pressed play again, we got the new game again. So again you can play this game. So this is just a thing that you can add to your resume, showing that you know all the things, your bases are covered, right? So you included HTML in it, you included some styling to it, right? You included JavaScript to it, and that's it. So you have completed your game, and this is the thing that I was trying to say, that this is the most simple game that one can think of, right? And you have used all the things, the event listeners, the arrays, the loops, right? The functions are used, right? This is all the functions that we have used. Okay, right? So the last function was the reset function, and this is the HTML page, including what? JS file, right? The HTML, CSS, and the JavaScript file was included in this. Okay, it's done. That's it, guys.
Now let's conclude what we have learned so far in this tutorial. So basically we first covered the basic concepts of JavaScript, like loops, variables, its properties. We wrote our programs, right? Then we understood OOPS, right? Object-oriented programming, right? It contained the inheritance and all those things, abstraction, polymorphism, right? Then we understood exception handling. Then we understood DOM manipulation, how to manipulate DOM, right? And DOM events we covered also. We then understood some advanced concepts like promises, right? Also closures, some advanced array functions like map, filter, and reduce. Then also we covered currying, right? So this is all from this video, guys. Thank you so much.